Chapter 1090. Ling Xiao was very happy that he had obtained 70 million top-grade mysterious crystals. He once again plundered a lot of good things in the city. He bought them for the time being and stored them. They would definitely come in handy in the future. As for those divine materials, Ling Xiao could not afford them yet. He could only look at them. However, he believed that he would be able to buy them soon with his current speed of earning money. If he wanted to buy divine materials, he would need to use divine crystals, which were 1,000 times more precious than top-grade mysterious crystals. They were the energy crystals that divine kings needed to absorb and the currency used in transactions in the divine king realm. Ling Xiao first took the good things he bought back and distributed them to everyone. Then he left the courtyard again. What task did the deputy club leader give me? Is it really as simple as he said? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. Thinking of Lai Rui's inexplicable smile, Ling Xiao felt a little cheated. Boating by the river in the middle of the night. What kind of task was this? However, as a foreign minister of the Merchant Union, Ling Xiao could not refuse. Otherwise he would not receive his monthly salary. There was a moat in the Raging Flame City, named the Raging Flame River. The river water shimmered under the moonlight like yellow flames. It was extremely beautiful. There were many boats on the river. The boats were lit with colorful lights or night luminescent pearls, illuminating the moat. On the bank of the river, there were pairs of cultivators walking together, and there were many young masters and young ladies who brought their manservants or maidservants out to sightsee and admire the moon. There were also many elegant boats playing zither and playing music in the river, and waves of cheerful laughter rippled endlessly. This was a rare place of joy. Ling Xiao strolled by the river and could not help but feel a little dazed. He had been practicing and fighting for many years. He had established the proud Smiling Palace, and had destroyed the Ouyang family, the Gu family, and the Black Demon sect. Then he had taken a few years to travel around the central region with his lovely wives. He could not help but miss them. He really hoped that he could take them sightseeing here, boating on the river and indulging in the four seas. If I'd known that the moat would have such a beautiful night view, I would have brought Ro Fei and Master's wife out for a walk. Striking a balance between work and rest is more beneficial to cultivation, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Ling Xiao strolled along the riverside, and a beautiful fan appeared in his hand. A devilish smile hung on his face, and his entire temperament changed. He changed from a brave and battle-hungry warrior to a refined and elegant young master. Many of the young ladies who were traveling saw the carefree Ling Xiao, and their beautiful eyes rippled with excitement. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "What a handsome young master!" She kept throwing flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao, almost knocking him out. On the other hand, those young men shot over envious flames of anger, wishing they could beat Ling Xiao into a pig's head. Ling Xiao knew that he was not a casual person, so he turned a blind eye to these flirtatious glances. He had already thrown the vice head's instructions to the back of his mind. Ling Xiao arrived near the busiest flower boat and saw that it was a boiling cauldron of voices. It was extraordinarily lively, and waves of zither music floated out of the boat, accompanied by cries of surprise. This is truly a good place to seek pleasure. Ling Xiao sighed, then boarded the large flower boat. In reality, his mission tonight was to seek pleasure on this flower boat. Could it be that the vice head is also on this flower boat? That shouldn't be the case, or is there an enemy of the Merchant Alliance here? I really don't know what that woman is thinking. Does she want this consort to have an affair here? That's impossible. I'm not a casual person. Ling Xiao thought to herself. If someone who knew Ling Xiao heard this, they would definitely object. You're a casual person, you're not a person. Ling Xiao prepared to board the flower boat, but he was stopped by someone. Who are you? Don't you know the rules? The guard at the front of the boat snorted. Ling Xiao thought that the guard wanted to give him a tip, so he immediately took out the black crystal and handed it over to that person. Who knew that the guard would disdainfully say, "Do you think that this is an ordinary flower boat? This is our Merchant Alliance's private boat. Unauthorized people are not allowed to board." Then how can these people board? Ling Xiao pointed to the young masters on the boat and said, "They are all people with status in our Merchant Alliance, so naturally they can board. If you want to seek pleasure, then go to the side. Don't cause trouble here or else." The guard said very rudely. However, before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao had already taken out his token and placed it in front of him. "I wonder if I can go up?" Ling Xiao asked again. "So it's a guest deacon, of course you can go up." The guard hurriedly bowed and said nervously. This new guest deacon was someone that the vice head had personally told him not to neglect. Although he was only a deacon, in reality, his status was no less than an outer sect elder. In the Merchant Alliance, those who could become an elder were all existences above the divine king realm, so a small guard like him couldn't afford to offend them. As soon as Ling Xiao boarded the boat, he immediately received many piercing cold gazes, and gradually, there was an indescribable hostility. At this moment, just as the sound of the zither stopped, a clear voice came from behind the curtain. Tonight is a good night with colorful lanterns hanging high. This little sister has invited everyone here, and I'm sure everyone knows that whoever can remove the golden branch hanging from the top of the lanterns will become this little sister's cultivation partner. As his voice fell, all the young people on the ship cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with excitement. Haha, junior apprentice Sister Zhou, tonight you're mine. Whoever dares to fight with me, I swear I'll kill them. Who do you think you are? Junior apprentice Sister Zhou is a descendant of the emperor. How can you touch her? She belongs to me. So junior apprentice Sister Zhou is here to find a spouse. No wonder she rejected me. Fortunately, I'm here tonight, just in time to give her a head start. Junior apprentice Sister Zhou is an outstanding beauty, and is the dream lover of many young talents in the alliance. Who would have thought that she would also fall into the mortal world tonight? Listening to these young people's discussion, Ling Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that there was some kind of joyous event on this flower boat for a spouse. The person in question, Zhou Zhijing, was an inner sect disciple of the Merchant Alliance, and Tenbin was extremely outstanding. She was not even 500 years old, but she already had the strength of a high-level holy emperor. Her appearance was stunning, and her talent was unparalleled. She was the lover of many disciples in the alliance. She was holding this joust for a spouse because she wanted to choose a cultivation partner from among her fellow disciples. However, this cultivation partner was limited to young people who were under 500 years old. Most of those who came to participate in the martial arts competition at this age had the strength of a holy emperor, and they were all outstanding talents in the Merchant Alliance. Those who had reached the demigod king level would not come to join in the fun, as their standards had already increased. The most powerful ones were a dozen or so peak holy emperors, and they all had the qualifications to become true disciples. At this moment, rows of lanterns gradually rose from the cabin of the flower boat, finally forming a flight of stairs that rose hundreds of meters. The lights flickered, and at the top, a golden branch was tied together with a red embroidered flower, emitting waves of radiance. There were some rules to this martial arts competition. First, no one was allowed to directly fly up to snatch the branch. Instead, they had to use the lanterns as a flight of stairs to snatch the branch step by step. Second, no one was allowed to destroy any of the lanterns during the process of snatching the branch. Anyone who destroyed a lantern would lose. This rule undoubtedly restricted everyone's hands and feet, and they could not use elemental attacks, or else the lanterns would not be able to withstand the destruction. However, the young people present did not seem to care, as if these two requirements were nothing, and all of them were eager to try. A maid walked out from behind the screen and said, "Snatch the branch, begin." As soon as she said that, a dozen or so people immediately bounced up from where they were and stepped onto the first row of lanterns. Bang bang. In an instant, a few lanterns were trampled to pieces, and a few others were extinguished by the strong wind. These people were eliminated just like that. They all had gloomy expressions on their faces, and they seemed very unwilling. What kind of **T rule is this? These lanterns are all made of paper, and they'll be destroyed as soon as you step on them. That's right, they're clearly making things difficult for us. Seriously, what is Junior Zhou thinking? How can they compete with true strength like this? Don't complain if your skills are inferior. Although the lanterns are light, we only need to lightly touch them with the tip of our feet. Why do you have to step on them? What a stupid mistake. Look, Senior Chen is going up. He's a wind type, so his speed is much faster than the others. As people failed one by one, there were also quite a few who succeeded in stepping on the lanterns. However, the higher they went, the more intense the battles became, and everyone began to fight for the golden branches. They did not dare to use elemental attacks, so they could only use mystic techniques. Their fists and legs constantly collided, but it was still extremely intense. However, it was inevitable that the lanterns would be destroyed during the battle, and they all helplessly failed. After a fierce battle, there were still 8 people left standing on top of the lanterns. These 8 people were all handsome and arrogant, and their strength was also extraordinary. Junior brothers, I've been pursuing Junior Zhou for hundreds of years. Let's give this opportunity to senior brother, an older-looking man said to the others. His name was Yang Bin, and he had indeed been pursuing Zhou Zhijing for hundreds of years. They had joined the merchant union together, and they had grown up together. However, Zhou Zhijing had always been distant from him, and he had never been able to win her heart. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he let it go? Senior brother, you can't say that. I've also been secretly in love with Junior Zhou for hundreds of years. Why don't senior brother be magnanimous? I know that there are quite a few junior sisters who admire senior brother's reputation, a handsome man dressed in luxurious clothes said. This person was called Wu Junlang, and he was a famous playboy who was extremely loyal to beautiful women. However, he had this kind of appearance. After all, he looked elegant and at ease, and his strength was excellent. In the eyes of beautiful women, he was the lover of the masses. Stop talking nonsense. Junior Zhou will belong to whoever obtains the golden branch with their own strength. A person cried out in alarm. He took the lead and rushed towards the direction of the golden branch. At the same time, a claw shadow reached out to grab the golden branch. Don't even think about it, it's mine. Another person cried out in alarm. His body spun lightly and a whip kick swept towards the person's back. The rest of the people also began to attack, no longer caring about their past friendship. Chapter 1091. The strength of the inner sect disciples trained by the Merchant Union was not to be underestimated. Their punches and kicks were very strong, and each of their powerful punches and kicks carried great lethality. Their movements were like the willow wind, lightly floating on top of the lanterns without damaging them. Under the moonlight, the shadows of their fists and kicks intertwined, making them look very lively and very pleasing to the eye. On top of the flower boat screen sat an outstanding beauty. Her face was like a flower, her eyes were bright, her skin was as cold as snow, and her body was as graceful as a snake. A layer of holy light flashed around her, making her look like a fairy descending to the world. She was breathtakingly beautiful, so beautiful that the moonlight was overshadowed. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was some worry in her eyes, as if she was anxiously waiting for the result. Beside her stood an elegant scholar. He was not very tall, but had a delicate temperament. He held a white paper fan in his hand, and his appearance was very attractive. He was a rare handsome man. The handsome man lightly patted Zhou Zhijing's shoulder and smiled. Senior sister, don't worry, there will be a result soon. I'm not worried. If any senior brother really gets the golden branch, I can't wait to be happy. Zhou Zhijing said inwardly. Her autumn eyes rippled with waves, especially beautiful and moving. Haha, don't worry, now is not the time for me to act. I guarantee that you won't let these guys get the golden branch. The only one who is worthy of senior sister is me. The handsome man smiled, and then he lightly touched Zhou Zhijing's delicate face. Zhou Zhijing said angrily, You're so annoying, don't be so strange. If the young people outside knew that Zhou Zhijing had already been chosen by someone else, who knew if they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. At this time, there were only 4 people left on the ladder of the lanterns. These 4 people were Yang Bin, Wu Junlang, Chen Gukai, and Lai Fong. Now that there are only 4 of us left, why don't we discuss who will get the golden branch? Yang Bin smiled, and then he said, Junior brother Wu, I have a 30,000-year-old green pine grass here, I will give it to you when we get back. Junior brother Qian, don't you like junior sister Yu? How about I be your matchmaker? As for Junior Lai, just name your conditions. As long as I can do it, I'll naturally agree to it. Yang Bin really knew how to win people's hearts. When Wu Junlang heard about green pine grass, his eyes lit up, and when Chen Gukai heard about junior sister Yu, he was similarly moved. Only Lai Fong remained unmoved. Although he was a side-branch disciple of the Lai family, his cultivation was not weak. He was at the peak of the Holy Emperor's cultivation. As long as he could become a divine king, his branch would receive the full support of the Merchant Union. His faction did not obtain many resources, but it was definitely much more than an ordinary inner disciple. Naturally, he would not let go of his decision just because of Yang Bin's empty words. He wanted Zhou Zhijing tonight and no one could stop him. He snorted coldly and ignored Yang Bin. Like a goshawk spreading its wings, he stretched out his hand towards the golden branch. Yang Bin, Wu Junlang, and Chen Gukai were all paying attention to their opponent's movements. Once they saw Lai Fong move, they could only act quickly. Bang! Yang Bin was the first to catch up to Lai Fong and threw dozens of punches at him. Now that they were at the top of the lanterns, there were no more lanterns above them. They no longer had to worry about destroying the lanterns below, so they had less to worry about. Lai Fong was already prepared. His body somersaulted a few times in midair, dodging Yang Bin's punches. At the same time, he turned around and threw a series of fierce kicks. Punches and kicks intersected, producing a series of dull sounds. Although they were fighting fiercely, they did not dare to use any elemental power. After all, the lanterns below them could be easily destroyed. On the other side, Wu Junlang wanted to seize the golden branch, but Chen Gukai blocked in front of him. "Junior brother Wu, leave the golden branch for senior brother," Chen Gukai said faintly, continuously transforming into several doppelgangers to attack Wu Junlang. He was of the wind element and his speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Wu Junlang did not dare to be careless. His whole body glowed with green light as a defense, and at the same time he threw dozens of palms to meet Chen Gukai's clones. However, when his palms landed on Chen Gukai's clones, he found that they were only illusions. Chen Gukai's real body had already swept to the side of the golden branch. "Bastard!" Wu Junling's lungs were about to explode. He exclaimed and actually used elemental attacks without caring about anything else. Green vines filled the sky and rolled towards Chen Gukai. Wu Junling's control of the green vines was quite exquisite. He did not touch or move any lanterns. Chen Gu opened his eyes and grabbed the golden fork, but his body was bound by streaks of green light, and he was ruthlessly flung to the side. Chen Gukai was about to hit the lantern. As long as the lantern breathed, he would be out of the game. Chen Gukai was quite impressive. At this moment, his body was like a light breeze, and he pushed the lantern away but did not destroy it. Wu Junlang let out a cold laugh. His figure moved quickly and grabbed towards the golden branch. But at this moment, a knife light fell from the sky and slashed towards Wu Junlang's arm. Wu Junlang had to withdraw his arm in a hurry. Then he turned his claw into a palm and punched towards the knife light. It turned out that this knife light was formed by Chen Gukai's elemental power. It was not a real weapon. After a round of fighting, Wu Junlang was forced by Chen Gukai to touch the lantern and was very unwillingly eliminated. On the other side, Yang Bin also relied on his experience to pull Lai Fang down. For a moment, only Yang Bin and Chen Gukai were left. "Junior brother Chen, what do you think of my suggestion? As long as you give it to me, I will definitely be able to persuade junior sister Yu to become your cultivation partner. This way you and I can both have a beauty. This is a good way to have the best of both worlds." Yang Bin looked at Chen Gukai and said. Chen Gukai was tempted. If Zhou Zhijing was said to be an outstanding beauty, then junior sister Yu was a girl from a humble family. He liked her even more. If Yang Bin could really marry the two of them, then why not give this golden branch to him? Just as Chen Gukai was about to agree, a figure swept out from a corner of the flower boat. His steps were light and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. He looked very elegant and at ease. In just a few blinks of an eye, he stepped over all the lanterns and arrived at the top. He lightly waved his white paper fan and looked at Yang Bin and Chen Gukai with a smile. "Senior brothers, this golden branch is mine." His voice was clear and lacked a bit of magnetism. However, it revealed an unquestionable attitude. This person was the beautiful man who had been by Zhou Zhijing's side. "This junior brother looks unfamiliar. I wonder which elder's disciple you are." Yang Bin looked at the beautiful man and said, "Hehe, I am a disciple of Elder Ryoi. My name is Ruyu. Greetings, senior brothers." The beautiful man smiled politely. "Ah, so it is Elder Ryoi's disciple. I have been disrespectful." Yang Bin's expression was a bit complicated as he immediately said politely. Elder Ryoi's reputation in the Union was not small. However, he had never heard of him accepting a disciple. However, since he dared to say it in the hall in front of everyone, he must not be an imposter. Chen Gukai, who was at the side, thought to himself, "He looks like a woman and his name is even more like a woman. What a damned lady boy. Senior brothers, I will take this golden branch. You won't have any objections, right?" Ruyu smiled. "That won't do. I have been in love with junior sister Zhou for many years. Now that this opportunity has come, I cannot give it up no matter what." Yang Bin immediately refused. "That's good. It's better to show our true abilities," Ruyu replied. Then his aura suddenly changed. His body drew a beautiful parabola and grabbed towards the golden branch. "If you want to take the branch? Have you asked me first?" Chen Gukai snorted coldly and took the lead to chase after Ruyu. Several blades slashed towards Ruyu's back, not holding back at all. Yang Bin also let out a long roar. His fist energy was like a dragon emerging from the sea, blasting towards Ruyu. The punches were like rain, each one fierce and domineering. "This is fun. My planning was not in vain." Ruyu revealed a strange smile. Then his body split into two, and the two identical him went to meet Chen Gukai and Yang Bin. Elder Ryoi's mixed elements doppelganger. Yang Bin recognized the origin of Ru Yu's move at a glance. This was Elder Ryuai's famous move. It could cultivate a doppelganger that was almost the same as the real body. Its combat ability was not inferior to the real body, and it could last for a long time. It was different from the doppelganger techniques that ordinary people use strength and speed to forcefully create. The two Rui sneered and shouted at the same time, "Mixed elements splitting palm." The mixed elements splitting palm was the palm technique that Ryuai was famous for. Its destructive power was extremely domineering. Every punch was like a thunderbolt. Yang Bin and Chen Gukai both revealed solemn expressions. They knew how powerful this palm technique was. The Ryu before them was only a high-level holy emperor. He had not reached the peak, but the power he displayed was not inferior to the peak holy emperor's strength. The two didn't dare to fight and used their full strength to fight against the two Ryu. Bang bang. The sound of fists and palms colliding shook the air and scattered it. After a round of fighting, Yang Bin and Chen Gukai were actually pushed back by Ryu. The two of them were shocked. Although they knew the mixed element splitting palm was powerful, Ryu's strength was slightly weaker than theirs, but his combat ability was slightly stronger than theirs. Junior brother Ryu really has some skills. However, senior brother Jinji must have him tonight. Yang Bin shouted with certainty and attacked again. Yang Bin cultivated the power of the metal attribute, so his attack power was extremely terrifying. This time he used his trump card to take down Ryu. On the other side, Chen Gukai also pushed his aura to the peak. Gusts of strong wind raged around him, and some of the lanterns were shaken and scattered. "Come on, today I'll let the two senior brothers know how powerful I am," Ryu shouted excitedly. The power of his real body and doppelganger rose again, and they fought against his two senior brothers. However, at this moment, a figure quietly swept towards the golden branch. Chapter 1092. Yang Bin's fist glowed with a layer of gold, and the fist force was like a sharp awl as it bombarded towards Ryu's chest. Ryu's mixed origin splitting palm was also extremely fierce, directly slapping towards the golden fist. Yang Bin's strength was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person, and Ryu was finally forced to take a few steps back. But as Ryu retreated, her figure changed, her body like a fish, swept to Yang Bin's side and fiercely slapped at him. Yang Bin did not expect Ryu to change so quickly, and her attack power was actually several times stronger than before. Even he could not withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body was smashed onto the lanterns not far away. On the other side, Chen Gukai did not fight Ryu head-on, but relied on the advantage of his body technique, constantly launching storm-like attacks at Ryu. But Ryu's reaction was very fast. No matter how Chen Gukai attacked, she could always forcibly block his moves one step ahead, leaving Chen Gukai helpless. Chen Gukai naturally did not want to be unable to hold on for long. His figure suddenly changed, his legs closed together, and his figure suddenly rose. Multi suppression. His whole body stood above Ryu, and suddenly pressed down, forming a huge gust of wind between his feet, heavily stomping towards Ryu. Chen Gukai's move was fast and fierce, really impossible to guard against. Bang! Good move! Ryu exclaimed, raising her palm to meet it. Ryu was able to block it, but her body was forced to collide with the lanterns. A few lanterns were really destroyed by her body. "Haha, this golden branch is mine." Chen Gukai laughed proudly, and wanted to turn around and rush towards the golden branch. But who knew that a gust of wind would hit him, directly bouncing him off, and also destroying many lanterns. Chen Gukai stabilized his figure, angrily glared at Ryu and roared, "What are you doing, breaking the rules openly?" Ryu gently waved her white paper fan and smiled, "That was just a clone of mine, not me. He is out, but I am not out, this is not breaking the rules." Chen Gukai was momentarily speechless. He really wanted to say that the doppelganger was also a part of him. However, before he could say anything, he realized that a figure had already arrived at the golden branch. "Haha, looks like if I can't get it, you can't get it either." Chen Gukai laughed. Ryu's expression changed slightly. She looked to the side and saw a handsome young man in a white robe holding the golden branch and the embroidered flower in his hand. This white-robed young man's attire was almost the same as his, and he also held a fan in his hand. However, his fan was that of a beautiful woman, making him look even more elegant. His figure was tall and slender, making him look even more masculine and dignified. He had an evil smile on his face, making it easy for any woman to be enchanted and fall for him. Zhou Zhijing, who was behind the screen, was also slightly dazed by the sudden appearance of Ling Xiao. Who is he? He looks a little more handsome than the other brothers, but his strength is a little weaker. Zhou Zhijing secretly evaluated in her heart. This golden branch is not ordinary, it's actually a top-notch defensive holy artifact. Ling Xiao held the golden branch in his hand and muttered to himself. From the waves of energy emitted from the golden branch, he could feel that this golden branch was extraordinary. Who is this person? I don't think I've seen him in the alliance before. It can't be some other outsider, right? He's really bold. He's only in the middle stage, yet he dares to go up and pick up Ping Yi. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's just that this oriole is too small, I'm afraid it's useless. That's right, so what if he got the golden branch? He hasn't even delivered it to junior sister Zhou, so it doesn't count. That Ruyu will definitely snatch it. Just wait for the show. Ruyu was not in a hurry to snatch the golden branch from Ling Xiao's hand. He gently waved his white paper fan and looked at the guy who was dressed similar to him. His eyes were somewhat disappointed. He muttered, "He's only an intermediate holy emperor, yet he dares to come up. Although he has some courage, his strength is a little too low. Hey little lady, if you don't come and snatch the golden branch, I'll take it away," Ling Xiao said to Ruyu. He actually called Ruyu little lady. Obviously he recognized Ruyu's identity. It turned out that she was a female. Ling Xiao had a lot of women and he had interacted with even more. Even though Ruyu dressed like a woman, some of her small actions still betrayed her identity. Most importantly, she did not have a man's Adam's apple, which was the biggest flaw. Ling Xiao was observant, so he could immediately determine her identity. Ruyu's face finally showed some emotion. She had originally thought that not many people would be able to recognize her as a woman after putting on some makeup. Moreover, it was now night time, so it was even more difficult to distinguish. But now, she had been recognized by the person in front of her. A thought flashed through her mind: I have to take him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I get exposed, I will harm senior sister. Thinking of this, Ruyu's figure began to move. Her movement technique was elegant, like a swimming fish, or like a flying spirit bird, with an indescribable feeling. At this moment she was truly going all out. Ling Xiao's pupils shrank. He could actually feel that this woman's movement technique had also reached the state of perfection. That feeling was truly wonderful. While Ling Xiao was slightly dazed, Ruyu had already arrived in front of him. Her primeval chaos cleave palm was unceremoniously slapping towards Ling Xiao's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ling Xiao's figure was sent flying. Seeing that Ling Xiao's body was about to hit the lantern, Ling Xiao's figure instantly spun. His whole body brushed past the lantern and did not destroy it. Ruyu did not expect that Ling Xiao could still observe his surroundings when he lost his balance. Moreover, the strength of her palm just now was not small. Even a high-level holy emperor would not be able to withstand it, but he actually resolved it just like that. You have some skill, but you are still too weak, Ruyu said disdainfully, and her movement technique changed again. Ruyu's figure appeared in several directions, but they were only afterimages. Her real body once again appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Her palms slapped out with a momentum that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. She wanted to seriously injure Ling Xiao first. However, at this time Ling Xiao's momentum changed dramatically. His speed also became faster, causing Ruyu's attack to hit empty air. Ruyu was surprised. She found that she had still underestimated Ling Xiao. Immediately, her interest was aroused. She sped up and chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not counterattack and let Ruyu chase him. He just blindly dodged, causing Ruyu to always return empty-handed. However, he was almost hit. Fortunately, he had the wind attribute and dodged with all his strength. He was still barely able to dodge. If Ruyu had the wind attribute and also had the concept of movement technique, then Ling Xiao would not have been able to escape. However, there was a reason why Ling Xiao only dodged and did not counterattack. Ruyu had also noticed Ling Xiao's behavior. He had been observing her body all this time. She thought to herself, is this guy a pervert? He's actually looking at me like that. Her face gradually turned red and she felt both anxious and shy. I'll kill you, you lecherous wastrel. The more Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao's evil smile, the more she felt that she had nowhere to use her strength. She immediately clenched her teeth and lightly shouted. Her strength was pushed to the peak. Her momentum was firmly locked on Ling Xiao. Countless palm shadows shrouded Ling Xiao. A series of cracking sounds rang out incessantly. This was the highest realm of the mixed element splitting palm. It allowed the palm energy to have an extremely great destructive power. This time Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide. He could only brace himself and counterattack. He did not use the 9 sun burning heaven fist. Instead he used the cloud-expelling palm. The palms collided, creating a lot of strong wind. In order to avoid the lanterns from being broken, the two of them fought while going up into the sky. This made the people below raise their heads to look up. The two of them fought extremely fast. Their attacks were extremely powerful. Those with lower strength could not even catch a glimpse of the two of them, let alone see their moves. The more Ruyu fought, the more shocked she became. Her opponent was clearly only a middle-stage Holy Emperor, but his strength was not inferior to hers. He had already surpassed a normal peak-stage Holy Emperor's battle strength. Ling Xiao was also astonished. A normal peak-stage Holy Emperor was not his opponent. However, this woman in front of him had not reached the peak stage, but she was able to make him feel pressure. Unless he raised his strength to the maximum or used his soul, it would be difficult for him to win. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to care so much. He would fight to his heart's content first. He first used the cloud-splitting palm, then changed it to the Sky Frost Fist. Following that, he even used his leg technique. The variety of attacks made people unable to react in time. Ling Xiao originally wanted to use a move to drag Ruyu down. However, he realized that his opponent also knew a lot of profound skills. Just like him, fists, palms, and legs could all be used as the strongest attacks. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched, and for the time being they did not show any signs of losing. If this continued, it was likely that they would fight for 3 days and 3 nights without a victor being decided. These two are evenly matched. I never thought that the middle-stage Holy Emperor would have this kind of strength. I wonder which elder taught him. Could it be an existence that has already entered the ranks of true disciples? I don't know about that, but most of the people on this ship are members of the Alliance. It could also be a disciple that joined midway. It seems that his moves are not from the Alliance. What a monster. Originally, Ruyu was already considered very strong when she defeated Yang Bin and Chen Gukai, but this middle-stage Holy Emperor can fight Ruyu to a standstill. How are we going to live? That's right. It looks like we have to diligently cultivate when we get back. Otherwise, we'll always fall behind and be eliminated sooner or later. Ruyu's fighting spirit was ignited. She had disguised herself as a man in order to spar with the people present for fun. She hoped to have a good fight and verify just how strong her newly advanced strength was. However, she was unable to suppress the middle-stage Holy Emperor, which made her feel very angry. Although she could not use all of her attributes to fight, which reduced her battle strength, the same could not be said for her opponent. I want to decide victory or defeat with one move. Ruyu did not want to continue fighting, so she immediately shouted and used her final killing move. Chapter 1093. That's fine too. Let's decide the victor in one move. Ling Xiao revealed a wretched smile that hadn't been seen in a long time. Now that the two of them were far away from the lanterns, they weren't afraid that the power would destroy them. Ruyu's power continued to soar and her aura changed. Balls of fiery energy began to revolve around her, making her look incomparably fierce. She quickly formed all kinds of complicated hand seals and gathered her power. A majestic aura soared into the sky. Ling Xiao could sense that his opponent was getting serious. He discovered that Ruyu seemed to be hiding a terrifying power that made him feel a little apprehensive. I can't. She's attacking first, so this consort has to use my trump card first and take her down in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao thought to herself. She didn't deliberately gather her strength, but her figure began to move. His wind attribute movement technique actually contained an indescribable concept. His speed was even faster than when he was using his full strength. Ling Xiao's comprehension was astonishing. Just from the movement technique that Ruyu had just used and the concept of his fist intent, his movement technique had also stepped into the threshold of concept. Although he had only touched the surface, he could already see how extraordinary it was. He shot toward Ruyu like a shooting star. By the time Ruyu noticed Ling Xiao had already closed in on her. If Ling Xiao had only closed in on her, she wouldn't have been afraid. She could rely on her movement technique to dodge. However, the move that Ling Xiao used had shaken her body and mind, and all the power that she had gathered was dispersed. Look at this one's divine claws. Ling Xiao roared. His palms turned into claws and actually clawed at Ruyu's chest. Wasn't this the invincible claw technique, the breast-grabbing dragon claw? Good heavens, Ling Xiao had actually used such an invincible move. No wonder Ruyu's blood was boiling and she was at a loss of what to do. Ling Xiao's claws were about to reach Ruyu's chest, but Ruyu didn't dodge. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Ruyu would reveal such an opening. He thought that she would dodge it. As a result, his palms landed on her jade-like breasts as expected. Ling Xiao even pinched it lightly. The soft elasticity made him feel indescribably wonderful. Although she looked like a beautiful woman disguised as a man, her breasts were still real and full of material, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to free himself. "I'll kill you." Ruyu's eyes were filled with shame and indignation. She cried out in alarm. She didn't care about the rules anymore. She used all of her power to hit Ling Xiao's armpits, and sent Ling Xiao flying away. However, Ruyu refused to give up. She raised her speed to the extreme and her power to the peak. Waves of power that could topple mountains and overturn seas pressed down on Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a large amount of spatial energy came crashing down from above the flower boat. Everyone on the ship realized that the people above were fighting for real. They hurriedly put up their defenses to prevent themselves from being caught in the crossfire. Boom boom boom. The terrible power caused great damage in the night sky, and all the flower lanterns were destroyed. It was also because of this that the guards in Raging Flame City became nervous. No private fights were allowed in Raging Flame City, unless there was a special competition. Tonight's competition was only a joust to find a spouse. It was organized by the Union and wouldn't cause a large-scale battle. But with such a commotion they were probably fighting for real. "Pervert, don't go." Ruyu was like an angry lioness as she roared at a figure fleeing into the distance. Just as she was about to give chase with all her strength, her figure paused. With a wah sound she spat out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body swayed in midair. A beautiful figure rushed out from the flower boat and hugged her waist. "Junior sister, are you okay?" Ruyu's blood was already rushing to her heart. Her face was pale as she said, "Catch that pervert for me." After saying that, she fainted. Zhou Zhijing's expression changed drastically. She knew the true identity of her junior sister. If anything happened to her, she couldn't bear the responsibility. She looked in the direction of Ling Xiao and knew that she couldn't catch up. She could only feed Zhou Zhijing elixirs and return to the flower boat first. They would wait for her to wake up. This sudden change made the inner sect disciples of the Merchant Union somewhat at a loss. They knew that the ending tonight was too unexpected. Zhou Zhijing said faintly, "There was an accident tonight, but the winner is this senior brother Ruyu. Zhijing thanks everyone for your support. I will play a song to apologize to everyone in the future." The others felt bored and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. They all left in disappointment. Ling Xiao was injured and escaped far away. He never thought that his invincible breast-grabbing dragon claw would not be a crushing defeat. He had no choice but to accept this fact and escape as fast as he could. However, the power that Ruyu unleashed when she was furious was too strong. Even Ling Xiao couldn't handle it. Although she was still a distance away from the demigod king, Ling Xiao was sure that if she really went all out, she could probably even challenge the demigod king. He didn't understand where this woman came from. She was actually so young and already so valiant. Ling Xiao learned an observation technique in the heaven domain. He could already tell that the woman was only close to 100 years old. This was definitely the most outstanding demon that Ling Xiao had seen in the heaven domain. Ling Xiao kept recovering from his injuries and escaped as fast as he could. He left those pursuing Holy Emperor at the back of his head. What mission did the deputy head assign? "Damn it, I don't even know if it's considered completed now," Ling Xiao complained. He slowed down near the city gate and prepared to leave the city. However, at this moment his entire body suddenly froze. An unprecedented chill swept through his body. A drop of cold sweat quietly flowed down from his forehead. God King. That was the only word in Ling Xiao's mind. He was already locked on by the other party's divine telekinesis. If he made any strange movements, he would definitely die without a burial place. Ling Xiao didn't even dare to use his divine soul. Otherwise, if his divine soul was destroyed, he would really be deader than dead. He only felt like he was being pulled by an invisible hand. His body uncontrollably retreated at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to use all his strength to break free, but he couldn't move at all. Just when he was about to shout that he was a guest deacon, the pressure on his body lightened and he regained his freedom. He didn't understand why such a change would occur. Before he could escape, a voice rang out behind him. "Who dares to stop this elder from doing his job?" Ling Xiao turned around and saw an old man floating lightly in midair. It was as if he was separated into the night, making it difficult for people to easily detect his existence. His divine eyes emitted a cold light. His aura was still locked onto Ling Xiao, but it didn't exert any pressure on him. When Ling Xiao met this old man's gaze, he immediately felt like he was being burned. This was because the other party's aura was too powerful. It was not something he could withstand at all. Right at this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the other side. Elder Ryoi, long time no see. The person greeted indifferently. She was polite without much enthusiasm. Instead, she spoke with a tone like she was talking to a servant. This person was the deputy head of the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Rui. She was the one who had helped Ling Xiao out of his predicament. When the old man saw Lai Rui, his expression changed slightly. He immediately bowed to Lai Rui and said, "Ah, so it's you, deputy head." Ryoi has been impolite. Lai Rui waved his hand and said, "Yes, you may leave. This is our alliance's newly promoted guest deacon. There are many things he doesn't understand. Allow me to explain them to him." Ryoi was a little troubled. "But, Ryu Shi, I will explain it to her personally," Lai Rui said again. Ryoi didn't dare to refute. He only looked deeply at Ling Xiao before disappearing into the night without a sound. "Thank you, deputy head, for saving my life." Ling Xiao bowed slightly to Lai Rui. You've completed the mission, but it's not perfect enough. I will assign you another mission in a few days. I hope you won't let me down." Lai Rui looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. Then, without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, she disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was extremely depressed. What kind of mission was this? He didn't even know the essence of the mission. If he was assigned such a boring mission, he would never accept it again. But that girl should be pretty good. Her figure is great too. Ling Xiao smiled faintly at Ryu. Then he turned around and left the city to return to his manor. After returning to his manor, Ling Xiao didn't go to Blazing Flame City again. Instead, he cultivated in peace. His unique spirit-gathering divine art had reached perfection, and his ancient emperor divine art had also reached great success. His refined consciousness had reached perfection, and he only lacked the refined spirit realm. The refined spirit realm required the formation of a divine bridge between the spirit and the Dantian, allowing the power between the spirit and the Dantian to circulate and absorb divine power continuously. The day Ling Xiao became a god was the day he became a god. Currently, Ling Xiao was only an intermediate holy emperor. It was almost impossible for him to cultivate a divine bridge. He had to reach the peak of the holy emperor as soon as possible. It was just that Ling Xiao knew nothing about the divine bridge. However, he could reach it by cultivating the ancient emperor's divine technique. If there was a divine king who communicated with him beforehand and taught him about the divine bridge, he would be able to avoid many detours and form the divine bridge as soon as possible to become a divine king. As for the Nine Suns Heaven Burning art, he was still lacking a type of heavenly fire. As long as he could fuse another type of heavenly fire into his ninth holy vein, he would be able to completely unleash the power of the Nine Suns Heaven Burning Fist. These three divine arts were Ling Xiao's most important divine arts, while the soul-controlling art seemed a little useless. Without obtaining the last scroll, he couldn't cultivate it to great success and could only stop at the realm of soul control. It could still control the spirit of anyone below the Holy Emperor, but it was absolutely useless to any divine king. He didn't know where the third scroll was, so Ling Xiao didn't dare to hope that he would have the chance to obtain it. Chapter 1094. The days passed by peacefully. Ling Xiao and the rest stayed in Scorching Fire City for half a year. Apart from quietly accumulating energy, Ling Xiao practiced the essence of his movement technique. The rest of his time was spent refining some divine elixirs for the Merchant Alliance. Ling Xiao had already grasped the fist intent. He had also dabbled in other palm techniques and leg techniques. They had all reached the beginner stage of the essence, which multiplied their power. However, what Ling Xiao cared about the most at the moment was the essence of his movement technique. To Ling Xiao, the most powerful way to save his life was not the most powerful attack, but the fastest speed. Speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in the world of martial arts. Only the fastest speed could defeat and kill the enemy. At the same time, it was also the safest way to escape. Even if he encountered someone of a higher level than him, he would have more protection if he had the speed to save his life. Ever since Ling Xiao observed Ru Yu's essence of movement technique that night, he began to comprehend it himself. For half a year he practiced non-stop. Finally, his movement technique was not lower than his fist intent. His speed had more than doubled within half a year. Even if the Holy Emperor at his peak wanted to catch up to him, he would be left in the dust. He was walking on the grass not far away from the courtyard. His figure left a series of afterimages on the grass, making it impossible for anyone to catch up to him. Sometimes, his body would soar 10,000 meters above the sky like a swallow. Then his body would flash continuously in the air. Every time he flashed, he would appear in another place. After flashing more than 10 times, he was already far away from the courtyard. Not long after he returned to the sky above the manor. He landed lightly with some inexplicable power. Everything around him was not affected in the slightest. In other words, he achieved the realm of flying and landing soundlessly. With his current speed, although he was not as fast as the demigod king, he should be close. If he were to give it his all, he might be able to compete with the demigod king. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with his current state. Although he had not reached the level of a high-level holy emperor, he had obtained the essence of his movement technique. He was no happier than if he had advanced a level. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the courtyard, Tai Ren immediately welcomed him and said, "Guest elder, you are back. There is news of one of the two people you were looking for." "Really?" Ling Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "It's true, this news came from River Green City, but..." Tai Ren replied, but when he was about to say something, his expression became somewhat unnatural. "But what? Hurry up and tell me," Ling Xiao exclaimed. "However, guest elder, the person you are looking for doesn't seem to be called Sha Yen, but Mad Monk," Tai Ren said nervously. "Mad Monk?" Ling Xiao frowned and muttered to himself. He then asked, "Then tell me what's going on with this Mad Monk. Could it be that he went to the Heaven Realm to change his name?" The Mad Monk's appearance is 70 to 80% similar to the portrait given by the guest elder. Moreover, when he came to the Heaven region, it was around the same time as what the guest elder said. He also came from the place of exile. Now he has already entered the top 100 of the god slaughtering list. He is a god of slaughter that the Snake Loyalty sect has put out. Not long ago he appeared near the Green River City. He killed 2 divine king elders of the Snake Loyalty sect and fled. This is the news from the outer sect manager of the Green River City. Ling Xiao was puzzled. What is this god slaughtering list? Ling Xiao knew about the god slaughtering list, but this god slaughtering list was something he had never heard of before. The god slaughtering list refers to those divine kings who offended the big powers and are wanted. Because the big powers can't do anything to them, as their fame grows, they can squeeze into the god slaughtering list. And those who can enter the top 100 of the god slaughtering list are all famous gods of slaughter, and their hands are stained with more gods' blood. Now Mad Monk is ranked 78th, Tai Ren explained, then he handed a scroll to Ling Xiao and said, "This records the latest rankings of the Sinjin of Goguryeo and the god slaughtering list. Guest elder can take a look, this is issued by my union." "Alright, I'll take a look first," Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, "Is there any news of the other person?" Tai Ren shook his head. "There is no news for the time being. It is possible that his location is special, or he is not in the Sky Dragon region." Tai Ren originally wanted to say that that person might have fallen, but he knew that some words could not be said carelessly, it would only make people hate him. "Alright, you can leave first," Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Then he hurriedly went to find Yuro Fei. When Yuro Fei was in the Heaven Cushion stronghold, she had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm because of the residual energy that Ling Xiao had shared with her. Now that she had come to the Heaven realm, in this place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was especially rich, and with the help of various high-grade spirit herbs, she had successfully broken through to the high-grade Holy Emperor realm not long ago. Shatian Tenbin was not inferior to Yuro Fei at all. Although he was a dual cultivator, he had his own unique cultivation technique. In the past, he was able to compete with the evil emperor. Although he lost to the evil emperor, and now he was controlled by Ling Xiao with a high-grade spirit curse, it did not affect his cultivation speed at all. In the Heaven realm, the conditions were many times better than in the Central region. He was only a month later than Yuro Fei, but he had also broken through to the high-grade Holy Emperor realm. As for Feng Qingyuan, she had also gained some benefits. Back in the Heaven realm stronghold, she had received Yin Shue's help, and with the help of the Wind Stone, she had gathered pure wind attribute energy. Ling Xiao had specially given her many wind attribute high-grade spirit herbs. She had already reached the peak of the Saint realm. She believed that it would not be long before she reached the Holy Emperor realm. As for Xian Yao, he was temporarily still a mid-grade saint. Tenbin himself was not weak, but he had spent most of his time in the Central region helping Ling Xiao take care of the proud smiling palace. Many of his breakthroughs were thanks to Ling Xiao's pills. In the past half a year, he had deliberately stabilized his cultivation and reorganized his previous foundation. He was not in a hurry to increase his strength. At this time, Yuro Fei was consolidating her new strength. When she suddenly saw Ling Xiao arrive, she was naturally overjoyed. She was still as charming as ever, and her temperament had increased by a level. Her mature charm made Ling Xiao extremely intoxicated. Amongst all of his women, only Euro Fei's body was filled with charm and temptation, causing people to feel a kind of primitive impulse and desire just by looking at her. This was a different kind of charm from Yu Lai Yin and Wu Meinyang's natural charm. Ro Fei just received news that there might be your foster father's whereabouts. Ling Xiao said as he hugged Euro Fei and kissed her tender face. Euro Fei revealed an excited expression and said, "Really? Where is he? Let's go find him quickly." Ling Xiao said, "Don't be anxious, let me explain the situation, I still don't know if it's him or not." Thus, Ling Xiao told Euro Fei about the news that Tai Ren had received. Afterwards, he found the ranking of the god slaughtering list on the scroll, which recorded the deeds of the Mad Monk's god slaughtering list. He was only a Saint King when he arrived in the heaven region, but he possessed strength that no one at the same level of cultivation could match up to. First, he slaughtered a city lord and took the sealing water, before devoting himself to cultivation for a period of time. He appeared in a certain mountain range and annihilated a group of mercenaries that wanted to steal the holy grass he had obtained. In that battle, there were dozens of holy emperors, including several high-level holy emperors and 3 peak holy emperors, but they were all killed by him alone. It was said that he cultivated the ancient formless divine arts, formless finger of disaster, iron godhead technique. Later, no one knew how he became the god king, but he began to challenge the god kings everywhere. He challenged a total of 67 god kings and he was undefeated. The worst battle was a year ago when he challenged the god king elder of the snake righteous sect and killed him. Although he won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. His divine body was seriously injured, and he was chased by the snake righteous sect. However, the blazing flame merchants had a lot of connections, and they had seen the mad monk appear near Qing River City. This was why Tai Ren reported the news to Ling Xiao. Euro Fei looked at the description on the scroll excitedly. Yes, it must be foster father, it must be foster father. He cultivated the formless divine arts and the formless finger of disaster. Xiao, let's hurry to Qing River City to find foster father. At the same time, she couldn't wait to pull Ling Xiao out. However, Ling Xiao pulled Euro Fei back and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Even if we want to go, we have to talk to Mistress and the divine fraud before we make any plans." Euro Fei revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "I was too impatient." "Then hurry up and tell them." Ling Xiao found a few people and told them about the whereabouts of Euro Fei's foster father. Feng Qingyuan said to Euro Fei with some envy, "Ro Fei, this is great. You will meet your foster father soon." Euro Fei nodded happily and said, "Thank you, mistress. You will meet master soon." Feng Qingyuan was also looking forward to it. Since the blazing flame merchants were able to find Euro Fei's foster father, they should be able to find the whereabouts of the evil emperor soon. This time just Euro Fei and I will go. Mistress, you and the divine fraud will continue to cultivate here. Sha Tian will be in charge of your safety. Ling Xiao said. "How can this be? Sha Tian is very strong, let him follow you. We are very safe here, I believe no one will come to cause trouble for us." Feng Qingyuan immediately refused. Xin Yao also said, "That's right, mistress. Let Sha Tian go with us. After all, we still have old Yi by our side." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to bring Sha Tian along in case of emergencies. However, before he left, Ling Xiao still went to the city to inform Lai Rui, saying that he didn't know when to advance or retreat. Upon hearing that Ling Xiao was going to clear River City, Lai Rui revealed a surprised expression. "Are you sure you're going to clear River City?" "Yes, Vice Master," Ling Xiao replied. Lai Rui hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, I have some things for you. When the time comes, you can send them to the elders on our side. That place has our property, but that place is the most chaotic. Don't cause any trouble, otherwise with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to get away with it." Ling Xiao nodded and received the spatial ring from Lai Rui. When Ling Xiao went out, he heard Lai Rui's words, "Remember to come back early." Chapter 1095. Just as Ling Xiao left the spatial formation and went to another city, a group of experts appeared at the spatial formation of Raging Flame City. This group of people were all riding flood dragon holy beasts and wearing shining armor. Their eyes were bright and their expressions were proud. They were like a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, giving off an incomparably mighty and shocking feeling. As soon as this group of 100 flood dragon riders appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Their expressions were all incomparably cold, causing the nearby people to stay far away, as if they were afraid of provoking them. Their eyes were filled with reverence. They all knew that other than the people of Dragon Gate, no one else would dare to be so arrogant as to ride a stage 9 flood dragon holy beast. These 100 riders were the most famous dragon team of Dragon Gate, and they had an illustrious reputation in the heaven domain. They held long spears in their hands and their auras soared into the sky. Waves of killing intent soared into the sky, causing people to tremble in fear. The leader was a resolute and handsome middle-aged man riding on the head of a golden flood dragon. He wore a set of golden armor and had his hands crossed over his chest. His expression was solemn, and his eyes revealed waves of divine light. He faintly said to the old man beside him, "Brother Lai, please quickly lead the way. You've already delayed it for a few months to send me news. If we miss that little guy, those old fellows in the clan won't be happy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made me rush to send 100 elite cavalry to pick him up." The old man wearing the Lai family's clothes revealed a somewhat respectful expression. "Brother Ling is right. However, since you've come to our place, let us do our duty as a host. I will immediately order people to bring the young master of the noble clan over." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Then let's go." With that, the 100 Flood Dragon elite riders soared into the sky and headed towards the blazing flame merchant space base. 100 elite Flood Dragon cavalry shook the heavens and the earth, but no one dared to say a word of complaint. That's Dragon Gate's dragon team, right? It's my first time seeing one, it's really hard to breathe. Isn't that obvious? Those who can join the dragon team are all god kings. Even demigod kings aren't qualified. I just don't know what kind of agreement Dragon Gate made with the Merchant Union to let them come here. You should know that the dragon team isn't easily dispatched. Something big must have happened. Perhaps our Merchant Union has discovered some sort of spatial crack or divine item that we can't take out, so we're preparing to join forces with them. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. It's just that this time the dragon team from Dragon Gate has come personally. This is quite thought-provoking. No matter what, it's beneficial for the Merchant Union to be on good terms with Dragon Gate. In the training base of the Blazing Flame Merchants, the Merchant Union's great elder Lai Mo personally received the leader of Dragon Gate. "Greetings, Brother Ling Fei." Lai Mo, who had always been cold and indifferent within the Blazing Flame Merchants, actually revealed a rare smile as he cupped his hands towards the leader of Dragon Team. Although Ling Fei's expression was arrogant, he still replied politely, "Brother Lai Mo, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But this time Ling Fei isn't here to reminisce with you. I want to see this kid immediately." After saying that, he placed the recording crystal bead in front of Lai Mo. Lai Mo glanced at the recording crystal bead and immediately smiled. "Brother Ling Fei, don't be anxious. My alliance leader has already given orders, I'll send someone to bring him over." In less than an hour, Lai Rui hurried into the main hall. Lai Mo immediately smiled. "Rui, quickly come and meet this senior Ling Fei." Lai Rui knew of Ling Fei's reputation and immediately bowed. "Junior Lai Rui greets Senior Ling Fei." "That's hard, why don't I see that kid?" Ling Fei replied with some displeasure. Lai Mo also asked Lai Rui, "That's right, where's that little brother Rui?" Lai Rui replied with a bitter smile, "Lord Ling Fei didn't come in time. Ling Xiao just left Blazing Flame City a few days ago." Ling Fei suddenly jumped up from his chair and shouted, "What? He left Blazing Flame City? Damn it, why didn't you guys make him stay?" Ling Fei was furious. First, it was the elders of the Blazing Flame Merchants who delayed them and took a long time to hand over the recording crystal bead to them. They didn't blame them because they were the ones who discovered it after all. At that time, they immediately came to welcome them, but now that they had left, how could they not be angry? It had to be known that although the Kim people were powerful, they had the least connections among the ancient clans. Now that they had met a junior from their own clan who had already activated the power of his bloodline to a perfect state, of course they had to do their best to bring him back into the clan. The elders of the clan had also given him an order to bring him back safely. Now that he was no longer in Blazing Flame City, Ling Fei was naturally very unhappy. Seeing that Ling Fei was angry, Lai Mo immediately persuaded, "Brother Ling Fei, don't be anxious, let me ask him." He then asked Lai Rui, "What's going on? Didn't you send someone to watch over him? Why did you let him leave?" Lai Rui bowed and said, "We already sent out the information half a year ago, but no one came to pick him up. We thought that our information was wrong, but we didn't neglect him. It's just that he was always looking for someone, and now that he has news of that person he hurriedly went to look for that person. I couldn't stop him either. I'm asking you, where did he go? Ling Fei didn't want to listen to her explanation and asked directly. He went to Clear River City. Lai Rui replied. She paused for a moment and said, but I think he will come back. His servants are still with me. Before she could finish speaking, Ling Fei had already rushed out of the hall, and then his voice sounded, you better pray that I can find him in Clear River City. At that time there will be many benefits for you. Otherwise, if those old fellows in my clan are angry, you won't have a good time. When Ling Fei and the others left the Blazing Flame Merchant's base, Liamo couldn't wait to ask, Rui, what's going on? How can you let him leave? If we can't find him, then our losses will be great. Lai Rui smiled and said, it's good to leave. At least it can prove that Kim people care about Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao returns to Kim people, then our gains will be even greater. Liamo knew that Lai Rui was cautious and meticulous, so he didn't continue asking. He could only hope that Kim people could really find Ling Xiao. Although Clear River City was slightly inferior to Raging Flame City, it was much more lively than Raging Flame City. It had to be known that there were two dangerous places near Clear River City. One was the Heavenly Dragon region's most famous sky-reaching river, and the other was the Chaotic Mountain Range. The sky-reaching river's waters surged and roared as they rushed into the sky. The momentum of the water and the waves seemed to rush down from the 9 heavens, giving off a vast and shocking feeling. There were all kinds of high-grade spiritual herbs and even holy beasts in the river. There were even true divine beasts above level 10, as well as all kinds of miraculous treasures. Many martial artists had fished up quite a few good treasures here, but there were also many people who were swept away by the waves or turned into food for spiritual beasts. Even though the sky-reaching river had the power to swallow mountains and rivers, there were still great powers entrenched on the river. The Whale Gang was the overlord of the sky-reaching river. They were proficient in the water attribute and they were like fish in water here. With the protection of the river whale, they could live off the mountains and the rivers, and they were doing quite well. Clear River City was under the Whale Gang's jurisdiction. However, the Whale Gang was originally a bandit, so they weren't very good at management. They just casually left it to others to manage. As a result, even though the city was bustling with activity, there were often cases of Do-O killings. As long as the Do-O killers didn't destroy any of the city's facilities, they would be fine as long as they paid sufficient compensation. Otherwise, the Whale Gang would kill them. The Chaotic Mountain Range was a continuous stretch of mountain ridges. The resources here were naturally quite abundant. However, there were also many roving bandits living here, as well as all kinds of mercenaries who sought a living here. For the sake of these resources, the Chaotic Mountain Range never stopped. That was why it was known as the Chaotic Mountain Range. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach it carelessly. Otherwise, they might not end up as food for spiritual beasts, but as souls under the blades of the roving bandits. Within a branch of the Blazing Flame Merchants in Clear River City, Lai Wudi sat at the head of the table. He looked down at the dozen or so people present and said coldly, "It's been half a year. It's been half a year. Are we still unable to find those roving bandits?" Not a single person dared to make a sound. Their faces were filled with guilt. However, one of the elders bowed and said, "Alliance Head, the leader of the bloodthirsty roving bandits, is famous for his ruthlessness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it into the top 20 of the god-slaughtering list. Since he dared to rob our merchant union, he must have already made preparations. Moreover, the Chaotic Mountain Range is their territory. Unless we go in and search, we won't be able to find them." Bloodthirsty, the leader of the bloodthirsty roving bandits, is a traitor of the Godly Axe Gang. However, we spent a lot of heavy crystals to buy this batch of goods from the Godly Axe Gang. Not many people know about it. However, Elder Dong Qing's group was ambushed before they could enter the city. Could it be that some traitor of the Godly Axe Gang has contacted Bloodthirsty? Another middle-aged man suggested. In the end, there's nothing we can do. Do you really want me to go to the Chaotic Mountain Range myself? Lai Wudi frowned. No, you can't. The bloodthirsty roving bandits have been hiding in the Chaotic Mountain Range for many years. They have recruited many god-slaughtering bandits to join them. Although Alliance Head has peerless power, you can't take the risk. The others also objected to Lai Wudi taking the risk. It should be known that Bloodthirsty was not only the god-slaughtering king, but also a top expert in the top 500 of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. His strength wasn't far from Lai Wudi's. Moreover, that place was their territory. Going in there would be a lot of danger. Are we just going to let it go like this? That's 50 divine weapons and 500 sacred weapons. Lai Wudi shouted unwillingly. Although the Blazing Flame Merchants were the wealthiest force in the Sky Dragon territory, This loss was still quite painful for them. "Father, I have something to say to you." At this time, a beautiful woman sitting in an inconspicuous corner stood up and said. Lai Wudi glanced at his daughter and said, "Little girl, go away. Don't cause trouble for father." Chapter 1096. From Raging Flame City, Ling Xiao and Euro Fei did not stop at all. They went through the spatial formations between the major cities and rushed to Clear River City as fast as they could. After arriving at Clear River City, Ling Xiao immediately went to the business contact point in Clear River City. Ling Xiao showed his guest deacon token and someone immediately came to receive him. The external steward here was called Duan Liang and he was also a demigod king. After the two of them greeted each other, Ling Xiao handed over the spatial ring that Lai Rui had given him to Duan Liang. He then immediately asked, "Steward Duan, I heard that the person I'm looking for has been found in Clear River City. Do you know where he is now?" Mad Monk did appear in Clear River City, but he has now been forced into the Chaotic Ridge by the Snake Loyalty sect, said Duan Liang. The Chaotic Ridge, the chaotic place where the roving bandits roam? Ling Xiao frowned. That's right, it's very chaotic there. Some of the roving bandits have already taken over the place. I think it's very likely that Mad Monk has gone to seek refuge with the roving bandits, replied Duan Liang. Thank you very much, Steward Duan. But can you tell me about the strength of the Snake Loyalty sect? Ling Xiao thanked him and asked. Although the Snake Loyalty sect is not as powerful as our merchant union, they are still a dominant force in the coiling snake boundary. Mad Monk was chased after by the Snake Loyalty sect because he killed the 18th Silver Snake and the 16th Silver Snake, Duan Liang explained briefly. 18 silver snakes? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. 8 golden snakes, 18 silver snakes and 36 copper snakes are the strongest existences in the righteous snake gate. Silver snakes are already god kings, and all of them are experts who can fight on their own. Their hands are stained with the lives of at least 80 god kings if not 100. For Mad Monk to be able to kill one of the silver snakes, his courage is indeed not small. It's no wonder that the righteous snake gate would pay a high price for his life. I didn't know Ro Fei's adoptive father was so strong. He's one of the top figures in the Qingyun realm. I wonder when I'll be able to stand on my own. Ling Xiao thought. He then turned to Duan Liang and said, "Thank you, Steward Duan. Ling Xiao will not disturb you any further." Ling Xiao wanted to immediately go out to look for her, but just as he turned around, a fragrant scent assailed his nostrils. When Ling Xiao saw who it was, his expression couldn't help but stiffen. In his heart he thought, what a beautiful woman. He saw a woman dressed in red satin angrily walk down the stairs. She was like a beautiful flower that was in full bloom, and her entire body exuded a passionate and fiery charm. Her facial features were like exquisite carvings. Every part of her face was in perfect harmony. It was truly a masterpiece of a god. Ling Xiao had seen all kinds of beauties, but the only one who could match up to this woman in terms of appearance was Yun Mingqi. It was no wonder that he was stunned for a moment. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? The red-clothed woman glared at Ling Xiao and angrily said. But just as she was about to go down the stairs, she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes emitted an oppressive light as she said, "It's you, you perverted thief." Ling Xiao quivered and replied, "Miss, don't speak nonsense. If I became a perverted thief just by looking at you, then all men under the heavens are perverted thieves. Even if you turn into ashes, I will still recognize you. Hand over your life." The red-clothed woman's voice changed from the crisp and clear voice of an oriole to a man's voice. At the same time, she actually didn't care that this was the Merchant Union's branch and sent a palm strike towards Ling Xiao. This palm strike was filled with anger. Whether it was speed or strength, it was quite frightening. "So it's you?" When Ling Xiao heard this voice, a silhouette immediately flashed across his mind. He cried out in alarm but could only temporarily avoid the attack. Relying on his movement technique, he dodged the red-clothed woman's palm strike. The power of the palm strike flew towards the walls of the pavilion. At this moment, the space in the area suddenly distorted. Immediately after, the power of the red-clothed woman's palm strike was immediately erased. She and Ling Xiao were also frozen in place. What's going on?" A dignified voice came down from upstairs. Immediately after, a group of divine king-rank elders from the Blazing Flame merchants walked down from upstairs. Duan Liang hurriedly bowed to the youngest man in the lead and said, "Greetings, Alliance Leader and Elders." Alliance Leader? Could he be? Ling Xiao never imagined that he would meet one of the top elders in the Sky Dragon domain, Lai Wudi, in Clear River City. He had seen the ranking of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Lai Wudi was ranked 15th. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. No wonder he almost lost control of his mind with just a glance. He had the urge to submit to him. "Father, let me go. I want to kill this perverted thief," Lai Ryu shouted. When Lai Wudi heard this, he was instantly enraged. He glared at Ling Xiao and an unprecedented pressure rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was sent flying like a zither. He slammed into the wall of the pavilion, and the wall made of rare stone immediately caved in. Dense spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared. If he had used a little more force, the wall would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao spat out golden blood. It was a ghastly sight. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. His muscles were crushed and he couldn't use any strength. Only the undying tree was providing him with a bit of energy to maintain his life. Ling Xiao didn't want to live anymore. In front of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, the Sinjin Kingdom could kill him with a single thought. He felt very wronged. He had taken advantage of that woman, but he had only done so because he had accepted the Vice Dojo Master's mission. Who would have thought that the woman disguised as a man was the Alliance leader's beloved daughter? Lai Wudi couldn't be blamed for being so overbearing. As one of the top existences in the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, his strength had long reached the peak. However, even though he was strong, he treated his family extremely well. He was famous for being protective. He had many sons, but he only had 2 daughters. He rarely worried about his elder daughter, but his younger daughter was a little wild. However, her cultivation in Tenbin was the highest. She was also the one he doted on the most. Now that he heard his daughter call Ling Xiao a pervert, it was needless to say that this young man in front of him must have bullied his daughter. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to torture him until he was half dead. What's going on? Did this kid bully you?" Lai Wudi asked with a frown. Lai Wudi couldn't help but be nervous since it was related to his daughter's reputation. "I did bully her, but it's not a crime worthy of death." Lai Ryu looked at the dying Ling Xiao with guilt in her heart. Although Ling Xiao had taken advantage of her, killing him 100 times over wouldn't be too much. However, the reason why she didn't cause trouble for Ling Xiao was because her older sister told her that Ling Xiao was a new guest deacon and a great saint alchemist. Moreover, the seizing of the branch from the flower boat was arranged by her older sister, so she wouldn't pursue the matter any further. She didn't know why her older sister was speaking up for an outsider, so she was a little angry at the time. Later on, she followed her father to Clear River City and forgot about the matter. However, when she saw Ling Xiao suddenly appear here, she became dizzy with anger and attacked Ling Xiao. Lai Wudi waved his hand in disgust and said, "It's fine if you bully her. How dare you touch my daughter? Drag her out and feed her to the wolves." However, at this moment, dragon scales appeared all over Ling Xiao's body. Golden light revolved around him as a peerless dragon slowly rose into the air. Ling Xiao borrowed the power from the undying tree to use the ancient sovereign divine art to heal his injuries. Even if he was going to die, he had to struggle on his deathbed. Just when a god king was about to step forward and suppress Ling Xiao, Lai Rui said anxiously, "Forget it, father. It's just a small misunderstanding. There's no need to kill him. Alliance Master, he's our guest elder." At this time, Duan Liang reminded him carefully. At this time, Lai Wudi took a closer look at Ling Xiao. He immediately remembered the recording crystal pearl that his eldest daughter, Lai Rui, showed him half a year ago. Wasn't this young man a descendant of the Kim people and a great saint alchemist? However, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao suddenly appeared here. He didn't receive any news from the Kim people either. Could it be that this kid was a fake? However, seeing that Ling Xiao had used the ancient sovereign divine art to heal his injuries, Lai Wudi was sure that Ling Xiao was a descendant of the Kim people. Without the bloodline of the Kim people, it was impossible for him to cultivate the ancient sovereign divine art. This is big trouble. Not only did I hit my own people, but I might also be the future god king of the Kim people. The Kim people are famous for protecting their own people. If they find fault with me, it will be a big trouble. Lai Wudi thought with a gloomy expression. In the end, he waved his hand at the others and told them to leave first. Only he and Lai Ryu stayed behind. "Ryu, tell me honestly what's going on with him. If he really bullied you, even if I have to offend the Kim people, I will still kill him," Lai Wudi said. Lai Ryu stammered and told him what had happened. That night, she wanted to find someone to practice martial arts with, so Zhou Zhijing gathered a lot of inner sect disciples, which led to the incident of Ling Xiao taking advantage of her. "You wild girl, you have nothing better to do and you're actually playing this kind of game. Daddy is really going to die from anger?" Lai Wudi said, a little resentfully. Then he continued, "He just touched your body a little. He didn't do anything to you, did he?" Previously, he thought that his daughter had been violated by the young man in front of him, but now it was obviously not the case. "Didn't I want to increase my actual combat experience? Grandpa often said that what I lack is experience, so I came up with this plan," Lai Ruyu said with a little grievance. "In the meeting just now, you said that you want to enter the Chaos Ridge to increase your experience. I almost agreed to it. This is too risky. Even with Elder Ryoi following you, I still can't rest assured," Lai Wudi said unhappily. Lai Ryu did not dare to object anymore. She just looked at Ling Xiao, who was still trying his best to heal his injuries, with a hint of slyness in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 1097. Ling Xiao had woken up and his condition was much better. However, looking at the father and daughter pair in front of him, he felt like fainting again. "Are they going to torture me to death before they are satisfied?" Ling Xiao thought to himself. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared on Lai Wudi's serious face. "Ling Xiao, you're awake? I was too harsh just now. Here's some holy liquid, take it." After saying that, Lai Wudi threw a bottle of pure holy liquid to Ling Xiao. Every drop of the holy liquid could save the life of any saint emperor, and Lai Wudi had casually tossed out a jug. Obviously, he was trying to apologize to Ling Xiao. However, as the leader of the union, he naturally wouldn't apologize to Ling Xiao personally. Ling Xiao glanced at the bottle of holy liquid and found that it was actually stalactite emulsion that was more than 10,000 years old. This was holy liquid that was not inferior to the spring of life at all. Every drop could not only revive a person's bones, but also had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It could also improve one's physique. It was a top-grade holy item for tempering one's body. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony with Lai Wudi. He immediately raised his head and drank a mouthful of the holy liquid. He thought to himself, "Alliance leader, you're amazing. I'm a palace lord. Since you injured me, it's not too much to drink some of your holy liquid." Balls of pure energy combined with the majestic essence Qi transmitted from his sea of consciousness. They quickly healed all the injuries in his body and mind, and restored his strength to its peak state. "Alright, you bullied my daughter and I injured you. We're even now. I just didn't expect that we'd be on the same side. This is called, no discord, no concord," Lai Wudi said in a very magnanimous manner. For a guild master like him to say something like this was already quite polite. Although Ling Xiao was angry, he did not dare to vent his anger on others. He only smiled faintly. Ling Xiao was in the wrong first. "It's only right that you punish me. If there's nothing else, Ling Xiao will take his leave." He had almost lost his life and was too lazy to deal with it. He might as well quickly enter the Chaos Ridge to find people. If they removed him from his position as a guest deacon, he did not care. "Stop. How can you talk to my father like that? You have no respect." Lai Ryu glared at Ling Xiao. Although she saw that Ling Xiao was about to die, she still held a grudge against him for touching her chest. No matter how she looked at Ling Xiao, she still felt that Ling Xiao was not pleasing to the eye. However, she had been spoiled rotten by the merchant union since she was a child. No matter where she went, others always gave in to her and protected her. Ling Xiao was just a deacon. In her eyes, he was just a nobody. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with scolding him. Ling Xiao originally thought that Lai Ryu was a very beautiful woman, but after hearing her words, his impression of her immediately plummeted. Damn it, isn't she just the leader's daughter? Believe it or not, one day this queen will press you under my crotch and let you sing conquered. Ling Xiao said in his heart. This kid is insensible. Please forgive me, leader. If you think that this kid is impolite, then remove me from my position. Ling Xiao threw caution to the wind. Although he had joined the Blazing Flame merchants not long ago and had received quite a lot of their monthly salary, he had also helped them refine some saint pills every month as a contribution, so they could be considered even. He could not stand this woman's anger. At most he would quit. After all, she was the leader's daughter. Stop. Who do you think you are? How can you quit just because you said so? Do you still have any respect for the rules? Lai Ryu was even angrier. In the past, which man would not move their eyes or legs when they saw her, but this guy actually left just like that. It was simply too infuriating. Ling Xiao pretended not to hear and continued to walk out. However, at this time, Lai Wudi's aura was suppressing him, making it impossible for him to walk out of the door. At the same time he said, Ryu is just a child. Ling Xiao, don't lower yourself to her level. What business do you have here? Perhaps this leader can get someone to help you. Lai Wudi first softened his tone, then changed the topic. He was indeed quite tolerant. Of course, if Ling Xiao was an ordinary deacon, he would definitely have slapped him to death. How could he speak so amiably? In front of Lai Wudi, Ling Xiao did not dare to throw a tantrum. If Lai Wudi became hostile and killed him, who would he cry to? I'm looking for Mad Monk. He said that he was chased into the chaotic ridge by the Snake Righteous sect. Can the leader find me? Ling Xiao asked. You're also looking for Mad Monk? Lai Wudi was surprised. Then he frowned and said, Do you know that the roving bandits in the chaotic ridge are very dangerous? With your strength, I'm afraid you'll lose your life before you can even go deep. No matter what, I will definitely go in. Ling Xiao replied firmly. The Mad Monk was Yu Rofei's adoptive father, so he could also be considered Ling Xiao's father-in-law. Ling Xiao did indeed have the obligation to pay him a visit. No matter how dangerous it was, there were some things that had to be done. Lai Wudi was silent for a moment. They were just discussing whether or not they should enter the chaotic ridge. In the end, his daughter made a good suggestion. However, he did not agree with it. He did not want his daughter to take the risk. Now Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to enter the chaotic ridge. It seemed that he had thought of another way. You're really overestimating yourself, Lai Ryu said disdainfully. Then she hurriedly went downstairs. She did not want to see Ling Xiao for even a moment. She felt that he was a perverted thief. Ling Xiao also wanted to say goodbye. However, Lai Wudi nodded and said, I can help you enter the chaotic ridge. However, you have to do something for the merchant union. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, Please instruct me, alliance leader. Ling Xiao will do his best to do it. Ling Xiao did not finish his words. After all, he was just a guest deacon. As long as he encountered a life-threatening situation, he would not really risk his life. Lai Wudi secretly cursed in his heart. Then he told Ling Xiao about the task that he wanted to hand over. It turned out that Lai Wudi planned to let Ling Xiao bring the merchant union's people into the chaotic ridge to track down the whereabouts of the bloodthirsty roving bandits. He wanted to take back everything that had been lost. At the same time, he wanted the bloodthirsty roving bandits to pay the price. This time, the blazing flame merchants were determined to deal with the bloodthirsty roving bandits. This was the biggest loss they had suffered in many years. If they did not take them down, they would not be able to rest easy. However, the bloodthirsty roving bandits was the #1 faction in the chaotic ridge. They had offended many factions in the past, but none of them could do anything to the bloodthirsty roving bandits. After robbing others, they would immediately flee into the chaotic ridge. They would not appear for a short period of time. Moreover, they would organize a black market with the other roving bandits in the chaotic ridge every year. That was, they would take advantage of the opportunity to sell off all the good things they had seized from them. However, this black market was controlled by the roving bandits and the whale gang. Even the blazing flame merchants did not dare to openly challenge them all. Ling Xiao's mission this time was to sneak into the black market. After the transaction was over, he would capture the bloodthirsty roving bandits. He had to deal a heavy blow to the bloodthirsty roving bandits. Of course, it would be best if he could find the nest of the bloodthirsty roving bandits. When the time came, he would gather experts and wipe them out. Ling Xiao immediately felt a little nervous when he heard about such a difficult mission. The bloodthirsty roving bandits were a ruthless and cruel organization. They had many god kings protecting them, and their leader, Bloodthirsty, was a true Sinjin of Goguryeo. He had many fierce soldiers under his command. Otherwise, they would not have survived for so many years in the chaotic ridge. Ling Xiao knew very well what he was capable of. He could not even fight a real demigod king, let alone a real god king. It would be like throwing an egg against a rock if he wanted to fight a real god king. He had absolutely no chance of winning. I won't let you complete this mission alone. You just need to disguise yourself as a rich young master from another city. I'll have people protect you. Also, before the black market starts, they can help you find Mad Monk's whereabouts, Lai Wudi added. This mission was very dangerous. He did not dare let his daughter take the risk. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao wanted to find someone to enter the chaotic ridge, and Ling Xiao was a new face. He would not draw any attention, so he was the best candidate. Of course, Ling Xiao's strength was too low. This was a huge problem. If something were to happen to him in the chaotic mountain range, and the Jin clan really came to investigate, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Ling Xiao was tempted when he heard Lai Wudi's words. He was not familiar with the chaotic ridge, but now that he had someone to lead the way it would be great. Alright, since the leader has said so, Ling Xiao will listen to the leader's arrangement. However, I hope to leave immediately. It's better to be early than late. If we can find the bloodthirsty roving bandits' lair before the black market starts, that would be even better, Ling Xiao replied. It's not that simple, but you're right. It's better to be early than late. Lai Wudi was not so optimistic. He took out something and handed it to Ling Xiao. This is the source heart fruit. I believe it will be useful to you. I hope you can complete the mission successfully. I will reward you handsomely. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up with eagerness as he received the pure white fruit from Lai Wudi. The fruit was sparkling and translucent, as beautiful as a crystal. Waves of origin energy constantly rippled out from it, giving off an urge to eat it. The source heart fruit came from the divine tree of origin. It bloomed once every 10,000 years and bore fruit once every 10,000 years. It was a true divine fruit without any attribute. To any god king it was a great supplement. To the holy emperor it was even more precious. Even the holy emperor pill couldn't compare to it. The holy emperor pill could help any holy emperor advance by one level, and the source heart fruit could also help the holy emperor advance by one level. However, the former had some side effects, while the latter didn't have any side effects. Instead, it could strengthen the body's various muscles. It was a rare 9th level divine fruit. Now that Ling Xiao had a soul, he only needed to accumulate enough energy to advance to a high-stage Saint Emperor. Then he would naturally be able to advance. According to his calculations, with his absorption speed and in an environment like the Heaven Domain, you would need about 1 to 2 years to advance to the next level. But now that he had the origin heart fruit, it was different. He could advance to the next level now, and he didn't need to worry about the damage to his foundation if he advanced too quickly. Chapter 1098. Ling Xiao did not expect Lai Wudi to be so generous as to give him such a source heart fruit. There was no reason for him to reject it now. Subsequently, Lai Wudi immediately arranged for 5 god kings, 10 demigod kings, and 20 holy emperor gods to accompany Ling Xiao to Chaos Ridge. This little bit of strength was not enough to take down the bloodthirsty roving bandits, but it should not be a problem for them to protect themselves. The reason Lai Wudi did not arrange a large lineup was that he did not want to attract the attention of the roving bandits to avoid alerting them. Among the 5 god kings, one of them was a high-level god king. It was Ryoi, whom Ling Xiao had met once before. Ling Xiao was almost killed by him. If it was not for Lai Rui, he would have been done for. There were also 2 mid-level god kings and 2 low-level god kings. Such a force was extremely powerful no matter where it was. However, according to Lai Wudi, the number of god kings in the roving bandits was more than 10 times more than this number. Ling Xiao finally knew the tip of the iceberg of the various forces in the heaven region. He hoped to become a god king as soon as possible. Otherwise he would forever be a nobody. However, when they set off, Ling Xiao realized that Lai Rui was mixed in with these people. Her cross-dressing did not escape Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao really wanted to protest to Lai Wudi. He did not want to bring such a rich lady along. If anything happened to her, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. However, he thought about it. It was impossible for Lai Wudi not to know that Lai Rui was here. He had obviously let Lai Rui tag along. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly towards Chaos Ridge with a group of people. He was supposed to be the main character, but with Lai Rui here, the godly kings all treated her as the main target of protection, surrounding her in the middle as if they were afraid that something would happen to her. Ling Xiao didn't mind. He summoned the Golden Wolf King and lay down on it as they continued their journey. Mutated Dual Attribute Wolf King. It's already at the 8th rank. It's not a bad spiritual beast. It has a chance to reach the level of Holy Beast. It has no hope of becoming a divine beast. Lai Rui curled her lips and said. She was sitting on an ordinary 8th grade Firebird spirit beast, and there was nothing special about it. However, Ling Xiao guessed that this was definitely not her real mount. With the power and financial resources of the Blazing Flame merchants, the spiritual beast they were going to get for her would at least be a top-notch sacred beast. However, in order to conceal his identity, he did not summon it. Just like Ling Xiao, he had a mutated liger beast and a dragon horse. He had the ability to own multiple spiritual beasts. For the direct descendants of large factions, it was not difficult to subdue multiple spiritual beasts. It was not like they had to sign a contract with every single one of them. 2 days later, the group arrived at the outskirts of Chaos Ridge. This place was filled with crisscrossed mountain ridges. There weren't many high peaks, but there were tall, towering, and lush ancient trees. From afar there was a boundless forest. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard, and many spiritual birds would fly past. In the middle of this mountain ridge, there was a surging river, like a huge dragon crawling on the ground and roaring non-stop. This was the monstrous river that ran through Chaos Ridge and Clear River City. The mountain ridge, the huge river, the trees, and the river waves formed a beautiful ancient land. This ancient land was filled with countless dangers. Apart from the ferocious spiritual beasts, the most eye-catching were the roving bandits that hunted for prey all year round. Not only did they hunt spiritual beasts, but they also hunted humans. Furthermore, they killed without batting an eyelid and committed all sorts of crimes. Anyone who dared to enter Chaos Ridge must have some sort of backing. Otherwise, it would be best if they did not enter. This time, we are the representatives of a family-fighting faction. We must not let anyone know that we are from the Blazing Flame Merchants. Also, Ling Xiao, you are our young master, so you must put on an act. Once we reach the heart of the mountain ridge, we will find a few veteran mercenaries to lead the way and we can enter the black market. However, there are still 2 months before the black market opens. During this time, we can help you find the whereabouts of Mad Monk, Ryoi said indifferently to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no objections and nodded, I will follow Elder Yang's instructions. However, there is one thing I must remind you of. Mad Monk is currently being pursued by the Snake Loyalty Sect. According to the information we received, the Snake Loyalty Sect has sent 6 silver snakes to kill Mad Monk. These 6 snakes are not weak, so we are only responsible for helping you find him. We will not help you rescue him. Ryoi reminded. Ling Xiao knew that his position in the Blazing Flame Merchants was not high. It was impossible for the Divine King to help him, so he did not dare to ask for too much. He immediately nodded and said, All right, then I will have to trouble you. The group entered the depths of the mountain ridge. After arriving at Chaos Ridge, Lai Ruyu was like a bird released from its cage, often behaving like a little girl. Sometimes when she saw strange spirit beasts, she could not help but go down and pick them. When she saw strange spirit flowers and herbs, she would also stop and pick them out of curiosity. Although these were all pretty good spirit beasts and herbs, it was enough to cause a ripple in the hearts of those at the Saint Realm and above. However, Lai Ruyu was very interested in them. Ling Xiao thought to himself, is this girl deliberately stalling for time? Ling Xiao felt very helpless, but he could not do anything about it. Although he was pretending to be some rich young master, Lai Ruyu was the real young miss, so he still had to act according to her wishes. After walking for about 6 or 7 days, Ling Xiao and the others finally encountered a group of mercenaries. This group of mercenaries originally wanted to target Ling Xiao and the others, but when a divine king released a powerful aura, these people were all scared out of their wits. However, there were a few who were more strong-willed and maintained their composure. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. We are from the Green Bamboo Mercenary Group, and we were hunting spirit beasts nearby. We mistakenly thought that you were here to steal our food. I apologize to everyone, and this matter is over. An old demigod king said to Ling Xiao and the others. The Green Bamboo Mercenary Group was considered a powerful mercenary group in Chaos Ridge, and its leader was also a divine king. Green Bamboo Mercenary Group? I've never heard of it. I only know of Bloodlust, Fierce Bandits, Mine. What about these groups? Ling Xiao picked his earwax, looking very much like a hedonistic disciple. Lai Ruyu looked at the pretentious Ling Xiao and couldn't help but giggle. In his heart, however, he cursed, Bah, what a hoodlum. However, when the people from the Green Bamboo Mercenary Group heard this, their legs went soft. Ling Xiao was talking about the scariest roving bandits' forces in Chaos Ridge, and it was not something that the Green Bamboo Mercenary Group could compare to. He only knew about these forces, and it seemed that they were qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as those forces. If they wanted to destroy them, they did not need to look at their leader's face. Young master, this is all a misunderstanding. We'll leave now. Leave now. The demigod king said in a panic. He knew that he had kicked a steel plate this time. They actually wanted to gang up on someone with a divine king, and he wanted to die. Who allowed you to leave? Whoever leaves will die. Ling Xiao said lazily. Those people were so scared that they did not dare to breathe, and they waited anxiously for Ling Xiao's decision. Let me ask you, did you see a bald monk here? Ling Xiao asked. These people looked confused, and it was obvious that they did not know what was going on. Ling Xiao had no choice but to ask another question. Where is your camp? Bring me to your leader. The demigod king knelt down and said, Young master, don't force me. If I bring you there, the leader will kill us. If you're afraid that your leader will kill you, aren't you afraid that I'll make your head roll on the ground now? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Afterwards, he shot a glance at a God King beside him. The God King understood what he meant and immediately erupted with a terrifying presence, knocking the people of the Azure Bamboo mercenaries into the air. Don't worry, killing you is as easy as killing ants. I'm not looking for your leader to cause trouble, he's not worthy. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. In the end, the demigod king had no choice. Under Ling Xiao's threat, he could only bring Ling Xiao and the others to their camp. There were 2 divine kings in the Green Bamboo mercenary group and 4 demigod kings. They were a relatively powerful mercenary group in the outskirts of the chaotic ridge. However, these 2 divine kings were only at the low level, so they did not dare to be arrogant in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao understood the purpose of their visit, and one of the divine kings immediately said, "Young master, are you looking for the god of slaughter, Mad Monk?" "That's right, it's Mad Monk. Have you seen him in this area?" Ling Xiao asked impatiently. The divine king nodded and said, "That's right. Half a month ago I saw Mad Monk from afar. However, at that time he was being chased and had already gone in. I haven't seen them come out until now." Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He asked again, "Are the people chasing him from the Snake Yi school?" "I think so. Recently, Mad Monk has offended the Snake Yi school. Only they have the strength to chase after Mad Monk," the divine king replied. Ling Xiao wanted to hurry on his way again, but he suppressed his impulse and said to the divine king, "You guys should have received the invitation for this black market transaction, right?" "What? Young master, are you interested in the black market?" the divine king asked in surprise. "I heard that there are often good things in the black market, so I came to see if there are any divine items that are worth this young master taking action. Of course, if there are no divine items, then it's not worth a look." Ling Xiao lightly waved his beautiful fan and said arrogantly. Of course, the divine king believed Ling Xiao's words. Just by looking at the group of followers behind him, one could tell how powerful the power behind him was. "I heard that there are many good things this time. I heard that there are many divine items and divine medicines," the divine king said excitedly. "All right, bring us to the black market. From now on, you guys will be this young master's friends. I believe you guys won't refuse," Ling Xiao said with an unquestionable tone. The divine king revealed an awkward expression and said, "This? I'm afraid that won't do." "What? Are you not afraid that this young master will kill you right now?" Ling Xiao instantly turned hostile and shouted. Chapter 1099. The God King immediately waved his hand and said, "Young Master Ling, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Please listen to my explanation first. Then if you don't give me a reason, this young master will definitely teach you a lesson." Ling Xiao was a rich young master who used his power to bully others, full of arrogance. Lai Ryu watched from the side and muttered in his heart, "Looks like this guy really has some talent for acting. But no matter how he acts, he still looks like a perverted thief." However, the few God Kings behind Ling Xiao felt that Ling Xiao's move was pretty good. Not only could he find out the whereabouts of the Mad Monk, but he could also settle their mission for this trip. If Ling Xiao had only blindly searched for the whereabouts of the Mad Monk and did not complete the mission given by the Alliance leader, they would definitely not have allowed Ling Xiao to continue messing around. The God King called Ji Qing explained, "Every time there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the black market, no matter what power or background they come from, only 5 people can enter at a time. Furthermore, they have to be recommended by old members to enter, otherwise they won't be able to enter to trade. This has always been the rule, and it is to prevent people from causing trouble, so I can't bring so many people with me." "What bullshit rules? This young master is the young master of the Ling family, the tyrant of the southern mountains. Do you believe that I won't let this trade go on?" Ling Xiao cursed angrily. Ji Qing said disdainfully in his heart, "What Ling family haven't I heard of? Even a superpower doesn't have this ability. What a reckless fool. There's another rule, and that is that whoever wants to enter must cover their faces and walk through the spatial formation. These are the rules set by the various bandit leaders, so I can't do anything about it," Ji Qing said. Ling Xiao did not continue to pester him. Instead, he pulled Ryoi to the side to discuss this matter. "Elder Yong, you should know this rule, right?" Ling Xiao asked Ryoi. "I've only heard of it. I didn't pay much attention to it before," Ryoi replied. Ling Xiao continued, "We can only bring 5 people in. Besides that guy, we can only bring 4 more people. Even if we get in, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the bloodthirsty roving bandits. Moreover, we've never seen them before. It won't be easy." "You don't need to worry about that. Perhaps the other small shrimps can't recognize them, but I can recognize the famous leaders of the bloodthirsty force, said Ryoi. Even if you can recognize them, are you confident that you can keep them here? Ling Xiao asked. Ryoi said, you don't have to worry about that. As long as we can find them, we have a way to make them suffer. Ling Xiao saw that Ryoi was so confident that he probably already had a plan to deal with it, so he was too embarrassed to ask further. If that's the case, then let's choose the people who can enter the black market, said Ling Xiao. Ryoi frowned and said, why don't you wait outside with the miss? I'll go in with the other elders. There might be a fight inside the black market. Ryoi didn't care about Ling Xiao's life, but Ling Xiao's strength was limited. Even if he went in, he wouldn't be able to help much. Ling Xiao refused. No, I must go in. The reason why Ling Xiao was so determined to go in was that he wanted to broaden his horizons. He also guessed that he might have a chance to meet Euro Fei's adoptive father, Mad Monk. After all, that was the best place to hide. He believed that even the snake loyalty sect wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. It's useless for you to go in with your strength. Moreover, you might die at any time. Ryoi said bluntly. Ling Xiao smiled and said, without my cover, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. Since you know about the roving bandits and the other bandit leaders, how can they not recognize you? With me, a fake young master, I can share their attention. He paused for a moment and said, I think that besides me, we should find another holy emperor to enter. This way, our strength won't be too obvious and won't attract too much attention. What does Elder Yong think? Ryoi didn't reply. Instead, he pondered for a moment. He had originally planned to bring the strongest people in. It would be convenient for him to do things, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he felt that what he said made sense. If they were to enter the 5 great god kings at once, it would be too eye-catching. It would be easy for others to see through their identities. But what if something happens? Ryoi said hesitantly. Who knew that before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao had already interrupted him and said, Elder Yong, listen to me. We definitely can't capture people in the black market. Instead, we have to confirm their identities, find their lair and capture them all in one go. If we beat the grass and alert the snake in the black market, then no matter how many people we send in, I'm afraid that it won't be enough for the few great roving bandits to join forces and kill us. Ryoi didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so experienced at such a young age. Even he couldn't help but agree with Ling Xiao's words. Alright, then we'll decide on the candidates after we reach the place. Ryoi replied. After Ling Xiao and Ryoi came to an agreement, they went in front of Ji Qing and threatened him. First, they asked the mercenary group to pay attention to the whereabouts of the Mad Monk. Then they asked Ji Qing to bring them to the entrance of the black market. Ji Qing didn't refuse. It wasn't known if he was afraid of the coercion from Ling Xiao and the others, or if he had other plans, but he agreed very readily. Ling Xiao and the others followed Ji Qing to the chaotic ridge for a few more days. Along the way they encountered many mercenaries and rogue cultivators. There were even some roving bandits who blocked the road and robbed others. Ling Xiao and the others didn't meddle in other people's business. Those who provoked them were directly killed, and they weren't as easy to talk to as before. After a few days, Ji Qing brought Ling Xiao and the others to a majestic mountain range. The entrance of the black market is right in front. We'll go in from here. Ji Qing's eyes flashed with a strange light. Alright, if we can get something good in there, you'll get a share. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. Humph, I'm afraid this isn't the entrance of the black market. Ryoi snorted coldly. Ji Qing's body trembled slightly as he said, How can it not be? I'll get someone to come out and pick us up. After saying that, Ji Qing's figure suddenly flew forward. It was obvious that he was trying to escape. At the same time, he shouted in surprise, Great Leader's big fat sheep is here. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others realized that Ji Qing wasn't bringing them to the entrance of the black market. Instead, he was bringing them to the real nest of the roving bandits. As soon as Ji Qing's voice fell, a strong aura surged from all directions. Many roving bandits who were riding various kinds of spiritual beasts emerged from the mountain range. Among them there were a few auras that were shockingly strong. It was obvious that they were existences of the God King realm. These people surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. The spiritual beasts roared non-stop, appearing extremely arrogant. There were a total of 3,000 of them. All of them had the strength of a saint or above. Most of them had the strength of the Holy Emperor. There were a few demigod kings and 6 god kings. The leader of the high-level god kings was riding an ancient wild bull, which was already a rank 10 holy beast. Spiritual beasts were divided into different levels. Some spiritual beasts could only be called holy beasts no matter how high their levels were. They could not be called divine beasts. As for divine beasts, no matter how low their levels were, the title of divine beast would not change. Therefore, even though the ancient wild bull was a rank 10 spiritual beast, which was the top spiritual beast, it could only be called holy and not divine. Divine beasts could only belong to the true dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, Qilin. The 9 great races. This was because their bloodline was the most supreme among all the spiritual beasts. They were the kings of all spiritual beasts. They were the true overlords among those of the same level. However, among these few god kings, only the ancient wild bull was a rank 10 mount. The others were only rank 9. It's the roving bandits of the Ox Village gang. I didn't expect the Green Bamboo mercenary group to be their people. A mid-level god king on Ling Zhao's side said, "Prepare for battle. It seems like they already knew we were coming." Ryoi said indifferently. There was no change in his expression. It seemed like he was not afraid of these people in front of him. At the same time, the people on Ling Zhao's side immediately summoned their spiritual beasts. Lai Yong's spiritual beast was also a 10th tier extreme flame tiger, while the other mid-level god king called Lai Shi also had a 10th tier dragon patterned leopard, while the other 3 god kings all had peak stage 9th tier saint beasts. "Haha, you dare to be arrogant in my territory? You must be tired of living." Niu Dei laughed wildly as he rode on the ancient wild bull. Their Ox Village gang could be considered one of the top roving bandits in the Chaotic Ridge. There were more than 10 god kings in the gang, so they had the qualifications to be arrogant. After they received the news from Ji Qing's sound transmission stone, they brought a group of people to lie in ambush. In their eyes, Ling Xiao and the others were fat sheep. As long as they could rob them, they would definitely gain a lot. Ling Xiao once again showed his arrogant nature and said, "You roving bandits, do you believe that this young master will get people to kill all of you? TSK, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. We are just bullying you with numbers. By the time your reinforcements arrive, you will already be on the road to the Yellow Springs." Ji Qing revealed a sinister smile. "Cut the crap, immediately take them all down." Niu Dei bellowed and took the lead to attack. Although the other party had fewer people, there were 5 great god kings, which made him a little worried. Although he had an extra god king on his side, if he were to encounter a troublesome opponent, his losses would not be small. "Lai Shi, you stay behind and protect the young miss. The rest of you follow me and kill." A divine spear and a shield appeared in Ryoi's hands. With a shout, he charged towards Niu Dei. As the 2 god kings made their moves, the others naturally made their moves as well. For a moment, the entire world began to shake. Many terrifying powers shook the space to the point of distorting. God King against God King, but on the side of the Holy Emperor, Ling Xiao and the others were at a huge disadvantage. However, with Lai Shi staying behind to protect them, many of the Holy Emperor did not dare to take even half a step closer. And Ryoi's strength was the strongest. He was actually able to fight 1 against 3, sharing a large portion of the pressure on his side. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen a battle between God King Realm S. He looked up without blinking, his divine eyes revealing an incomparably dumbfounded expression. "Is this a battle between God King Realm S? It's terrifying." Ling Xiao murmured to himself. Chapter 1100. Those who could be called gods were existences that had the ability to reach the heavens and the earth. They could destroy the heavens and the earth and overturn the seas and rivers with just a wave of their hands. It was Ling Zhao's first time witnessing a battle between divine kings. His eyes were filled with shock and nothing else. Every move they made shattered the space. Cracks in the space kept appearing, and the destructive power of the elemental power that burst forth from the divine power was even more shocking. Everyone had to retreat as far as they could. Once they were affected by this power, they would probably die. The cracks in the space were filled with all kinds of turbulence. Any holy emperor that was sucked into it would have a hard time surviving. Battles of this level rarely took place on the ground. The more they fought, the higher they rose to the 9 heavens. Otherwise, their power would flatten everything in the vicinity. At that moment, the Bull Village gang's demigod kings and many holy emperors worked together to fight Lai Shi. They planned to kill them first. However, Lai Shi was a true mid-tier divine king. With a pull of his hand, a 10,000-meter-wide spatial crack suddenly appeared. Several saint emperors didn't even have the chance to scream before they were sent into it. It was possible that they would never be able to return. Those people were so scared that they didn't dare to act rashly. They only hoped that their leader could quickly take care of the other divine kings and come back as soon as possible to take down these people. Originally, Ling Xiao's side was safe with Lai Shi guarding it. However, someone just loved to stir up trouble. Today I'm going to kill the roving bandits too. I'll let these guys know how powerful I am. Lai Ruyu shouted with an excited expression. Then 2 red fire rings appeared in her hands, and a majestic and beautiful fire phoenix appeared under her feet. The fire phoenix was already at the peak of rank 9. It could undergo its last nirvana at any time and become the true supreme vermilion bird divine beast. As expected of a great force. They can even get a divine beast like this. Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. Don't be rash, Mississippi. They have the advantage in numbers. Lai Shi advised. However, Lai Ruyu was a restless person. How could he listen to Lai Shi's words? He waved his pair of fire rings and smashed them out. Ling Xiao noticed that the fire rings weren't ordinary items. The instant he threw them out, the shadows of the fire rings immediately spread in all directions and flew towards the Ox Village gang members. Wherever the ring of fire went, the Holy Emperor would try to block it, but all of them ended up dead. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Fortunately, a demigod king noticed it in time and managed to stop it with the demigod weapon in his hand. However, his demigod weapon did not last long before it was completely destroyed. However, the demigod king was not the Holy Emperor. He still had a chance to escape from a real divine weapon. Damn it, I'll kill you first. The demigod king shouted angrily. His figure flashed and he charged towards Lai Ruyu. However, before he could reach Lai Ruyu, Lai Shi had already appeared in front of him. He swung his long sword and cut the demigod king in half. As Lai Shi went to rescue Lai Ruyu, the other roving bandits finally found a chance to attack Ling Xiao and the others. Fortunately, there were still 10 demigod kings here so they could block most of the attacks for now. Otherwise, with so many roving bandits attacking them at the same time, only death awaited them. Just as Lai Shi was about to start a massacre, an intermediate stage god king came down from above and stopped him, so he could not split his attention. Everyone take care of the young lady. Lai Shi knew that the situation was urgent, so he could only order his people to focus on Lai Ruyu. If anything happened to her, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Lai Ruyu held the divine artifact double rings in her hands, and each ring took a life. She was in high spirits and she purposely headed towards the places with the most people. However, her body technique had reached the advanced stage, and her speed was comparable to a wind attribute martial artist. She could fight and hide, so she killed many Holy Emperor in a short time. However, the demigod kings who followed her had it tough. They had to withstand the strongest firepower from the other party to prevent Lai Ruyu from getting hurt. The 20 high-leveled Holy Emperor following the blazing flame merchants were very powerful, and each of them had the combat power to fight 1 against 2. However, they could not withstand the large number of people and soon someone was injured. Even Ling Xiao was chased by many people. Their group was scattered by more than 3,000 people. Ling Xiao was furious. Initially they had a god king to protect them so those people would not dare to do anything. However, Lai Ruyu just had to cause trouble and it was really infuriating. At this moment, more than 10 Holy Emperor riding spirit beasts surrounded Ling Xiao. They were full of murderous intent and their attacks were merciless. They looked like they were going to kill Ling Xiao immediately. Ling Xiao knew that these people were desperados, and they were definitely not comparable to the ferocity of ordinary martial artists. That murderous intent was condensed after going through a lot of killing. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. Ling Xiao realized that he had to end the battle quickly to conserve his combat power and save his life. Ling Xiao opened up his spiritual sea, and the Khanate Yin wind bead emitted clouds of dense murderous aura. The murderous aura had become extremely terrifying following the advancement of the Khanate Yin wind bead. Even the Holy Emperor would have a hard time getting rid of it. A few of them did not realize how powerful the murderous aura was. They accidentally breathed a little and immediately cried out in pain, and hurriedly used their strength to resist. However, Ling Xiao was already holding the golden dragon spear, and he transformed into 108 silhouettes, charging towards them. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear took out one person at a time, and they did not even have the chance to fight back before they were killed. The others knew that Ling Xiao was emitting a strange energy, and they all activated their defensive force to block the corrosive energy. At the same time, they attacked Ling Xiao from a distance. Ling Xiao's speed was at its peak, and he constantly left after images in the air. Those people's strength could not even touch him at all. Every time he went around to the side or back of his opponent, he would attack them mercilessly. That unstoppable attack made those people's defenses seem like they didn't exist. They were completely useless. The weaker holy emperors were shocked, and they wondered if the person in front of them was a demigod king. However, there were many experts among the roving bandits. Two peak-stage holy emperors' strength had already discovered that Ling Xiao was powerful. They rode on rank 9 spirit beasts and charged towards Ling Xiao. Their aura locked onto Ling Xiao, and they surrounded him from the left and right, and each of them attacked with their most powerful attack. Ling Xiao was surrounded by layers of blade lights and sword shadows, leaving him nowhere to hide. "Then I'll fight you head-on." Ling Xiao smirked and he waved his golden dragon spear, blocking all the powerful attacks. He was sent flying far away from the impact, but he did not suffer any injuries. However, as soon as Ling Xiao's silhouette came to a stop, his real body disappeared. Just as the two peak-stage holy emperor's body was shocked, Ling Xiao appeared above them, and a round of attacks swept towards them like a storm. The two of them tried their best to block, but they realized that the mid-level holy emperor's strength was overwhelming, and they could not tell east from west from south. "Go to hell." Ling Xiao smirked and he spun around, and the golden dragon spear smashed one of the people's weapons and head. The other person was shocked and he quickly retreated, but he realized that a golden dragon shadow was roaring towards him. That terrifying power was like the descent of a divine beast, and it was majestic. He was so scared that he lost all will to fight, and in the end he was devoured by the golden dragon. Just as Ling Xiao was about to continue killing them, a terrifying tremor came from the sky. It was as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. Waves of terrifying spatial power descended from the sky, and the people below all fell to the ground. All of them were badly frightened. They knew that a battle between deities would definitely be earth-shattering. Their strength was on a completely different level compared to theirs. Waves of majestic energy rang out for a while, and then a voice came from the sky. "Everyone retreat." Immediately after, two pathetic figures quickly opened up spatial cracks in the sky and escaped. When the people from the Ox Village gang heard this, they all felt their hearts sink. They had the advantage in numbers, but they still lost. The outcome of the battle between the God Kings had already been decided. Out of the 6 God Kings from the Ox Village gang, only 2 were left. 4 of them had already fallen. The people from the Ox Village gang immediately scattered, running as fast as they could. They were afraid that when the God Kings returned, none of them would be able to escape. However, this was the reality. Beams of light descended from the sky, shooting towards the people who were escaping in all directions. The people from the Ox Village gang who were escaping were all hit by the beams of light, and they cried out in pain. Just like that, they died in large numbers. Some of the people who were fast enough were lucky enough to escape. When Ryoi and the others returned, only one of the 5 God Kings was heavily injured, and the others were only lightly injured. Lai Mai, who had fought 1 against 3, was actually unharmed. He held a spear and a shield, and he looked as mighty as a god. The extreme flame tiger he was sitting on was constantly roaring, and his king's might was on full display. Most of the people from the blazing flame merchants had stopped. Only Lai Ryu was still in a state of excitement as she chased after a peak holy emperor. "Don't run, I haven't killed enough yet." Lai Ryu shouted in shock, and a ring of fire in her hand chased after that person. The ring of fire was extremely fast, and everywhere it went, it brought with it a large area of fire. It was quite frightening. That peak holy emperor couldn't escape in time, and was hit by the ring of fire. His body was immediately cut into 2, and a large pool of blood spread in all directions. Lai Ryu withdrew the ring of fire, and found that many of the people from the Ox Village gang had already disappeared without a trace. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Damn it, these roving bandits can't even withstand a single blow. They actually ran away just like that. I haven't had enough fun yet." Lai Ryu returned to the group with some unwillingness. Among these people, there were already 11 holy emperors who had fallen in the battle just now. The others were only slightly injured but not fatal. Chapter 1101. Ah, not bad, not bad. In my first battle, I killed hundreds of roving bandits. When I get back, I must let my father and grandfather know that I am very strong. Lai Ryu was like a child showing off and laughed proudly. The others all forced a smile and said some respectful words. Only Ling Xiao said to himself angrily, "Big-breasted, brainless woman." Ling Xiao didn't say it loudly, but everyone present was an expert among experts, and they all heard what Ling Xiao said. Lai Ruyu was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and immediately shot two fierce glances at Ling Xiao, as if she couldn't wait to shoot Ling Xiao full of holes. What did you say? Speak clearly or else I won't let you off. Lai Ruyu instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and pointed at Ling Xiao as she shouted. This was the first time she had fought to her heart's content, and she was even scolded by this pervert. She was very angry. This was the first time Ling Xiao was pointed at by a woman like this, and he was instantly enraged. He slapped Lai Ruyu's palm away and shouted, I said, you're a big-breasted, brainless woman. Do you know that we didn't need anyone to die? Because of your momentary pleasure, they all died because of you. Don't you feel sad at all? Even if they are hired by the Merchant Alliance, they have no obligation to die for you. What a brainless woman. In the future you guys go your own way and I'll go my own way. I don't want to accompany a brainless woman like you to die. Do you really think you're invincible with just this bit of strength? Ling Xiao left as soon as he said he wanted to, and didn't hesitate at all. Who knew that before he left, Lai Ruyu was already charging towards him. I'll kill you. Lai Ruyu was like a furious lioness. She shouted, and the dual hoops in her hands immediately attacked Ling Xiao. The two rings left a series of afterimages in the air, and there were even more blazing flames that could hurt people. Ling Xiao felt a terrible pressure coming at him. He had no choice but to jump up from where he was to avoid the attack. Fortunately, he was fast enough. The two hoops merely brushed past his feet, causing a scorching pain in his feet. You must die today. I will let you know how powerful I am. Lai Ruyu had been spoiled rotten since she was young, and this was the first time she had been scolded like this. She controlled the two hoops to fly back, her fingers trembling non-stop. The hoops seemed to be guided by something, and they kept attacking Ling Xiao in a crisscross pattern. So. The ring of fire attacked continuously, and its power was astonishing and extraordinary. Ling Xiao cut a sorry figure as he kept dodging. Every time he would brush past the two fire rings. It was really a close call. You're going too far. Ling Xiao cried out in shock. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand as he blocked the two hoops. Ding dang. The golden dragon spear blocked the two hoops, but Ling Xiao was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. Moreover, cracks actually appeared on the golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao was shocked. He quickly retracted his golden dragon spear and did not continue to fight. Otherwise, the golden dragon spear would really be destroyed. You forced me to do this, don't blame me. Ling Xiao snorted inwardly. His body suddenly changed and his speed actually increased once again. His movement technique became erratic, like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. Lai Ruyu suddenly lost sight of Ling Xiao, and her face revealed a surprised expression. Should we teach this kid a lesson? A low-level god king asked Ryoi. Ryoi shook his head lightly and said, Forget it, let the young people settle their own matters. That was what he said, but in his heart he secretly said, Little girl, it's time for you to suffer a little. Otherwise you'll suffer sooner or later. When Lai Ruyu found Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao was already behind her. Ling Xiao shouted in shock, Don't think that just because you're the Alliance Master's daughter, you're amazing. Clatter. As his voice fell, Ling Xiao unceremoniously slapped Lai Ruyu's buttocks. Lai Ruyu let out a strange cry and immediately dodged. A blush appeared on her face, but her eyes were filled with viciousness. It was interlinked. Lai Ruyu withdrew her two hoops and shook her hands once again. The hoops that filled the sky charged towards Ling Xiao one after another. Many divine hoops carried a terrifying destructive power as they directly locked onto Ling Xiao's throat. It could be seen how angry Lai Ruyu was right now. This was the first time she had been attacked by a man, the first time she had been scolded by a man, and the first time she had been slapped on the buttocks. These 3 times of humiliation were things that she would never forget for the rest of her life. If she did not kill Ling Xiao, how could she take this lying down? Before Ling Xiao, he only felt that countless fire rings had already sealed off all his paths of retreat. If he was hit by any of the fire rings, even if he did not die, he would only be left with half a life. This was a true divine weapon. Ling Xiao did not even think as he raised his movement techniques concept to the extreme and silently dodged these attacks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everything in Ling Xiao's vicinity was smashed into powder by the ring shadow. Smoke and dust flew everywhere and stone fragments flew everywhere. Lai Ruyu was like a crazy woman as she raised all her strength to the extreme. Her combat power was actually not much weaker than a demigod king's. She locked onto Ling Xiao and chased after him, attacking him mercilessly. Ling Xiao was sweating profusely. He did not expect Lai Ruyu to be so ferocious when she exploded. He could only dodge. There were a few times when Ling Xiao's body was hit by the fire ring's energy, and his body was smashed hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. He kept vomiting blood. Fortunately, he was not hit by the true rings. Otherwise, even if his body was strong, he would have died. F***ck, if this goes on, I'll really be killed by this big-breasted, brainless woman. Ling Xiao cursed. After dodging a few times, he finally made a decision. At this moment, Ling Xiao's back was hit again, and a large amount of blood flowed down his back. Go to hell. Lai Ruyu seemed to be possessed. She shouted and the two rings returned to her hands. At the same time, she combined them and smashed them toward Ling Xiao's face. If you want me to die, you'll have to pay the price. Ling Xiao shouted and pointed a three divine finger at Lai Ruyu. Lai Ruyu realized that Ling Xiao's finger was very powerful. She quickly retracted the two rings and deflected the finger light. Even so, she was still pushed back more than 10 meters by the powerful force. Following that, Ling Xiao's divine spirit clone appeared instantly. The divine spirit clone's speed was raised to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Lai Ruyu. He used one hand to knock the two rings out of her hands, and his real body swept over. First, he used his real body to hug the panicking Lai Ruyu, and his divine spirit mercilessly slapped her jade-like butt. Slap slap. Although I'm a guest deacon of your merchant union, I'm not your slave. This slap is on behalf of the brothers who died because of you. If you didn't act on your own, they wouldn't have died. This slap is on behalf of the union leader to discipline you. The union leader gave you countless halos, not for you to be unruly and willful, not for you to throw a tantrum. Ling Xiao said angrily as he slapped her. Lai Ruyu lost her two rings, and her body was tightly held by Ling Xiao's real body. She couldn't struggle, and the flames that she burst out didn't seem to have any effect on him. This shocked her, and she thought that Ling Xiao was going to kill her. However, when Ling Xiao slapped her but heavily, a feeling of pain and embarrassment came over her. After being patted twice by him, she found that her entire body was numb, and a feeling that she had never felt before came over her. Hearing Ling Xiao's angry scolding, she felt even more wronged. Two streams of tears rolled down her delicate face and she cried bitterly. Hit me. If you have the ability, then kill me. Lai Ruyu shouted loudly. At this time, Ryoi finally couldn't stand it anymore, and he rushed over and shouted, Enough! Then he forcefully flung Ling Xiao's real body and divine spirit away. Boom! Ling Xiao's real body and divine spirit heavily smashed into the mountain ridge below, and the mountain ridge caved in. It could be seen that Ryoi really didn't have any mercy. Miss, are you okay? Ryoi looked at the crying Lai Ruyu and asked. This was the first time he saw this miss so wronged and sad, and he cursed in his heart. Stinking brat, you actually hit me so hard. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. Whoa. Lai Ruyu kept crying and ignored Ryoi. Ryoi didn't know how to comfort people, so he looked in Ling Xiao's direction and said sternly, I'll go kill that brat and help Miss vent her anger. After saying that, he was about to rush in Ling Xiao's direction. Come back. Lai Ruyu called out. Ryoi stopped and replied, Miss, what orders do you have? Why don't I catch this brat for you to deal with? I guarantee that he won't resist. Lai Ruyu didn't answer but said, Uncle Yong, am I very unreasonable, unruly, and disregarding the lives of others? Evil woman? Lai Ruyu asked with a tearful voice, looking so pitiful and moving. Ryoi instinctively shook his head and said, Of course not. Miss is incomparably beautiful, gentle, kind, well-mannered, and cares for her subordinates. She is a rare good miss. I didn't expect this guy to look so cool, but he actually has a knack for flattery. Ling Xiao's real body and divine soul merged once again as he thought disdainfully in his heart. However, he didn't dare to escape for the time being. Instead, he focused on healing his injuries. With the Divine King present, if he really wanted to kill him, it would be impossible for him to escape. Then why did he scold me like that? Why do I feel that what he said makes sense? If it wasn't for my impulsiveness just now with Elder Lai Shi's protection, they wouldn't have died. It was my fault, Wu. Lai Ruyu cried. She wasn't a stupid person, she was just a little unruly and willful. After being scolded by Ling Xiao, she thought about her previous impulsiveness and felt that she had done something wrong. Actually, he's right but not completely right. Miss, you don't have to take it to heart. They are from the Merchant Alliance, so it's normal for them to work for the Merchant Alliance. Ryoi said. Then tell me what I should do. In the past, grandfather wouldn't let me fight with others, saying that I wasn't strong enough to protect myself, but I really want to know just how strong I am. I also have the ability to kill enemies. Lai Ruyu explained. She kept crying and complaining as if she wanted to let out all the emotions in her heart at once. Chapter 1102. How could Ryuai understand a girl's thoughts? He had spent his entire life on cultivation and had never taken a wife. Although he had always been by Mrs. side, he really did not understand what she was thinking. In desperation, he could only look at Ling Xiao as if to say, "You'll solve the problem yourself or I'll deal with you." Under the threat of Ryuai's old eyes, Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly over. Ryuai waved at the others and they all retreated, leaving only the young man and woman in the world. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and revealed an awkward expression. Can you stop crying? Lai Ruyu turned around and ignored Ling Xiao, continuing to cry. Her eyes were red and she looked very pitiful. "Missy, I beg you, can you stop crying? Otherwise people will think that I'm bullying you," Ling Xiao begged. Now that he thought about it, did he go too far just now? In any case, he was also a man. Why did he have to make things difficult for a rich Missy like her? Great, now he had to spend his breath to comfort her. Although he was kind, handsome and pure. But he did not know how to comfort this kind of unruly Missy. Usually, it was the women who comforted him. The more Ling Xiao persuaded, the louder Lai Ruyu cried, as if she wanted to cry until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Ling Xiao could not take it anymore. This was definitely a woman's greatest killing power, and he had no way to resist it. "Missy, I beg you, can you stop crying? Just now my mouth was cheap, I shouldn't have scolded you, I shouldn't have hit you. Why don't you hit me to vent your anger? Don't be like this, you don't want to hit me? Then tell me your condition, as long as I can do it, you can do whatever you want, I'm still a virgin." Hey, I said that's enough. If you do this again, I won't care about you anymore." Lai Ruyu's heart was filled with complicated feelings. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to see Ling Xiao's anxious look, as if all her grievances were disintegrating and dissipating bit by bit. She recalled how cool Ling Xiao looked when he snatched the branch and how he had been pretending to be a rich young master recently. She recalled the moment when he scolded her just now. She realized that other than being a little lecherous, a little annoying and a little weak, this man still had some good points. At least when he comforted people, he was a little cute. If Ling Xiao had heard her words, he would have strongly objected, "Girl, you're getting it backwards." Ling Xiao comforted her for an hour until his saliva was dry, but Lai Ruyu kept crying. This time he was extremely annoyed. "Enough. If you cry again, I'll spank you again." Ling Xiao roared angrily. This time it really worked. Lai Ruyu immediately stopped crying and covered her buttocks with both hands, afraid that Ling Xiao would hit her again. "Why don't you have any tender feelings for the fairer sex?" Lai Ruyu glared at Ling Xiao angrily. Seeing that Lai Ruyu had stopped crying, Ling Xiao immediately said, "Please, you're a man now." After a pause he said, "All right, I admit that I was wrong to hit you just now. You can tell me how you want to punish me, but if you want to kill me, I won't let you off easily." Ling Xiao didn't want to go crazy with Lai Ruyu, so he immediately declared. Lai Ruyu clenched her fists and glared at Ling Xiao. In the end, her beautiful eyes turned misty again, and she looked like she was about to cry again. Ling Xiao immediately surrendered and said, all right, if you want to kill me or cut me up, it's up to you." After saying that, Ling Xiao closed his eyes, looking like he was ready to be ravaged. Suddenly, Ling Xiao smelled a fragrant scent, and his heart suddenly turned cold. He wailed, "Today you've tainted my innocence. How am I going to face people in the future?" Just as Ling Xiao thought of this possibility, he felt a pain on his arm. It turned out that Lai Ruyu didn't want to force herself on him, but she used her pearly white teeth to bite Ling Xiao's arm. In order to discourage Lai Ruyu, Ling Xiao didn't use his qi, so he let her bite him. Golden blood flowed out of his arm. After a long time, Lai Ruyu slightly blushed and let go of Ling Xiao's arm. She really didn't expect that she would do such a childish thing instead of killing him in one move. "Are you a dog or a wolf? You bit me so hard," Ling Xiao said as he touched his wound. Lai Ruyu said angrily, "I'm a tiger, I'll bite you to death, you perverted thief." Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed, "That was a misunderstanding. It was a mission that the vice dojo master gave me. Forget it, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Let's go meet up with Elder Yong and the others." "Hey, you wait." Lai Ruyu called out to Ling Xiao. "Eldest miss, you can call me Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao's smile. Thank you. Ling Xiao emphasized. Lai Ryu couldn't help but laugh when she heard Ling Xiao's explanation. That handsome man's face was filled with charm. Lai Ryu knew that she had lost her composure and quickly retracted her smile. She then said, Can you stay with me and talk to me? Did I do something wrong? Ling Xiao didn't expect that Lai Ryu would actually admit her mistake. This wasn't the eldest Mrs. character. Actually, you didn't do anything wrong. There were too many. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to say anything more about this big-breasted brainless girl. That's still wrong. Lai Ryu said with a wronged expression. She then said, I know what you said is right. It was my stubbornness that caused them to lose their lives. I'm sorry. Ling Xiao sighed, say that to your dead brother. He paused for a moment before continuing, I hope that in the future no matter what you do, you will not only think for yourself but also for the people around you. Not only will you be able to get more people to work for the merchant union, but you will also be able to preserve your strength. After saying that, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk to her anymore and flew forward. Lai Ryu carefully pondered over the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. She then looked at his flying figure and couldn't help but be a bit dazed. When he arrived at the front, Ryoi and the others were already waiting. Elder Yong, I hit the eldest miss. This is my fault. I'll accept any punishment you want. Ling Xiao immediately said to Ryoi. There was no use running away now, so he might as well take responsibility for it. You do deserve to be punished, but didn't the young miss already punish you? Ryoi revealed a rare faint smile. He knew the situation of Ling Xiao and Lai Ryu like the back of his hand. Naturally, he knew that this matter was over. He also had to thank Ling Xiao for helping Lai Ryu understand more principles. Although this brat took advantage of the young miss, he also helped the young miss understand more principles. He taught her a lesson, so we're even. But this brat has actually condensed to flesh and soul, and he's so young. He's a perfect match for the young miss. What a pity. Ryoi thought to himself. At this time, Lai Ryu had already followed them over. Her face didn't look like she had cried at all. Instead, there was a faint sadness. I'm sorry, Uncle Yong. I harmed the others. Lai Ryu apologized sincerely to Ryoi. Lai Yong revealed an expression of admiration and said, This isn't entirely your fault. We didn't expect that Ji Qing was actually a member of the Ox Village gang, so we were ambushed. However, they don't have the right to target us. He paused for a moment before continuing, However, it's not like we didn't gain anything from this trip. At least we learned a few things about the black market. Ling Xiao asked in surprise, Elder Yong, what did you discover? The Ox Village gang's people were either dead or had escaped. They didn't leave any clues. Ryoi revealed a fierce look and said, Of course I found them using the soul-searching technique. The black market does have a limit on the number of people who can enter, but it's not too complicated. It's fine as long as you have this token. With that, a strange token appeared in Ryoi's hand. It was obvious that he had taken it from the divine kings he had killed. The soul-searching technique? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Just from the name, one could tell that it was a rather strange technique. Then Elder Yong must have a plan? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, let's do as you said before. We'll sneak into the black market first, then we'll think of a way to find the bloodthirsty roving bandits, Ryoi replied. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, Actually, I've thought of a better way. Maybe we can really lure the bloodthirsty roving bandits out. Oh, what is it? Tell me about it, Lai Yong said in surprise. The others also looked at Ling Xiao with inquisitive expressions, waiting for his good suggestion. Then Ling Xiao said, I don't know what the merchant union has lost, but I'm sure it's a top-notch divine item. In the black market, everyone wants to buy what they need. However, the black market's price is definitely lower than the auctions outside. Otherwise, it won't be easy to trade, right? Ryoi and the others nodded, obviously agreeing with Ling Xiao's words. Ryoi said, So what? That's the key. As long as we buy a batch of the merchant union's lost goods at a high price, I think the bloodthirsty bandits will be tempted, and they won't go through the auction process. At that time we can directly arrange a meeting with them, and I think they won't refuse. At that time we'll just have to see how Elder Yong plays with them. At that time we'll just have to find their lair. But then again, the roving bandits are the most untrustworthy. Maybe they'll buy the goods for us and then come back to rob us, Ling Xiao explained. Ryoi, Lai Shi and the others looked at each other. They hadn't expected Ling Xiao to come up with such an idea. Before they could speak, Lai Ryu exclaimed, Lude? Ling Xiao is right. This is a good suggestion. As long as they show up, we can leave a mark on them. Then we can inform Father to lead the army here and kill them all. Raioi also nodded and agreed, yeah, that's a good idea. But if we buy them so openly, won't they be suspicious? Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't worry about that. I have my own plan. I can definitely make them count the money for us after they've been sold. Not only was Ling Xiao's tenbin cultivation amazing, but his intelligence wasn't any worse than Xian Yao's. It was just that he was too lazy to use his brain. Alright, if we can really recover the lost goods and destroy the bloodthirsty roving bandits, you'll be the first to do it. Raioi replied. Chapter 1103. There were still a few days before the black market transaction. Ling Xiao and the rest had asked the mercenaries, but they were unable to find the whereabouts of Mad Monk. However, when he heard that the Snake Righteous sect was also looking for the Mad Monk, he immediately began to pay attention. He absolutely could not let the Snake Righteous sect know that he had any relationship with the Mad Monk, or else they would deal with him first. As the black market transaction approached, Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up on the search. He had to first settle another matter for the Blazing Flame merchants. However, before that, Ling Xiao entered a short period of closed-door cultivation. Ever since he obtained the power of the fetus, he had achieved divine soul, and his strength had quickly risen to the middle-stage Holy Emperor. It had already been 2 years since he had become a middle-stage Holy Emperor. During this period of time, he had been in the Stronghold Heaven domain, and most of the time he had been in the Heavenly domain. The spiritual energy and source energy here were incomparable to other places. And Ling Xiao had the help of the 3 foreign objects and divine soul. Even if he did not cultivate in peace, the energy he absorbed was definitely not something others could compare to. Under such an excellent environment, Ling Xiao had already accumulated his strength to the late stage of the middle stage Holy Emperor, and was only a step away from the peak of the middle stage. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to accumulate his strength to the peak, and then think of a way to advance to the next level, but this might take another year or 2. This time was already extremely fast for others. It was just that Ling Xiao felt that he was treading on thin ice here. Without reaching the true Divine King realm, his life would be in danger at any time. Thus, he decided to first consume this Origin Heart Pill and raise his level. He had originally wanted to break through to the high stage Holy Emperor by himself, and then use the Origin Heart Pill to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor in one go. Now he had no choice but to advance his plan. After all, he did not know what would happen in the black market. If something really happened, he would have an additional ability to protect his life. After Ling Xiao adjusted his condition, he swallowed the Origin Heart Pill. The Source Heart Pill was a 30,000-year-old elementary tier divine medicine. It contained pure elemental energy, and it was a great tonic for divine kings. As soon as Ling Xiao swallowed it, waves of pure and vast energy flowed through his limbs and internal organs. Every part of his body felt like it was bathed in the sunlight after the rain. It was a wonderful feeling. At the same time, most of the power rushed into Ling Xiao's 5-colored dantian from his meridians. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He immediately circulated the deity technique and began to digest this energy. As his dantian gradually strengthened, Ling Xiao's strength also began to rise. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao's divine soul's power actually snatched food from the Sea of Consciousness, absorbing the origin fruit's power into his Sea of Consciousness, strengthening his power. His divine soul and dantian absorbed at the same time, and a bridge was gradually formed between the two. Unfortunately, it was only faintly discernible, and Ling Xiao could not tell what was going on. He only knew that it was following the unique divine art of primordial unity and ancient emperor divine art. There should not be any mistakes. The origin heart fruit's power was indeed worthy of being a divine fruit of origin that even divine kings needed to absorb. Ling Xiao's aura actually reached the peak of intermediate Holy Emperor very quickly. He was only one step away from becoming a true advanced Holy Emperor. Ling Xiao knew that this was a crucial step, so he immediately used all of his trump cards and swept over the spiritual energy and power of origin within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Outside where he was, everyone looked at the sea of power that Ling Xiao had gathered with astonishment, especially the Holy Emperors. They felt that Ling Xiao did not look like he was breaking through to the advanced Holy Emperor realm, but more like he was about to break through to the Demigod King realm. It was extremely terrifying. What level is this kid breaking through? How can he gather so much energy? Intermediate Divine King Lai Shi was shocked. Even when he was breaking through to the Holy Emperor realm, he could not gather so much spiritual energy and power of origin. Metal, wood, water, fire, wind. Metal, wood, water, fire, wind, these 5 elements belong to him and he cultivates all 5 at the same time. This kid is really abnormal and he's not even 100 years old. It's no wonder that First Miss, with her fire god physique, can contend against him. However, this kid can't be judged by normal standards. He has already condensed a body of flesh and soul, and he can even use his soul to fight. He's really a monster. If he was a disciple of our merchant union, then there would definitely be a place for him among the thousands of divine kings in the future. Why do you say that, senior brother? He has already condensed a divine soul, and the next step is the divine king realm. Why doesn't the merchant union accept a disciple like this? Lai Shi asked in confusion. Lai Ryu also did not understand. Yeah, Ling Xiao looks a bit annoying but he has some skills. Why did sister only let him be a guest deacon? When we get back, I'll ask grandpa to accept him as a disciple. If it were anyone else, if the old master were to accept this kid as a disciple, that would be the good fortune he has accumulated over several lifetimes. But it just so happens that this kid is someone we can't do that for the time being. Lai Yong revealed a helpless expression as he spoke. What? Grandpa is the strongest person in the heaven region. Isn't he qualified to teach him? Lai Ryu was unconvinced. At this time, Lai Shi seemed to think of something and said, Is he related to that clan? That's right, he should be a descendant of that clan. It's just that he hasn't acknowledged his ancestors yet. That clan's strength is beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that even the old master is somewhat afraid of them. Raiwai sighed. Uncle Yong, Uncle Shi, what clan are you talking about? Why don't you explain it clearly? Lai Ryu urged anxiously. The strongest clan in our Sky Dragon region. Raiwai said. Lai Ryu's beautiful eyes revealed astonishment. It's the Kim people. That's right. Otherwise, how could our merchant union let go of such a monster? What a pity. Raiwai sighed. At this time, the heaven-earth spiritual chi became a bit gloomy, forming a spiritual chi storm that wrapped around the place where Ling Xiao was breaking through. But not long after, the spiritual chi completely dissipated, and there were no signs of Ling Xiao's breakthrough coming from inside. This caused everyone to be especially astonished. They all knew the effects of the origin heart fruit. Even without the heaven-earth spiritual chi here, it was enough for an ordinary person to break through a level. Could it be that something went wrong? Everyone had the same thought. However, when they saw Ling Xiao walk out unscathed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that the divine kings could tell at a glance that Ling Xiao's cultivation was actually only at the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor. He hadn't broken through to the high stage Holy Emperor. You actually didn't break through? Why is that? Lai Ryu couldn't help but ask. The others also looked at Ling Xiao curiously. They also didn't understand what was going on. Even if Ling Xiao's foundation was deep, this was a divine fruit. No matter what, it should be enough for him to break through a level. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, I also don't know what's going on. Maybe this origin heart fruit is a little small, and it doesn't have enough energy. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. This guy actually said that the origin heart fruit was a little small. Those holy emperors almost wanted to beat their chests and curse. These fruits were all about the same size and the energy was all the same. Otherwise, why would it be a divine fruit that even divine kings wanted to eat? That's impossible. Back then, when I absorbed one, I directly reached the middle stage of the middle stage Holy Emperor realm from the low stage Holy Emperor realm. Lai Ryu said as she rubbed her chin in confusion. Ling Xiao didn't expect this girl to actually talk to him in a friendly manner. He was a little surprised. Lai Ryu looked at Ling Xiao's eyes and her face was a little red. She said, What I said is the truth. After saying that, she turned her face to the side and didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao. She didn't know why, but she felt that Ling Xiao's gaze was lascivious, and it made her feel extremely shy. If it was before, she would have definitely dug out Ling Xiao's thieving eyes, but now she couldn't even muster the slightest impulse to get angry. Damn perverted thief, even though he has some ability, why would I be afraid to look at him? Lai Ryu cursed in her heart. She didn't realize that a delicate feeling was slowly nourishing her heart. It's not that the origin heart fruit is too small, it's just that its energy isn't enough to support your breakthrough. Raiwai said. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, You can even see through this. Elder Yong's eyes are truly sharp. How about Elder Yong lend me another origin heart fruit? I believe that I will definitely be able to break through this time. Indeed, the origin heart fruit's power was boundless, and it had greatly benefited Ling Xiao. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to break through, his divine soul had forcefully absorbed more than half of the Origin Heart Fruit's power, causing the Origin Heart Fruit's power to be halved. In the end, he had no choice but to borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through. Unfortunately, after trying a few times in a row, he returned empty-handed. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up on breaking through. Of course, his harvest was not only to reach the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor, the strength of his divine soul had also increased by quite a bit. After this growth, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the battle prowess of his divine soul avatar was no less than that of an ordinary demigod king. It was more than 2 times stronger than before. Ryoi shook his head and said, "Even if I give you another Origin Heart Fruit, it won't allow you to break through to the next level. This kind of divine fruit is only the most effective when taken the first time. The second time it will be halved." However, even though he said that, an Origin Heart Fruit still appeared in his hand. He then said, "You have already formed a divine soul, and the power of the Origin Heart Fruit is also very useful to it. I believe that the Origin Heart Fruit you took before was because of the divine soul, so take this one. Although it can't help him advance by another level, it will be of great benefit to your divine soul." Ling Xiao was originally just joking, but he didn't expect Ryoi to be so generous. However, when he thought about how the other party had the strength of a divine king, it probably wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain this Origin Heart Fruit, so he happily accepted it. "Thank you, Elder Yong," Ling Xiao said gratefully. Even if he didn't need this Origin Heart Fruit, it was just right for Xin Yuyi. It would give him more assurance when he broke through to the Divine King realm. "No need to thank me, this is what you deserve," Ryoi said indifferently. Ling Xiao had taught Lai Ryu a lesson earlier. Although it was a bit excessive, it had allowed her to understand a lot of principles, and it could be said that the merit was greater than the fault. This Origin Heart Fruit should be given to Ling Xiao, and at the same time, it could be considered as forming a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Chapter 1104. The Black Market was a trade fair held by all of the roving bandits and the whale gang in the Chaotic Ridge. This trade fair was similar to an auction, but it was also different. This was because there were usually 2 types of trade. The first type was free trade. The seller would bring out all of the items for those who entered the black market to choose from. As long as both parties had no objections to the price, they would be able to reach an agreement. The other type was auction, which was similar to an auction. Usually, the final auction would be for the best items, and their value would be relatively high. Naturally, the highest bidder would be able to win. The first type had all sorts of items, but they were usually items that weren't too valuable or couldn't be identified. These items could be purchased with top-grade mysterious crystals. The second type, on the other hand, mostly contained divine items that required divine crystals. Before the black market trade began, the leaders of the roving bandits had gathered together. These roving bandits were the Whale Gang, the Bloodthirsty Gang, the Fierce Bandits, Mine Gang, the Ox Gang. There were more than 10 leaders in total, and all of them were God Kings. The Whale Gang's leader wasn't the Whale Gang's leader, but a supreme elder. He held quite a bit of authority within the gang. His name was Hai Kao, and he was dressed in a set of blue robes. His face was thin and his eyes were as small as a mouse's. There were 2 thin eyebrows at the corners of his mouth. One look was enough to tell that he was a crafty person. The leader of the bloodthirsty roving bandits was Kong Shuekyang. He looked like a middle-aged man, but he possessed the strength of a high-level god king. His bright, piercing eyes were filled with bloodlust, and a vicious aura swirled around him. Anyone who saw him could tell that he was someone who would kill without batting an eyelid. There were a few others with similar strength, including Lu Biao, Mine Gang, and Yo Dei Gang. Hai Kao stroked his mustache and said in a shrill voice, "Brothers, how are the preparations for this year's goods?" "Brother Hai Kao, looking at your glowing face, it seems that you've brought a lot of good things. Why don't you take them out first and let us see if there are any suitable things for us?" Lu Biao said in a rough voice. Lu Biao was a straightforward person with a strong sense of brotherhood. If he had not been betrayed by one of his brothers, he would not have become a bandit. "Hee, us giant whales make a living on the sea. Every year we go back and forth with the same stuff," Hai Kao said modestly, then continued, "but this time we really got some treasures." At this moment, the eyes of the roving bandits lit up. Something that could be called a treasure by the sea examiner was definitely not an ordinary item. At this time, Hai Kao took out a silver stone. There were red lines around the stone that looked like blood stains. The stone was also emitting a faint glow. This rock was only a few dozen kilograms, but when it was gently placed on the ground, it immediately pressed the ground down. This is a blood-stained silver stone. A few of the bandit leaders cried out in surprise. Hai Kao stroked his mustache and said proudly, "That's right, it's a blood-stained silver stone. For it, we lost a few elders to kill the class 10 blood-scaled snake near it." The blood-stained silver stone was a kind of refining material, but its use should not be underestimated. Its price was definitely more precious than a divine tool. Adding the blood-stained silver stone to a divine tool could not only increase its grade, but it could also allow the divine tool to produce a kind of blood chi. This would increase the user's combat power and cause great damage. This kind of blood-stained silver stone was not easy to find. It needed tens of thousands of years to be heavy, and it also needed to be formed in a special environment. In the eyes of ordinary people, its value might not be high because they had no use for it. But in the eyes of a divine tool master, its value was different. This piece of blood-stained silver stone was enough to satisfy the needs of a dozen divine tools. Moreover, among the divine tools of the same rank, the value of the blood-stained silver stone was twice as high. Therefore, this piece of blood-stained silver stone was more than several times more precious than ordinary divine tools. However, none of the people present were divine tool masters, so they did not care much about this blood-stained silver stone. They were just a little envious. This blood-stained silver stone is a treasure for those blacksmiths. Brother Hai Kao can get a good price this time. Lu Biao praised. The others also expressed their admiration. Hai Kao smiled and said, "This blood-stained silver stone of mine is not worthy of your attention. I wonder what other good things you have? But I heard that Brother Xuejing made a big profit, so you must have some heavyweight divine objects, right?" The Whale Gang was the local tyrant of the chaotic Ridge and Clear River City. They had heard a little about Bloodthirsty's robbery of the Blazing Flame merchants, which was why they asked this question. Kong Shuekyung maintained a cold expression from beginning to end, as if everyone owed him millions of divine crystals. He said coldly, "You'll know when we get to the auction." After saying this, he did not say anything else. His attitude was quite arrogant. However, everyone knew Kong Shuekyung's personality, so they did not dare to press him. The others took out the items they wanted to auction to show off. Afterward, everyone discussed many things about the transaction and was about to leave. At this time, Nyo Dei said to Kong Shuekyung, "Brother Xuejing, the Blazing Flame merchants might be coming this time, but not many of them are coming. I just don't know if they are coming in batches." Kong Shuekyung frowned slightly and sneered, "If they are coming, then so be it. Maybe they are coming for the trade fair. They have plenty of divine crystals, so when the time comes, we'll take more from them." After saying this, he ignored Nyo Dei and walked forward again. Nyo Dei shook his head and thought to himself, "This guy is still as arrogant as ever. If you say a few more words, I, old Nyo, will cooperate with you to kill the Blazing Flame merchants. In that case you can avenge me." Kong Shuekyung shook off everyone and returned to his hidden camp. He then immediately ordered everyone to pay attention to the Blazing Flame merchants. This is my Bloodthirsty's territory. Even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down. So what if it's the Blazing Flame merchants? In my eyes they're just big fat sheep. Kong Shuekyung muttered with a somewhat cold-blooded smile. In the depths of the chaotic ridge, there were all kinds of poisonous and ferocious beasts. Ordinary people did not dare to enter. However, in such a dangerous place a tall figure was walking barefoot. Every step he took covered a distance of 10,000 meters, as if he had the supreme power of shrinking the ground into an inch. From a closer look, this person was actually a monk. He looked middle-aged with 6 Buddhist precepts on his head. His face was resolute and his body was extremely sturdy. His bright eyes flickered with an indescribable profound intent. "Human, get lost." An extremely ear-piercing hoarse voice came from not far away. A small figure appeared 100 meters in front of the monk. This person was naked and his entire body was covered in abscesses and tumors. His appearance was extremely disgusting and frightening. It was a humanoid poisonous beast. Its arms and back were covered in sharp bone spikes that looked extremely ferocious and sharp. The monk ignored the poisonous beast's words and actually opened his mouth to suck in the poisonous gas in front of him. If other godly monarchs were to see this scene, they would definitely jump in fright. Then they would call him a madman. This was the abscess poison, one of the hundreds of origin poisons. Anyone who absorbed a little of it would die from all over their body. Even a god king would find it difficult to force it out. Is this human crazy? He actually dared to absorb my poison source. He really doesn't know how to die. the poisonous beast said in disdain. After the monk absorbed the poison source, his entire body began to fester. Abscesses and tumors constantly grew, and streams of poisonous blood flowed non-stop. He immediately became extremely terrifying. However, the monk did not show any signs of pain. Waves of light energy circulated around his body, and a dignified appearance rose up behind him. This power seemed to be resisting the poisonous gas, preventing it from poisoning him to death. In addition, at this moment, another strange aura appeared on the monk's body, fighting against the poison source. The three powers constantly intertwined, forming balls of evil aura that revolved around the surroundings. They were like demons, ghosts, venomous snakes, venomous insects. When the poisonous beast realized that the monk could actually resist the source of the poison, its triangular eyes revealed waves of hostility. "Damn human, I'm going to eat you," the poisonous beast said sternly. Immediately after, it pounced towards the monk. Its speed was abnormally fast and ordinary people could not catch it at all. However, when the monk was fighting against the poison source, he could still capture the poisonous beast's figure. A dazzling light shot towards the poisonous beast. The poisonous beast seemed to be most afraid of this kind of light attribute power. After being shot, it let out a miserable cry. However, this could not make it retreat. Even though it knew that this human was very powerful, it was not weak either. It roared again and immediately changed back to its true form. Its appearance was strange and very ugly, but its strength was very low. However, it was already a rank 10 vicious beast. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of terrifying poisonous gas. This poisonous gas carried a strong corrosive force as it rushed towards the monk. As long as they were hit by this poisonous gas, anyone who heard it would probably die without a corpse left. Good. The monk finally spoke for the first time. He did not dodge or evade and once again completely swallowed this mouthful of poisonous gas. His body became even more disgusting and ugly, and waves of evil aura shot into the sky. His entire person turned into a poisonous person, as if he could die at any moment. Who would have thought that at this moment, another kind of power would burst forth from his body and clash with the poisonous gas? The monk could not help but spit out a mouthful of evil aura, and even a lot of blood was spat out. It was a ghastly sight. However, after this mouthful of evil aura was spat out, the monk's condition actually became much better, and the poisonous gas on his body decreased sharply. Chapter 11:05. Haha, I finally expelled this damned corrosive snake poison. The monk laughed maniacally. During this period of time, he had been plagued by a poison called corrosive snake poison. Although he had the power of the light attribute to heal and expel the poison, he was unable to deal with a poison that was ranked in the top 100. He had taken many elixirs and could only suppress it temporarily. He could not erupt for a while. However, he had been continuously chased. If this went on, he would really die from the poison in less than a month. Fortunately, he knew that this poison was the nemesis of this corrosive snake poison. Therefore, after asking around and finding out that this poison existed in the depths of the chaotic ridge, he rushed over and decided to take the risk to fight poison with poison. As expected, he was really lucky this time and managed to expel the corrosive snake poison from his body. However, although he had expelled the corrosive snake poison, his body now had an additional type of corrosive snake poison. This was also a very terrifying poison source. However, he was not worried that he could not completely expel the poison. As the saying goes, all things reinforce and counteract each other. Where this poison source existed, there would definitely be a detoxifying item that could restrain the poison. However, he still had to get rid of this poisonous beast first. While suppressing the poison, the monk exerted all his strength. A Zhuangzun treasure form appeared behind him, and at the same time, countless punches of light blasted towards the poisonous beast. Divine Light Fist. Every punch carried the purest and most boundless power of the light attribute. It also contained some fist intent and was very powerful. The poisonous beast revealed a look of extreme disgust. Its figure constantly changed and shot out mouthfuls of seemingly solid poison towards the fist shadows. Rumble, rumble. The man and the beast began to fight fiercely. Actually, the monk was stronger than the poisonous beast. However, he had to use part of his strength to suppress the poison, so his combat power was greatly reduced. In the end, the monk took out a scepter and displayed a supreme invisible and shadowless divine art. He finally killed the poisonous beast. Even though the monk had killed the poisonous beast, the poisonous gas was unable to be suppressed any longer. It finally burst out. He quickly swallowed some elixirs and then smashed the poisonous beast's body. He took out its beast core and a beast gall. Without a second thought, he swallowed the beast gallbladder. There was naturally a reason why this poisonous beast could survive by devouring poisonous gas, and this beast gallbladder was a good thing that could suppress the poisonous gas. However, the beast gallbladder could only suppress the poisonous gas and could not detoxify it. In the long run, it would be a hidden danger. But in next to no time, the monk found a divine medicine nearby and consumed it. The poison in his sore was completely expelled from his body, and he became spirited and energetic. I've finally gotten rid of this poison. The monk let out a soft sigh. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he muttered, "The righteous snake sect, I will destroy them sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished from this expanse of the world. Not long after, another group of people arrived. The group of people were all god kings. There were a total of 6 of them and they all wore silver armor. They wielded silver spears as their eyes were filled with malice. This group of people were 6 of the righteous snake sect's 18 silver snakes. They were Gamma Origi to Gamma Origi 5. 10th brother, this poisonous tumor beast is dead, but it seems like it died not long ago. That bastard must have been here. Gamma Origi 5 said to the older man. It seems like this mad monk has some tricks up his sleeve. He actually found a way to neutralize our corrosive snake venom. However, he killed brother 16. This enmity must be settled no matter what. Gamma Origi snorted coldly as he took the lead and chased in one direction. At this time, Gamma Origi 5 said, "10th brother, the black market in the chaotic ridge is about to start. We can go take a look. Maybe that mad monk will also join in the fun." Gamma Origi 3 agreed, "That's right. The mad monk is wanted by our righteous snake sect and has nowhere to run. He might join one of the roving bandits' forces." Gamma Origi 2 sneered, Don't play tricks in front of me. Who doesn't know that you want to pick up Ping-Yi?" As soon as these words were said, Gamma Origi 1 and Gamma Origi 3 laughed awkwardly, not daring to say another word. Who knew that Gamma Origi's words would change the topic? "But what you said is not without reason. It's good to go take a look." When the others heard Gamma Origi's words, their faces revealed joy. The time for the black market trade had finally arrived. The location of the black market trade this time was different from the previous years. This had always been the rule. Every time the black market trade happened, the location would be changed to prevent others from using it to cause trouble. In a spacious area, everything had been cleaned up, and spatial stones were buried in the surroundings to encircle the area. There was also a special short-distance spatial formation here, which could be used from the various entry points outside. Currently, the people of the major roving bandits in the Chaotic Ridge, as well as many rogue cultivators and mercenaries, had entered this temporary space. These people came here because they had something to trade. Most of the things in their hands were ill-gotten gains, so they didn't dare to boldly auction them in the cities outside. After all, many good things would be branded by others. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get rid of this brand, so when others sensed it, they would immediately rush over to take it back. Therefore, after the trade was done in the black market, they would immediately disperse, and the others would only look for trouble with the buyer. In addition, there was a temporary, simple and spacious stone room. This stone room was only surrounded by 3 walls, and in the middle there was a raised platform. This was the place where the black market auction was held. It was held once a year, and each time, it would only be for 1 day. After a day, this place would be destroyed and no longer exist. The black market trade finally began, and many people were teleported over from different entry points. Immediately, this temporary space immediately became extraordinarily lively. One by one, the warriors came here, looking for the high-grade holy objects or divine materials they needed. There were thousands of stalls, which was enough for the 10 or 20,000 people who came in to buy. Ling Xiao, Lai Ruyu, Raioi, Lai Shi, and another middle-stage divine King Feng Wu had already entered here, while the others were outside the entry point. "It's so chaotic, can you even trade in this kind of place?" Lai Ruyu looked at the wild and fierce men who had set up stalls here, and frowned in displeasure. "What is a black market? It's a place where the black eats the black. They don't have reasonable rules and that's it. But you can't look down on them either. They're all just trying to survive." Ling Xiao said calmly by the side. He was somewhat displeased in his heart that Lai Ruyu looked down on these self-reliant people in front of her, but she came from a major faction. It seemed impossible to make her change her personality in a short time. He also could not be bothered to poke his nose into other people's business. It was just that Lai Ruyu's heart was clear. Moreover, she looked down on Ling Xiao's dissatisfied attitude, so she immediately felt somewhat wronged in her heart. I just feel that it's a little chaotic. Lai Ruyu explained in a low voice. Who knew that Ling Xiao already ignored her and walked to one of the stalls. Lai Ryu stared at Ling Xiao's back view and lightly stomped her feet and said, "Annoying guy." Although she said so, she still followed over to watch the show. Bro, how much is this? Ling Xiao looked at the peak tier 8 spirit grass that a middle-aged man had set up before and asked. It's 2 million for a package and 300,000 for a single one, that middle-aged man said coldly. Goodness gracious, this is a full 10 stalks of myriad ivy. Each stalk is indeed 300,000 outside, but these 10 stalks are actually only sold for 2 million. It's not considered expensive. Ling Xiao secretly commented in his heart. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask for all, another voice sounded out. I want all of this. Ling Xiao turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man appear beside him with a few attendants. This middle-aged man was even wearing an alchemist robe very arrogantly, as if he was afraid that others did not know that he was an alchemist. Just as he was in a daze, the other party had already completed the transaction. The 10 stalks of myriad ivy were already bought by that alchemist. When that alchemist saw Ling Xiao looking at him, he immediately revealed a disdainful expression and said, "A country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world." Following that, he brought his attendants and went to the next stall. F***ck, this consort is being looked down upon. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. If this was outside, he would immediately drag this fellow out and give him a beating. However, here he could only suppress his anger. However, he could not take this lying down. He had to find some trouble for that fellow. Following that alchemist walked towards that stall, and Ling Xiao immediately followed. That alchemist had his eyes on another batch of spirit grass. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a lazy voice said from the side, "I want all of these. How many Shen crystals?" When the stall owner saw that Ling Xiao looked like a noble young master, he immediately replied with a smile, "If young master wants them all at once, just give me 5 million. Alright, no problem." Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all and was about to transfer the Shen crystals to that stall owner. Who would have thought that the alchemist would unwillingly shout, "Everything has to be done first, I want these spirit grass." What a joke, whoever pays for it already owns it, don't you think so? Ling Xiao said disdainfully to the alchemist, but in the end, his gaze fell on the stall owner. The stall owner quickly replied, "Of course, this is also the purpose of our transaction this time." "That's right." Ling Xiao replied and swept up the spirit grass on the stall. At the same time he gave the Shen crystals to the stall owner. Finally, Ling Xiao looked at the trembling refiner and said, "A country bumpkin who has never seen the world." Then he shook his hair and walked away. "Stop right there, do you know who I am?" When had the alchemist ever suffered such an insult? He immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. "What is it? Do you want to openly cause trouble here?" Ling Xiao turned around and sneered at the alchemist. "You." The alchemist still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a person beside him. "Saint Master Gu, don't be angry. It's not good to cause trouble here. We'll teach him a lesson when we get out." "Brat, you have guts." The alchemist unwillingly shouted at Ling Xiao, then walked in another direction. Chapter 1106. Subsequently, Ling Xiao mysteriously appeared next to the pill refiner called Gu Heng to buy the spiritual herbs first. However, the other party was already prepared and would call out early. Ling Xiao only managed to snatch the first 2 or 3 times. Helpless, he could only go to other stalls. At the same time, he planned to find the bloodthirsty bandits to carry out his plan. Unfortunately, no one responded to him, which made him rather depressed. He knew that he had been too naive before. Those roving bandits would not contact any buyer alone in advance. On the other hand, Lai Ruyu, Ryoi, and the rest were looking at the items at other stalls. However, with the power of the blazing flame merchants, they naturally would not care about these things. They just wanted to see if there were any exotic items that they had missed out on. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with them and continued to quickly buy the spiritual herbs that he wanted. After one round, Ling Xiao had already spent 20 million supreme-grade glazed crystals on many high-level spiritual herbs. In the end, he actually came to the same stall with Gu Heng. Gu Heng thought that Ling Xiao was here to cause trouble again, so he immediately said to the stall owner, "I want all of these spiritual herbs." As he said that, he actually wanted to keep the spiritual herbs. who knew that the stall owner would not let go of the spiritual herbs. "You can take them after you give me the divine crystals." The stall owner looked a little sloppy and his hair was messy, but there was a determined look in his eyes. His strength was that of a demigod king. No wonder he could suppress Gu Heng's strength. "What do you want, divine crystals?" Gu Heng was a little surprised. At that moment he noticed that there were actually two divine herbs on the stall. One was blue and the other was red. Both of them looked the same, but their colors were completely different. They were isolated by the cold jade plate, but he could still feel the waves that were emitted. "Twin star water fire grass," Ling Xiao exclaimed at the side. The water fire twin star grass grew in the same place as twins. Their appearance was the same, but their attributes were completely different. One was water and one was fire, so it was called the water fire twin star flower. It was a low-level 9th rank divine grass. It was rare for divine items to appear in the free market here. Generally, divine items would be auctioned off in auctions. But this person in front of him actually took out the twin stars of water and fire grass to sell. What was he thinking? Gu Heng also recognized the twin stars of water and fire grass. He immediately swallowed his saliva and said, "How many divine crystals does this cost?" "2 stocks, 500,000. The stall owner said indifferently. 500,000 divine gems. Each piece of divine gem was 1,000 times more valuable than a top-grade mysterious crystal. This price was definitely not reasonable, but it was not too expensive either. If they were to encounter a martial artist who cultivated both fire and water, they would be willing to pay 1,000,000. 500,000 is a little too expensive. Can't you be more reasonable? Although Gu Heng had some divine gems on him, he didn't have many. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao, who was next to him, said, "I'll take the 500,000 divine gems." Ling Xiao did have divine gems now. Ryoi had given him 1,000,000 divine gems before he entered the black market. Ryoi had asked him to buy any divine materials that he liked, which could be considered as a favor to Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ryoi was an elder of the Blazing Flame merchants, so he was naturally rich. Giving 1,000,000 divine gems to Ling Xiao was really not a big deal. Moreover, once Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people, it would not be difficult for him to get as many divine gems as he wanted in the future. "Wait, I wanted it first. I'll pay 500,000 divine gems." Gu Heng gritted his teeth and said. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was already on the verge of exploding with rage. "What a joke. Whoever offers the divine gems first gets it." Ling Xiao sneered. "Humph, brother, I'll pay 510,000 divine gems for it." Gu Heng did not argue with Ling Xiao and immediately said to the stall owner. The stall owner naturally did not have any objections. He was short of divine gems, so he would sell it to whoever offered the highest price. "Okay, since you want to compete, let's compete. I'll pay 550,000 divine gems." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing that the stall owner was tempted again, Gu Heng cursed in his heart, "Damn it." Then he called out another price, 560,000 divine gems. Although he was a great saint master, he only earned top-grade mysterious crystals. Moreover, he did not have a 100% success rate in alchemy like Ling Xiao, so he only had 800,000 divine gems on him. It was impossible for him to add tens of thousands of divine gems all at once like Ling Xiao. At this time, the two began to compete, which attracted the attention of the people around them. "Brat, do you know who I am? If you continue to pester me endlessly, don't blame me for being impolite." Gu Heng was a demigod king, so he was already infuriated by Ling Xiao. He immediately threatened Ling Xiao. At the same time, a pressure attacked Ling Xiao, trying to make Ling Xiao back off. However, Ling Xiao's strength had already improved a lot, and the strength of his god soul had also increased a lot. He was not afraid of Gu Heng's pressure at all. "Old thing, if you don't have divine gems, just say it. Do you think I'm afraid of you if you want to use force to oppress me?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he pointed at Gu Heng. "How dare you?" Gu Heng shouted and was about to hit someone. At this time a voice was heard, "Who dares to cause trouble?" They saw a group of boorish and ferocious-looking people walking in their direction, and the one leading them was a low-level god king. This was a free trade area. Although it was organized by a few groups of roving bandits, they still had the obligation to maintain the situation here. After all, it was only going to be held for a day. If something happened, it would be bad for the reputation of their black market. When Gu Heng saw the people coming, he actually revealed a look of joy. He bowed to the divine king and said, "Sir, I saw these two spirit herbs first. I didn't think that this brat would interfere. He's clearly here to cause trouble." The divine king recognized Gu Heng. He was a great saint master in the chaotic ridge. Many of their subordinates, the holy emperor, had more or less received some help from him. After all, to survive in the chaotic mountain range required all sorts of pills. Although Gu Heng was unable to concoct a divine pill, a great saint pill would be able to resolve many of the dangers his subordinates faced. Thus the divine king gave Gu Heng some face. The divine king glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Brat, you don't know the rules, right? Scram to the side. These two divine herbs are the ones who saw them first, so it's none of your business." How could Ling Xiao not see that Gu Heng and the divine king were exchanging flirtatious glances? He frowned and said, "My lord, why did you listen to him and say that he saw them first?" "I said that I saw them first and I was the one who offered the price first. He wanted to snatch them from me." The divine king didn't expect Ling Xiao to talk back to him. He was annoyed and said, "Who do you think you are? I said he took a liking to her first, so he took a liking to her first. If you say another word, I'll kick you out of here." If it was anyone else, they would probably have left with their tails between their legs. However, Ling Xiao had a stubborn temper and was used to being soft but not hard. He faced the divine king and said, "Since when can the black market transactions be interfered with by law enforcement? The seller can sell it to whoever he wants and you actually want to interfere? Then what are we doing here? We might as well let you sell it yourself. Everyone, let's judge whether I'm right or not." Although there were no civilized rules for black market transactions, as long as no one caused trouble here, ordinary people could not interfere with other people's transactions. With Ling Xiao's roar, the others also looked over. All of them looked at the divine king with disgust in their eyes. They were all here to buy things. If there was a deacon who wanted to make a move, it would harm their interests, so they were naturally very unhappy. That's right, it's not up to you to decide who the stall owner will sell to. He doesn't have enough divine crystals, so why bother fighting with him? Lai Ruyu walked out from the crowd and sneered at the divine king and Gu Heng. "Who are you? How dare you talk back to the Lord Deacon?" Gu Heng shouted from the side. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that we are all here to trade. We just don't want to see unfair treatment." Lai Ruyu looked at Gu Heng with disgust. Gu Heng's face turned red and white, but he didn't dare to refute because he and the divine king deacon could sense that the people behind this person were not simple. "Humph, you'd better not cause trouble or else I'll teach you a lesson." The divine king frowned and snorted coldly. He ignored Gu Heng and left with his people. At this time Ling Xiao looked at Gu Heng and said with a smile, "Old thing, I'll pay 800,000 divine crystals for these 2 stalks of ice-fire twin-star grass. Do you still want to increase the price?" Gu Heng's face twitched a few times, and he immediately revealed an extremely resentful expression. All right. This sacred master will remember you." After saying that, he turned around and walked to another stall. The stall owner said to Ling Xiao, 800,000 divine crystals, and these 2 stalks of ice-fire twin-star grass are yours." Ling Xiao naturally handed over the divine crystals readily and put away the twin-star water and fire grass. The stall owner had some conscience. After receiving the divine crystals, he didn't forget to remind Ling Xiao, "This ice-fire twin-star grass must be taken at the same time to produce the greatest effect. If you take it alone, it won't have much effect." Ling Xiao naturally understood the use of the ice-fire twin-star grass. They were originally twin-star grass. 4 martial artists who cultivated both water and fire, it was a top-grade divine item. However, for martial artists who cultivated only water or fire, it was useless because they wouldn't have any effect if taken separately. However, what kind of person was Ling Xiao? He cultivated all 5 elements at the same time, and his ice element was just another form of the water element. These 2 stalks of ice-fire twin-star grass were divine items that could help him break through to the high level of the Holy Emperor. After receiving the ice-fire twin-star grass, Ling Xiao asked Lai Ruyu and the others, "Is there anything that you're interested in?" As soon as he asked this, Ling Xiao felt that he was being redundant. The Blazing Flame merchants were the wealthiest faction in the Sky Dragon domain. Their collection was naturally not something that ordinary people could compare to. How could they be interested in the things here? "There are some things that I'm interested in, but Uncle Yong won't let me buy them," Lai Ruyu said like a mischievous child. "We have those things," Ryoi replied. He then added, "When the auction starts, there might really be a lot of good things there." At this time Ling Xiao showed a fawning expression to Ryoi and said, "Elder Yong, can we discuss this?" Ryoi seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and immediately said, "No." Ling Xiao's expression immediately fell. Who knew that Ryoi would say again, "You can discuss it with Ryu. As long as she agrees, everything can be discussed." Chapter 1107. Ryoi was also a crafty old fox. He knew that only Ling Xiao could restrain Lai Ryu and make Lai Ryu change her willful habits. That was why he said this, to give Ling Xiao and Lai Ryu more opportunities to communicate. After all, through these days he could see that Lai Ryu was gradually changing a lot, which was indeed beneficial to her growth. Although Lai Ryu had the face of a beautiful woman, Ling Xiao didn't have much of a feeling no matter how he looked. However, he had no choice but to bow his head when he was under the eaves. Ling Xiao's face revealed a smile that he thought was the most charming. He looked at Lai Ryu and said, "That? Ryu young Master Ryu, can you lend me some divine crystals? I will definitely pay you back double in the future." Lai Ryu looked at Ling Xiao's fawning expression and laughed. She thought to herself, "This guy is really good at acting. He's always changing." "You're the young master. I don't know how many divine crystals you want, but I still have to see if I have enough." Lai Ryu followed Ling Xiao's words. "I'm not sure about that. Let's go to the auction later and take a look. If there's something suitable, we'll buy it. I think 10 million should be enough," Ling Xiao said. "All right, I can lend you the divine crystals for now, but there's a condition," Lai Ryu said with a sly look. Ling Xiao immediately patted his chest and said, "All right, I can agree to any condition other than to marry you." "Bah, if I want you to marry me, don't be impatient," Lai Ryu said with a drunken red face. She was disdainful, but she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. No matter what, she was a proud daughter of heaven. The line of people who pursued her was longer than the towering Sky River. How could this despicable guy in front of her say such words? After the few of them walked around these scattered stalls, Ling Xiao collected a lot of spirit grasses. Ling Xiao felt that he had gained a lot from the free trade alone. As for the auction, Ling Xiao did not want to compete with those god kings in auctioning divine items. His agreement with Lai Ryu to borrow divine crystals was just a precaution. If he came across an item that he wanted, he would fight for it. In the afternoon, the auction finally began. In order to enter the simple and spacious stone room to auction items, one must first pay an entrance fee, and the entrance fee was not cheap. Those who hadn't reached the strength of a god king and didn't have god crystals were too embarrassed to enter. After all, this was the true place to trade divine materials, and they could only be purchased with divine crystals. Ling Xiao, Lai Ryu, Lai Shi, and the others chose a seat near the front, while Lai Shi and the other god kings split up and joined the others. The purpose of this was to lock onto the people of the bloodthirsty roving bandits as soon as possible. This was the only way to find their whereabouts. The auction began. The auctioneer was a young woman who was dressed in revealing clothes. Only 3 of her vital areas were covered by beast skin, and the rest of her tender flesh was completely exposed. She looked like a beautiful snake, causing the blood of humans and beasts to boil. Many of the people below were people from the nearby forces, including the roving bandits of the chaotic mountain range, rogue cultivators, and mercenaries. When they saw such a woman, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "How disgusting, wearing so little." Lai Ryu looked at the young woman on the high platform in disgust. "You feel disgusted because you're a woman. Didn't you see so many people around you screaming? This is called charm," Ling Xiao said as he looked at the woman. This kind of woman was full of wild temptation, and could indeed make people go crazy. It was a pity that it was obvious at a glance that she was a coquettish woman. Ling Xiao didn't have much desire for her, he just looked at her for a bit. "All the crows in the world are black," Lai Ryu said angrily. Who knew that Ling Xiao's next sentence would make her smile? "Although this woman is somewhat beautiful, in front of the young lady, she's a swan. Compared to an ugly duckling, the difference is like heaven and earth," Ling Xiao said respectfully. He had no choice. The situation was against him. If he didn't please this girl, he wouldn't be able to get his divine crystals. Are you telling the truth?" Lai Ryu revealed some shyness. "Of course. Even real gold and silver can't be so real," Ling Xiao said with certainty. This was the truth. Lai Ruyu's beauty could definitely be called a heavenly beauty. Few could compare to her. However, her personality still needed to be trained. "You have good taste." Lai Ryu glared at Ling Xiao and turned her face away, but her heart was beating very fast. At this time, the first item to be auctioned was finally presented. The young woman licked her sexy lips and said, "Low-grade 9th stage Sky Rubik Vine, the starting price is 15 divine crystals. and each increment must be no less than 10,000. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately rushed to bid, 160,000. After a round of bidding, the sky Rubik vine was sold for 250,000 divine crystals. Ling Xiao swallowed and said, "Damn, if I had divine crystals right now, I would definitely bid for it." Ling Xiao was an alchemist, and sooner or later he would become a god king. These divine herbs were all rare divine items and they were all useful to him. The atmosphere of the auction was very intense. This place wasn't like the auctions in the city that provided private rooms. Everyone was sitting in the same place and it was easy to see each other's appearance and strength. Therefore, some people took the opportunity to pressure others. After all, no one wanted the auction price to soar higher and higher. Again and again the killing and shouting pushed the auction to its climax. Ling Xiao temporarily made 3 moves. The first was for a light attribute divine herb, the moon Rubik flower, the second was for an earth attribute divine herb, the yellow evil bamboo, and the third was for a wind attribute divine artifact called the wind shuttle. The lunar tide flower was a divine flower that grew from absorbing the essence of the moon. It was beautiful and resplendent. It was said that it only grew in the places closest to the moon. To light-attributed cultivators, it was an extremely difficult divine herb to find. The yellow evil bamboo was a divine object that grew together with the yellow evil dragon. This kind of evil dragon was only one step away from becoming a divine beast. The yellow evil bamboo that grew together with it contained a boundless evil energy that could increase the divine power of the earth burrowing technique. The wind shuttle was just a god artifact. It was only the size of a disc and there were sharp, octagonal gears around it. Once it locked onto an opponent, it could kill them with lightning speed. Even god kings would fear it. It was a strange, cold god artifact. Needless to say, the moon Rubik flower was collected by Ling Xiao for Euro Fei to use in the future. The yellow evil bamboo was for Xinyu Yi to use when he broke through to the god king realm. The wind shuttle was to be kept by his side for now, and he could give it to his master's wife in the future. The prices of these 3 items were not very good. He spent a total of 4.5 million divine crystals to get them. Among them, the wind shuttle was the most expensive, costing him 3.8 million divine crystals. This was not a small amount. It was not easy for any god king to take out such a sum. However, Ling Xiao had a rich little mistress by his side, so he was very forthright when he called out the price. He was not afraid of not having enough divine crystals. So the auction is so easy to finish. Next time let me call out the price. I want to let them all know how powerful I am. Lai Ryu said excitedly. She unknowingly fell in love with this noisy atmosphere because it was her first time coming to such an occasion. It made her feel very lively and curious, especially when she was calling out the price. It made her even more excited. No problem. Eldest miss, if there's anything you like, feel free to call out the price. The higher the price the better. Ling Xiao replied. In his heart, he added, the items that you bid for will belong to me. Ryuai's face turned a little green. Although he didn't care about these divine crystals, he really wanted to curse when he heard Ling Xiao's last sentence. Do you think these divine crystals are useless rocks? The higher the price the better. Although that was what Ling Xiao said, he would not let Lai Ryu blindly bid for the items. Therefore he tried to persuade her again, telling her which one she could bid for and which one she could not bid for. In the end, under Ling Xiao's guidance, Lai Ryu auctioned the spiritual herbs. She got the chance to bid for them, so she was very happy to call out the price. However, Ryuai almost fainted from fright. The starting price of a mid-9th grade spiritual herb was 300,000 divine crystals, and the highest price was only about 600,000 divine crystals. However, Lai Ryu called out 3 million divine crystals in one go. The scene fell silent and everyone was instantly dumbfounded. They had seen many people bid very high prices in one go, but they had never seen someone bid so high. She had actually increased the price by 10 times in one go. She was simply not taking the divine crystals seriously. A thought popped up in everyone's mind. Is this guy an idiot? Why isn't anyone bidding? Lai Ryu looked around at the people around her and asked in confusion. Everyone wanted to vomit blood. The value of that spiritual herb was extraordinary, but it couldn't compare to 3 million divine crystals. Ling Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, and he thought to himself, this little rich woman is indeed a little rich woman. Her boldness really makes me feel ashamed of my inferiority. Miss, that's not how an auction is called. We have to bid for the item at the lowest possible price. In other words, the price has to increase gradually until no one is bidding for it anymore. Ryoi could only explain to Lai Ruyu from the side. I'm also increasing the price slowly. Why aren't they increasing the price as well? This isn't fun. Lai Ruyu said in confusion. As the items were auctioned off one by one, the atmosphere in the scene reached a climax. Ling Xiao didn't bid anymore. He had been intentionally keeping people in the scene, hoping to find traces of Mad Monk, but he couldn't find anyone suspicious. Instead, Ryoi sent him a voice transmission. The 6 people in the second row on the left are the 6 god kings of the snake faction. Ling Xiao looked in the direction that Lai Yong had pointed out, and indeed saw 6 people who stood out from the crowd sitting there. They were wearing silver snake scale armor, so it was very easy to identify them. 6 god kings. I wonder if Ro Fei's adoptive father has escaped. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was still very weak right now. Otherwise, he would have directly gone up to these 6 perverted snakes and asked if they had any news of Mad Monk. Next up are the last 3 divine items: an ancient serpent egg. The starting price is 3 million divinity crystals. Chapter 1108. Spirit beasts were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. No matter how much effort was put into nurturing low-grade spirit beasts, it was impossible for them to become high-grade spirit beasts. The ancient serpent egg that was being auctioned now should be an ancient serpent egg. Once this kind of snake egg hatched, the snake beast would immediately reach the 3rd stage, and its potential would not be much lower than that of a divine beast. In the future, it could also reach the 9th stage or even the 10th stage, so its value was naturally extraordinary. As soon as the auction item was announced, the auctioneer on the high platform pulled down the red cloth on a jade tray, revealing a silver snake egg. There were waves of intense light rippling around the snake egg. It was obvious that this was a snake egg that was about to hatch. Many people in the audience immediately became restless. An ancient snake egg, this is a good thing, but I don't know what attribute it is. From the light it emits, it seems to be of the water attribute. No matter what attribute it is, it's worth it to give it to an outstanding junior. As long as you are willing to spend the capital, it should be able to be nurtured to the 10th stage. I want 3 million divine crystals. God knows if this snake egg can hatch or not. Everyone should consider it carefully. What a nice way to put it. I don't lack these divine crystals, 3,100,000. Nowadays it was not easy to find high-level spirit beasts. Apart from divine beasts, those that could reach the 10th stage were some mutated spirit beasts or ancient spirit beasts. In modern times, reaching the 8th or 9th stage was already the limit. Therefore, the god kings present all saw its potential and wanted to buy it and nurture it. After all, the lifespan of a god king was already endless, so they could have more time to plan for their descendants. At the location of the 6 silver snakes, Gamma Origi stared greedily at the snake egg and said, "This is a good thing. Brothers, we must take it." The reason why they were called the Righteous Snake Sect was because they all had snakes as their companions, and their protective spirit beasts were also snake beasts. And this ancient snake egg in front of them naturally became their favorite thing. That's only natural. This kind of treasure is hard to come by even in 1,000 years. I really didn't expect that there would be someone willing to take it out for auction. Gamma Origi's eyes shone brightly. Then he called out a bid. My Snake Righteous Sect bids 4 million divinity crystals. I hope that everyone will let me win. The Righteous Snake Sect was quite famous in the Heavenly Dragon domain. Although it could not compare to those superpowers, it was not an existence that ordinary people could challenge. Originally, there was a moment of silence in the hall. It seemed that everyone had some reservations. However, a voice rang out. The Righteous Snake Sect is nothing. This young master bids for 5 million divine crystals. Everyone looked toward the source of the arrogant voice and saw an excessively beautiful man gently waving a white paper fan. His eyes were filled with arrogance. However, most of the people present were God King experts. Their eyesight was astonishing, so they could tell with a single glance that the handsome man was merely a woman. This little girl sure has a big mouth. Is she not afraid of biting her tongue? Gamma Origi 5 glared at Lai Ruyu. Then he called out, 4,600,000. Lai Ruyu was very angry. You're the little girl. Your whole family is made up of little girls. I bid 5 million. You. Gamma Origi 5 was very angry. He wanted to retort, but Zeta Origi said, this little girl is not an ordinary person. Let's start the bidding first. If it doesn't work out, then we'll try something else. Gamma Origi 5 helplessly glared at Lai Ruyu. Then he continued to increase the price. However, in terms of wealth, no one here could compare to Lai Ruyu, this little rich lady. She had forcefully raised the price of this ancient snake egg to 8 million divinity crystals. The 6 silver snake monarchs had no choice but to give up. You can't even withstand a single blow from this young master. Lai Ruyu was very happy. Then she whispered to Ling Xiao, "Is this the right way to bid?" "Yes, it's absolutely right. Once the eldest miss appears, who can compete?" Ling Xiao said with a thumbs up. He thought to himself, "I think I'm the young master. Why is the limelight being stolen by her?" Lai Ruyu said happily, "Hee, you're too right. However, I'm not the eldest Mississippi. I have an elder sister. Call me by my name in the future." "Yes, it's eldest Mississippi. I won't call you eldest miss anymore," Ling Xiao said very obediently. Ryuai's face turned greener. He doubted if it was the right decision to let Ling Xiao hook up with Ruyu. Why did he feel that Ruyu had been tricked by this kid? Alright, this ancient snake egg has been bought by this young master for 8 million divinity crystals. The next item is a divine technique that was excavated from an ancient tomb. However, this technique has a powerful restriction. Even the great god kings couldn't open it. You can imagine what kind of divine technique this is. The starting price is 10 million divinity crystals. Each bid must be at least 1 million. The sexy auctioneer caressed her soft breasts as she spoke. When the auctioneer finished, everybody's eyes had turned red. They all looked greedy. It was a divine technique that even the god kings couldn't break. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful it was. Everybody thought of the ultimate experts at the incipient god realm. Those who could reach that realm were already the most powerful existences. No one could doubt their heaven-defying godly abilities. Their restrictions were definitely not something that a god king could break. If it was a divine technique left by an incipient god realm expert, its value would be immeasurable. 10 million divinity crystals was definitely worth it. After the first one made a bid, everybody else became crazy. The price of the item rose continuously, reaching an unprecedented height. Ma Ying, the chief of bandits in a corner of the field, smiled coldly. He thought to himself, "Fight for it. Fight for it. In the end it will come back to me. Should we bid for it?" Lai Ruyu rubbed her fists and feet as she asked Ling Xiao. Apparently, she wanted to compete with the others. "Of course." As Ling Xiao was about to answer, Ryuai coughed, interrupting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. He knew what Ryuai was hinting at. He forced a smile and said, "Of course we can't bid for it. It's too expensive. I don't know if it's useful or not. Let the others fight for it until they bleed." "You're right. But, if people are fighting for it so fiercely, it must be a good treasure. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't bid for it?" Lai Ruyu was naive, but she wasn't a fool. Ryuai said, "Miss, it's possible that it's a scam. Even if we unseal it, it's just an ordinary scroll. We don't need it." As Ryuai had spoken, Lai Ruyu didn't want to bid for it. After a fierce bidding war, a peak god king finally bought the scroll for 3,500 divine crystals. This peak god king immediately became the target of everyone. Once he left this place, he would be targeted by many god kings because they wanted to reap without sowing. However, since this peak god king had the guts to bid for it, he was confident that he could take it away. Alright, now it's time for the finale. The auctioneer kept everyone in suspense. Immediately after, 10 strong men entered the arena at the same time. Each of them held a weapon in their hands. The weapon emitted a strong light that flickered in the spacious stone room. Everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Ryuai's eyes were shining with excitement. "How dare you? You really took out our merchant union's divine weapon to auction." Ryuai cursed in his heart. There are a total of 10 different divine weapons here. However, they won't be auctioned one by one. Instead, they will be auctioned in a bundle. The starting price is 50 million divine crystals. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. The auctioneer made a flirtatious gesture. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar again. 10 divine weapons. How generous. Who's the seller? Who's willing to pay so much? What a pity. It would be great if they could auction one by one. They're actually auctioning it in a bundle. Who can take out 50 million divine crystals in one go? That's hard to say. There are many leaders of major clans here. They can definitely take it. 10 divine weapons, even if they're low-level ones, can increase any force's combat power. If I had divine crystals, I would also take it. 50 million divine crystals was indeed not something anyone could take out. Without a strong backer, it would not be easy to earn so many divine crystals. Therefore, only people from a few forces participated in the bidding. This time, Ryoi had no choice but to let Lai Rui participate in the auction. This was because these were the divine weapons that they had lost before. Now that they were being auctioned here, it was a slap in the face. Not only did they want to regain their face, but they also wanted to take back what they had lost. Lai Rui naturally knew that this matter concerned the reputation of the Merchant Alliance. She immediately said solemnly, "No matter the price, I will definitely get it." Hearing this, Ryoi had no choice but to say guiltily, "If it's more than 100 million divine crystals, then forget it." Back then, the 10 divine weapons that the Merchant Alliance had sold from the Divine Axe Gang were only worth 80 million divine crystals. If they were to sell them, they could double that price. It was just that they were auctioning something that belonged to them again. If the price was too outrageous, it would naturally not be worth it. Moreover, Ryoi had only brought so many divine crystals with him. If Lai Rui suddenly called out 200 million divine crystals, he would probably have to sell himself here. "Alright, 100 million it is. Although it's a little less, I think it should be enough." Lai Rui was somewhat dissatisfied. 10 divine weapons being auctioned together was very attractive. The price quickly rose from 50 million to 70 million divine crystals. This price had already scared off many people. In addition to Lai Rui, people from the Snake Loyalty Sect and 2 other forces also followed up with a bid. However, Ryoi noticed that one of the people who bid was probably from the bloodthirsty roving bandits. That person only wanted to raise the price and would not take it down. In the end, Lai Rui shouted in a very extravagant manner, "I bid 100 million. Her exhalation silenced everyone present. Chapter 1109. 100 million divine crystals. This sounded like an insane amount, and it was enough to make several god kings sell their lives for her. The righteous snake sect's bounty on Mad Monk was only 50 million divine crystals and some divine materials. One had to know that Mad Monk was a god of death, so 100 million was enough to buy the lives of 2 gods of death. Damn, can you not bully people like this? What's so great about having divine crystals? I have 1 million, so what's 100 million? A god king said with tears streaming down his face. That's right, 100 million is 100 million. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you have the ability, go outside and buy divine artifacts. Why do you have to come and fight with us? What an idiot. Even if you spend 100 million divine crystals to buy these 10 divine artifacts, you probably won't be able to bring them out alive. That's right, she's just a little girl at the Holy Emperor realm. Even if she has a backer, it's not that great. One by one, the god kings were very indignant. Needless to say, they were envious and jealous. The people who were bidding against Lai Rui all shut up. It was obvious that they didn't have that many divine crystals on them. Ling Xiao sighed, "A little rich woman is a little rich woman. Whoever can get close to her won't be able to eat and drink for the rest of their lives." Ryoi, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression on his face. These were all his divine crystals. However, if he could get his lost items back, it could be considered an explanation. As for the other divine artifacts, he could just blame it on the bloodthirsty roving bandits when he took revenge. Ryoi went to hand over the divine crystals and retrieved all the items he had won from the auction. At this moment, the 6 people from the Silver Snake sect walked over to Ling Xiao and Lai Rui. Gamma Origi 5 glared at Lai Rui and said, "Little girl, don't walk too fast later." They were all very angry. The things that they were determined to get had been ruined, so they definitely wouldn't let it go. Hee, you can't win, so you want to bully others? No way. Lai Rui stuck out his tongue and revealed an extremely adorable smile. Gamma Origi said with a cold expression, "Didn't your elders tell you that there are some people you can offend when you go out?" Gamma Origi-in was a peak-stage middle-stage god king. As for the other 5 snakes, 2 of them were middle-stage god kings, and 3 of them were low-stage god kings. This group of people was indeed very strong. But Ryoi was a high-level divine king. He alone was sufficient to awe them. We should be the ones telling you this. The Snake E sect isn't some big sect. Ryoi returned to Lai Rui's side and said faintly. Gamma Origi's eyes twitched. He looked at Ryoi with a complicated expression. Then he said to his brothers, "Let's go." The others glared at Lai Rui and Ryoi, then turned and left. They weren't afraid of Ryoi. Although Ryoi was a tier higher than them, they had their own methods. Once they left this place, everything would be easy. Ling Xiao realized that the 6 snakes were actually ignoring him. He was very angry. Hey, what's the meaning of you glaring at them and not at me? Are you looking down on this king? Indeed, Ling Xiao was only an ordinary follower among the 6 snakes. He couldn't enter their eyes at all. This made Ling Xiao feel very sad. Not so long ago he had been ignored like this. However, he felt that he was a very generous person. Hence, after some deliberation he still let them off. If I see you again, this king will glare you to death, Ling Xiao said heroically in his heart. When Ling Xiao and the others left the auction room, Lai Shi and another middle-stage god king had already gathered. Everyone gradually evacuated from the space formation. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to leave, they were intercepted by someone. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A lazy voice rang out. Kong Shuekyung appeared in front of Ling Xiao, Lai Ruyu, and the others with a few god kings. Ryoi hurriedly blocked in front of them and said, "What's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're openly breaking the rules?" Ryoi, Lai Shi, and the other god king rarely appeared in front of others. They firmly believed that these roving bandits wouldn't recognize them as blazing flame merchants. However, when Ryoi saw Nyo Dei not far away, he knew that he had already alerted them when he was outside. Of course, the biggest reason was because of Lai Ryu's rich and overbearing manner, which made Kong Shuekyung certain that they were blazing flame merchants. "We'll definitely follow the rules to others but not to you guys." Kong Shuekyung revealed a sinister expression. Then he waved his hand at his people, intending to have them take down Ryoi and the others. At this moment a shout rang out, "Wait, bloodthirsty, what are you trying to do?" The person who came was the head of the roving bandits, Lu Biao, and his people. Kong Shuekyung looked at Lu Biao with a displeased expression and said, "What? Lu Biao, are you trying to meddle in my business?" He knew that Lu Biao was a man of principle. Even though he had become a bandit, there were many things that didn't seem to be done by the roving bandits. The bandits were more like a group of mercenaries. "Our guests haven't even left the space yet, and you're already trying to rob them? How shameless of you. You're openly breaking our rules. Who's going to come here to trade next year? You're ruining our livelihood." Lu Biao wasn't afraid of Kong Shuekyung at all. By this time the other roving bandits had also appeared. The others who weren't involved left as quickly as they could to avoid getting caught up in the commotion. "That's right, bloodthirsty. You're being unkind here. They're here to trade divine crystals. If we deal with them now, our reputation will be tarnished. We won't be able to operate our black market next year," Hai Chao of the Whale Gang said. He was fully deserving of being the leader here because the Whale Gang was a bit more powerful than the roving bandits. However, Kong Shuejing was the most powerful person among the leaders of the executioners. Beside him were 2 people who were ranked on the god slaughtering list. One was the Lion King Shi Dongtian, and the other was Feng Lung. The 2 of them were ranked 67th and 71st respectively. "I, bloodthirsty, don't need to care about your feelings when doing business. Get out of my way or else, don't blame me for turning against you." Kong Shuekyung's voice was thick with hostility. "I knew you wanted to dominate the chaotic rich. Come, let's see just how terrifying you bloodthirsty, who's ranked in the top 10 of the god slaughtering list, are." Lu Biao shouted at bloodthirsty as a mace appeared in his hand. Right at this moment, Ryoi grabbed Ling Xiao and Lai Ruyu and rushed towards the space formation, hoping to leave this place first. As long as they could leave this place, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, someone else had arrived at the space formation a step ahead of them. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We haven't settled our debts yet." This person was none other than Nyo Dei and a few other god kings. The one who spoke was Nyo Dei. They had lost a few god kings before, so they had to settle this debt as well. A great battle could break out at any moment. The atmosphere became extremely tense. "Lai Shi, take this brat and Ruyu and leave first. I'll hold them off. Once we leave this place, send a transmission to the Alliance head. None of them can escape." Ryoi tossed Ling Xiao and Lai Ruyu towards Lai Shi. At the same time, a spear and shield appeared in his hands. His 10th grade flaming tiger also appeared. "You've lost to me, yet you still dare to speak so boldly? Since you dare block my path, your Ox Stockade gang will be annihilated." Ryoi roared with a terrifying power. Back then he was able to fight 1 against 3. His strength was naturally not something an ordinary god king could compare to. This was because he was a member of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Although he was only ranked in the 800s, there were definitely few in the same rank who could compare to him. "Sinjin of Goguryeo Ryoi, I've long recognized you. However, you can't act fierce here." Nyo Dei roared. He summoned his desolate ox and faced Ryoi with the others. On the other side, Kong Shuekyung did not fight against Lu Biao. Instead it was Shi Dong Tian who was beside him who faced Liu Biao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A battle between godly monarchs was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, this spatial zone was only a temporary one, and the barrier was not indestructible. As soon as the battle started, a crack appeared in the space formation. Lai Shi immediately pulled Ling Xiao and Lai Ruhua towards the space formation. At the same time, Lai Shi raised an attack towards the space formation. As long as this place was broken, their chances of escaping would be greater. Moreover, they could also use the sound transmission stone to inform their reinforcements. You think you can escape? All of you will stay here. A figure flew over like the wind. An energy wave blasted Lai Shi's energy wave away. One of the god of killing, Feng Lung, had the strength of a high-level god king. He was once a cold-blooded killer. Later on, he was defeated by Kong Shuekyung and willingly became his right-hand man. Miss Ling Xiao, think of a way to escape. I'll stop him. Lai Shi threw the two away and attacked Feng Lung. Feng Lung did not seem to be in a hurry to catch Ling Xiao and Lai Ruyu. Instead, he revealed a fake smile and said, "Let me see how powerful the experts of the blazing flame merchants are." He was clearly one level higher than Lai Shi, yet he said this. This wasn't showing off, then what was it? Ling Xiao and Lai Ruyu were thrown far away and infinitely close to the space formation. Lai Ruyu tried her best to stop her figure and shouted, "I want to go back to help Uncle Yong and Shi Yong." As soon as she spoke, her protective spiritual beast, the fire phoenix, appeared and let out a loud and clear cry. Just as Lai Ruyu was about to rush back, a strong hand grabbed her wrist and said, "You will only die if you go back. Let's go out first and then ask for help." Without saying anything, Ling Xiao pulled Lai Ruyu and flew out of the space formation. Lai Ruyu used all her strength to break free from Ling Xiao's hand and said angrily, "No, Uncle Yong has taken care of me since I was young. How can I abandon him? You are accusing me of being unjust. You brainless woman with big breasts, why can't you change your unruly habits? What kind of strength do we have and what kind of strength do they have? If we escape, Elder Yong will naturally have a way to escape, but if we return and get caught, Elder Yong will die." Ling Xiao angrily shouted at Lai Ruyu. Even so, his opinion of Lai Ruyu had changed. This girl is quite loyal, not bad. Chapter 11:10. The battle between godly kings was earth-shattering. The spatial barrier was finally completely destroyed, and the spatial stones were completely shattered. Lai Ruyu was once again scolded by Ling Xiao. Surprisingly, she wasn't angry. Instead, she felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. This was because she knew that she had to calm down and deal with the situation. This was what her grandfather had taught her. What are you waiting for? Quick, use the voice transmission stone to call for help. Ling Xiao shouted at Lai Ruyu, who was in a daze. Lai Ruyu hurriedly took out the voice transmission stone to ask her father for help. However, just as she took out the voice transmission stone, it disappeared from her hand. Bang! The voice transmission stone landed in Kong Shuekyung's hand, and he ruthlessly crushed it. Haha, the little princess of the blazing flame merchants actually came to our chaotic ridge. You really make our walls shine. Kong Shuekyung looked at Lai Ruyu and laughed maniacally. Since you know who I am, it's best that you step aside. Otherwise all of you will die. Lai Ruyu said in a panic. In the face of a godly king, she couldn't maintain her composure. You have everything now. Stand behind me. Ling Xiao frowned and stood in front of Lai Ruyu. Even if he was about to die, Ling Xiao couldn't let a woman stand in front of him. That would make him look very ungentlemanly. Lai Ruyu looked at the figure in front of her, and her heart trembled. An indescribable feeling began to spread throughout her body. Brat, you're just an ant. Kong Shuekyung looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. An ant also has its own value. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He deduced the ancient emperor divine technique to the extreme, and the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky. The golden dragon roared for thousands of miles, and it looked down on the world majestically. Kong Shuekyung was one of the top 10 killing gods on the killing god list. He was also one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His willpower was naturally incomparable to others. Moreover, the fact that he dared to offend the blazing flame merchants showed that he was a fearless and fierce character. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's dragon aura and the layers of dragon scales around him, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. There was also a hint of concern in his eyes. Come and kill me. Are you afraid? We are in the wilderness. Even if you kill me, no one will know that you killed me. There is nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao shouted at Kong Shuekyang. He was throwing caution to the wind. He wanted to buy as much time as he could. Otherwise he wouldn't have another chance. Brat, I don't care who you are. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Kong Shuekyang said sternly. That was what he said, but he didn't make a move. That's right, he was worried because Ling Xiao had displayed the ancient emperor's divine technique. He dared to offend the blazing flame merchants, but he didn't dare to offend the Dragon Gate, and he didn't dare to offend the Kim people. Otherwise, in the Sky Dragon District, he wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of others no matter where he went. Even the forces behind him couldn't help him. Coward, I thought the bloodthirsty killing god was a ruthless person. I didn't expect him to be so wishy-washy. Ling Xiao scolded disdainfully. Then he turned around and pulled Lai Ruyu's hand. If you don't kill me, then I'll take my woman and leave. I won't see you again. Ling Xiao used all of his strength and pulled Lai Ruyu to escape as fast as he could. However, someone was faster than them. Ryoi had already shaken off his opponent, and had already pulled them into the space to escape. However, at this moment, an explosion that sounded like a bolt from the blue rang out. Ryoi, Ling Xiao, and Lai Ruyu were blasted out of the space at the same time. Kong Shuekyang held a blood spear in his hand and looked at them coldly. His protective spiritual beast had also appeared by his side. It was a level 10 blood toad. Sun Xuejing was able to enter the top 10 of the killing god list and was also one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. He had extraordinary strength. It turned out that he was a traitor of the Godly Axe Gang. The Godly Axe Gang thought that he was a spy from another force because he didn't use axes and used blood spears instead. He didn't use the divine technique of the Godly Axe Gang, so they kicked him out of the gang. What the truth was, however, was unknown. The blood toad under Kong Shuekyang was one of the ancient spiritual beasts. The fact that it could advance to level 10 proved that it was extraordinary and powerful. Sun Xuejing stopped Ryoi, Ling Xiao, and Lai Rui. Niu Dei and the others also rushed over. Besides them, the people of the bloodthirsty roving bandits were also there. There were more than 10 god kings and 4 high-level god kings. With such a force, even Ryoi wouldn't be able to escape. On the other side, although Lu Biao and his people weren't angry at what Kong Shuekyang and the others had done, they knew that they couldn't change the truth. Hence, they could only give up on fighting against Sun Xuejing. Although he wanted to stick to his principles, the situation was beyond his control. If he used his brothers' lives to protect someone he didn't know, it wouldn't be worth it. The other people of the roving bandits didn't care about this matter and didn't interfere. Instead, some of them went to chase after the peak god king who obtained the godly scroll. As for Lai Shi and the other mid-level god king, they were already seriously injured and their combat power was greatly reduced. Ryoi, Ling Xiao, and Lai Rui's expressions changed. Sun Xuejing sneered, "Run, why not? Don't think that you're so great just because you're from the blazing flame merchants." That's right, I robbed your goods and I didn't just rob you once. I'm going to rob you a second time. Do you think you have us in your hands? Lai Yong looked around at the crowd, then looked at Kong Shuejing and asked nonchalantly. That's right, what kind of storm do you think you can stir up? This is Lai Wudi's daughter, right? How courageous, daring to let her enter the chaotic mountain range. Then leave her here and let Lai Wudi take the ransom crystals in exchange for her life. Kong Shuekyang said confidently. Bloodthirsty, you can have that little naughty girl, leave the others to me, I want them to live a life worse than death. Niu Dei said from the side. Not long ago, several of his brothers had died in battle, and now was the time for revenge. I can only leave you with your souls, their spatial rings are mine. Kong Shuekyang said. Niu Dei's expression turned cold. If they couldn't even get a single spatial ring, what use would they have? Not to mention they would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with these people. If Ryoi fought to the death, their losses would outweigh their gains. You want to go back on your word? Niu Dei said unhappily. I'll leave you 5 divine artifacts. Kong Shuekyang said faintly. Niu Dei's expression softened a little. If he couldn't get any benefits from this, he would rather take his people and leave now than be used by others. Not good. Quickly kill them. At this time, Kong Shuekyang's expression suddenly changed and he shouted in alarm. The blood spear in his hand shot out a terrifying black and red blood mist towards Lai Ruyu. Ryoi was one step ahead and used an attack no less powerful than Kong Shuekyang's, blocking the black and red blood mist. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of fierce collisions rang out. The others still didn't know what was going on, but hearing Kong Shuekyang's shout, they naturally realized that the situation had changed. They simultaneously sealed off the space around them and attacked Lai Ryu, Ling Xiao, and the others. More than 10 god kings attacked at the same time. It was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's face turned extremely pale as he thought to himself, "It's over. I'm going to die young." The power of space kept reverberating as the power intertwined with each other. It was as if heaven and earth were being trampled. Large amounts of space power twisted and fell, causing cracks and turbulence. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a faint voice rang out from the 9 heavens. It was like a peerless demon god, causing everyone to shiver in fear. "Whoever dares to harm my granddaughter, I'll annihilate his entire family." The voice was like a bolt from the blue, completely overshadowing the attacks of the god kings. It was so loud that everyone's eardrums started to bleed. The god kings in the sky fell to the ground one after another. The sacred beasts also fell to the ground, letting out indignant roars. At the same time, a huge hand descended from the sky. It passed through the layers of clouds and landed directly in the middle of the god kings. It grabbed Lai Ryu, Ling Xiao, Raioi, and the others and pulled them into the sky. "Damn it. Everyone follow me and attack. We have to make them stay." Kong Shuejing was still able to stand. Clumps of thick blood mist burst out from his body, and the blood spear in his hand stabbed upwards. The blood spear was like a heavenly pillar, wanting to destroy the sky and smash the huge hand into pieces. The others also attacked because they had no way out. Rumble. Another wave of terrifying power appeared, wanting to go against the heavens and shatter the earth. The expressions of the few people who were pulled by the huge hand changed. Among them, the power of Kong Shuekyung's blood spear was the most ferocious. It was aimed straight at Lai Rui. Raioi reacted the fastest. He struck with the spear in his hand with his strongest power, wanting to destroy the blood spear's power. However, he couldn't control himself and his attack was rather hasty. He couldn't neutralize the blood spear's power at all. There was still a lot of residual power attacking Lai Rui. Even if it was just the residual power, anyone in the Holy Emperor's realm wouldn't be able to handle it. This was because this was the terrifying power of a peak god king's all-out attack. Lai Ryu's face was ashen and her mind was blank. It was as if she knew she couldn't escape this disaster. She only had one thought in her mind. "I haven't found the person I like yet. I don't want to die." At this moment, she suddenly thought of a face that always smiled evilly. That face was a little blurry at first, but it became extremely clear later on. "Help me look after my family." A voice rang in her ears. A pair of palms covered her breasts and pushed her away fiercely. She didn't seem to realize that she was being taken advantage of. She looked at the person who suddenly stood in front of her and moved further and further away from her. She let out a silent cry, "No!" Rumble. Intense energy fluctuations destroyed this part of the world. The spatial energy kept reverberating and gusts of cold wind blew wildly. Drops of golden blood floated in the sky like a vast sky full of stars. They kept drifting and finally disappeared into the air. The smoke dispersed and everything returned to its previous tranquility without the slightest ripple. Chapter 11:11. Damn it, they still managed to escape. Kong Shuekyung swung his spear and shouted. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He originally thought that he could take down Lai Ryu and extort a huge sum of money from the Blazing Flame merchants. Then he could escape from the Sky Dragon domain and live a carefree life. However, in the end it was all for naught. Shi Dongtian came to Kong Shuekyung's side and said worriedly, "I didn't expect the Blazing Flame merchants to place so much importance on that girl. That old man has been alerted. Should we retreat?" Feng Leng also advised, "We can't stay in the Chaotic Ridge anymore. That old man has already reached the Heaven's Fortune realm. Even if we sneak into the depths, he will definitely be able to find us." The 2 killing gods were afraid. They were not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Since they dared to offend the Blazing Flame merchants, they felt that they were no longer afraid of death. However, when they faced that unshakable godly aura just now, they knew that they were afraid. They didn't expect that such a terrifying old monster would be involved. Therefore they wanted to leave the Chaotic Ridge. Otherwise they would really die. Before Kong Shuekyung could say anything, Nyo Dei and the rest were already prepared to run away. They had already decided to leave the Chaotic Ridge as soon as possible. They couldn't stay here any longer. Kong Shuekyung sighed heavily and said, "Let's go. I hope we can make it in time." However, at this moment, an earth-shattering aura came from a direction. When these auras were combined, they weren't any weaker than the power transmitted by the giant hand that suddenly appeared. Balls of golden light appeared in the sky in one direction, accompanied by the roars of dragons, giving off an inexplicable sense of subduing fear. Nyo Dei and the rest couldn't help but stop. They knew that it was too late to escape now. Moreover, if they split up their forces they would die even faster. They're close. The terrifying power was already 1,000 meters away. The dozen or so god kings present all went on high alert. When they saw who it was, their eyes were filled with awe and fear. Kong Shuekyung in particular had an unprecedented look of panic on his face. He actually ran away as fast as he could, because he knew that if he didn't escape now, he would definitely die. His speed was so fast that the people around him didn't know that he was already 10,000 meters away. However, there was a figure that was faster than him. A figure that looked like a golden dragon dashed towards Kong Shuekyung. The golden dragon bit the blood toad and let out an intense collision, causing the world to tremble once more. A blood-curdling scream came from not too far away, making everyone who heard it feel incomparably terrified. First, a bloody arm was thrown over, followed by Kong Shuekyung. However, he was covered in blood and was missing an arm. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, his face filled with fear. The people from the bloodthirsty roving bandits and the Ox Village gang looked at this scene in fear. None of them dared to move. 100 dragon team appeared in front of them like heavenly soldiers and generals. They were clad in golden armor and wielded long spears. They were riding on mighty 9th stage WIRMS, and there were a few WIRMS that had already reached the 10th stage. Their shapes were extremely close to that of true dragons, and the terrifying pressure they exuded was suffocating. Lai Wudi and some of the god kings from the Merchant Alliance were also in this team. He glared at Kong Shuekyung, who was thrown on the ground in anger. Damn bastard, where are the people from the Merchant Alliance? Lai Wudi smelled the blood in the air and roared furiously. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky and stomped heavily on Kong Shuekyung's back, causing him to sink into the ground. Another blood-curdling scream was heard. Why ask so many useless questions? Just kill him and search his soul. Are you afraid that we won't find anything? A very cold man stood on Kong Shuekyung's back and said. Kong Shuekyung could no longer stay calm. He roared, even if my soul is destroyed, I won't let you get what you want. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a long spear pierced through his back. Are you done yet? How can you be in the ranks of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo with such strength? The man said disdainfully. Then he stretched out his dragon claw and crushed Kong Shuekyung's head. Kong Shuekyung's divine soul instantly appeared, and he revealed a pleading expression as he said, Let me off. I beg you to let me off. Unfortunately, his begging for mercy was unable to move the man in front of him. His soul was directly imprinted with all kinds of marks, and all of his memories were taken out. Kong Shuekyung's soul let out a blood-curdling scream. The roving bandits were extremely afraid. They broke out in a cold sweat. After the man accepted Kong Shuekyung's memory, his expression became gloomy. He roared, Bastard, kill them all. Bang. The head and the soul in his hand were immediately shattered into pieces. As soon as the man finished speaking, all the roving bandits scattered and ran away. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping, they had to escape. However, they did not even have a 1 in 10,000 chance. The 100 dragon team had already sealed off this area. As soon as their leader finished speaking, countless golden lights fell from the sky and strangled more than 10 roving bandits. Screams resounded unceasingly. In the end, only a lot of blood was left. Lai Wudi went to the golden-haired man and asked, How is brother Ling Fei? My daughter? Lai Wudi regretted his decision. He had asked Ling Xiao to bring Ryoi and the others into the chaotic ridge. First, he wanted Ling Xiao to find Mad Monk. Second, he wanted Ryoi and the others to find the location of the bloodthirsty roving bandits so that they could catch them all in one fell swoop. However, he could not resist his daughter's coaxing and pestering. In the end, he agreed to let her go to the chaotic ridge. However, not long after they entered the chaotic ridge, Ling Fei and the others came to Clear River City. They found him and asked for Ling Xiao. Lai Wudi did not expect that Ling Fei would come to him at this time. Lai Wudi had no choice but to explain everything that had happened. Who knew that Ling Fei would be so tough? He insisted on finding Ling Xiao. He also said that if anything happened to Ling Xiao, he would make them suffer. Lai Wudi did not expect that he had found a descendant for Kim people. Now he was in trouble, which made him depressed. Helplessly, Lai Wudi could only bring Ling Fei and the others into the chaotic ridge. Of course he was worried about his daughter's safety. At the same time he wanted to borrow Ling Fei's power to wipe out the bloodthirsty roving bandits in one fell swoop. This would save him a lot of trouble. However, the chaotic ridge was too big. It was not easy to find someone. That was why they rushed here as fast as they could when they felt the commotion. Before Lai Wudi could finish, Ling Fei interrupted him. Your daughter is fine. But my kid, he died trying to save your daughter. Damn it. He really deserves to die. Ling Fei's face was filled with anger. He faced the sky and roared. Lai Wudi let out a sigh of relief. However, looking at Ling Fei's expression, his heart sank. What did Ling Zhao's death mean? Lai Wudi did not dare to imagine. If Kim people wanted to deal with them even if they were rich, they would not be able to resist. However, when he heard Ling Fei say that Ling Xiao died trying to save his daughter, his impression of Ling Xiao improved. Of course he felt a little guilty. Brother Ling Fei, this matter. It's my fault. I didn't expect it to be like this. Let me see if I can make up for it in other ways. Lai Wudi said with a sorrowful expression. Make up for it? That kid's bloodline has been activated to its peak. If there are no accidents, he will definitely surpass us in the future. The old guys in the clan admire him very much. They ordered me to find him no matter what and prepare to train him as a key disciple. Otherwise, why would I make such a big fuss out here? How am I going to explain it to them when I go back? Ling Fei said angrily. Everyone knew that the Kim people were the most powerful clan in the Sky Dragon region. They were the most ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region. The Dragon Gate under them was even more famous in the Sky Dragon region. However, Ling Fei knew that the current situation in the clan was very embarrassing. As time passed, the descendants of the Kim people who could activate the power of their bloodline became fewer and fewer. Many of them married other clans, so it was even more difficult for their descendants to activate the power of their bloodline. Therefore, although the Kim people were very powerful, they were the least number of people among the many ancient clans in the Sky Dragon region. Now that they had met a descendant who had activated their Kim people's bloodline to its peak, how could they not be nervous? With the Kim people's ancient emperor's divine art, once they became a god king, they would be able to fight against several god kings at the same time. Lai Wudi was also a little annoyed by Ling Fei's aggressiveness. They were the ones who found Ling Xiao after all, and he was even their guest deacon. So what if he was a descendant of the Kim people? He hadn't even acknowledged his ancestors yet. Now that things have reached this point, there's no point in saying anything more. I will personally give you an explanation. Lai Wudi said, then turned his head and flew in a direction. Because he had received a sound transmission from Ryoi. Fifth Commander, what should we do now? A high-level god king asked Ling Fei. What can we do? Look around and see if there are any corpses of this brat. He cultivates my clan's ancient emperor's divine art. As long as he still has a breath left, he can be reborn. I hope he'll be lucky. Ling Fei said. Thus, the 100 dragon team spread out in all directions to search for Ling Zhao's whereabouts. After 2 days, they had searched the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, but they couldn't find Ling Zhao's corpse at all. They felt that Ling Xiao probably didn't even have a corpse left. After all, Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage holy emperor. Even if he had the defense of the ancient emperor's divine art, he wouldn't be able to take a full blow from a high-level god king and not die. Chapter 11-12. Woo woo, the mournful cries echoed throughout the mountains and plains, making anyone who heard them cry. They saw a woman dressed as a man kneeling on the ground, crying in despair. There were 2 people standing next to the woman, and they couldn't bear to see her in such pain. Miss, don't be like this. The hegemon is already here. He will bring us back soon, Ryoi comforted her. He hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would save Lai Ryu at the last moment. This changed his impression of Ling Xiao. He sighed inwardly, God is jealous of such a talent. Uncle Yong, I want to take revenge. I want to take revenge for him. I want to kill all the members of the bloodthirsty roving bandits. No. I want to kill all the roving bandits in the chaotic ridge. I want them all to die with him. Lai Ryu screamed with grief and indignation. Ever since she was a child, she had never been so sad. She had never felt such heartache. She was a flower in a greenhouse. She had to be protected at all times, allowing her to bloom beautifully. However, after entering the chaotic ridge with Ling Xiao, she was taught a harsh lesson by Ling Xiao. From there she learned more things. She knew that she couldn't act selfishly. She also needed to respect and cherish others. These were things she had never experienced before. Moreover, he was the first person who dared to disobey her. He was also the first man who grabbed her breasts and spanked her butt. In the beginning she hated that he couldn't die. But now that he was dead, she hated that she couldn't die and let him live. Although they had only known each other for a short time, he had left an indelible impression in her heart. He was like a perverted thief. His eyes were always lecherous. He also acted like a rich young master, scaring people. But when he fought, he was super strong and had an evil charm. She couldn't deny that she had a good impression of him. At the very least, he was the most independent man she had ever met. However, he had blocked a fatal blow for her. She knew that her heart had been completely occupied by him. "Miss, don't worry. This time the old man is alarmed. No one here can live. Ryoi guaranteed. I want to go back, I want to find his corpse." Lai Ryu stood up and summoned the fire phoenix, intending to return to where they came from. Ryoi hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss, don't be like this. If you go back now, you will die." "He can die for me and I can die for him too," Lai Ryu said firmly. "Lai," she said from the side, "Miss, that's true, but if you die, who will take revenge for him? We can't convince the Alliance Master." When Lai Ryu heard this, she stopped moving. Her face was still covered in tears. At this time, Lai Wudi and the people he brought with him finally arrived. Are you alright?" Lai Wudi saw his daughter from afar and immediately called out. The next moment he was already in front of Lai Ryu. When Lai Ryu saw her father appear, she plunged into his arms and cried bitterly. Lai Wudi patted his daughter's back with heartache and said, all right. It's all over now. Let's go back. Father, quickly bring people over and wipe out all the roving bandits here to take revenge for Ling Xiao. He was killed to save me," Lai Ryu said to her father. "Don't worry, those people have already been killed," Lai Wudi said. "No, Father, I want to kill all the roving bandits here. I want them all to be buried with Ling Xiao," Lai Ryu said angrily. Lai Wudi looked at his grieving daughter and sighed in his heart. He lightly patted the back of her neck and knocked her out. It was not easy to kill all the roving bandits here. Although the blazing flame merchants were powerful, it was not easy to do this. Moreover, the terrain here was very steep. Even if they could kill all the roving bandits, they would have to pay a huge price. Lai Wudi would not make such a decision based on his daughter's selfishness. "Alliance leader, I suspect that there is a traitor in our merchant group." Ryoi stepped forward and said to Lai Wudi. Lai Wudi looked at Ryoi in surprise and immediately said with a stern look, "We'll talk about this when we get back. I will make them die without a burial place." Immediately after, the blazing flame merchants and the others left the chaotic ridge. On the shore of the surging river, a small boat bobbed up and down on the stormy water. However, this kind of water, which was difficult for any martial artist below the heavenly venerable stage to withstand, could not do anything to this small boat. On the boat there was a boatman wearing a cloak. He stood on the bow of the boat, constantly crashing against the waves. However, just as the waves were about to hit him, there was an invisible force isolating the waves, preventing them from wetting his body or destroying the boat. In the cabin behind the boatman there was a slender figure. It was an extremely beautiful girl. The girl looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. She had a delicate face, large eyes, and eyelashes that seemed to speak when they blinked. Her nose was bright and translucent, and her lips were sexy. Her facial features were a perfect match for a beauty. She was dressed plainly, but it still could not hide her natural beauty. The girl caressed her hair and lightly opened her red lips to hum an unknown tune, adding a unique charm to the river. A muffled sound rang out in the cabin. The girl stopped humming and exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa, come quickly, he actually woke up." The man wearing the cloak standing at the bow didn't move. He only responded softly, when we reach the shore, send him up." "Grandpa, how can you be so heartless? He just woke up." The girl rolled her eyes at the man in the cloak and said coquettishly, "It's not that Grandpa is heartless, it's that you are too kind. We have already saved his life, so he is already very lucky." The man replied, "Be a good person to the end. We must wait for his injuries to heal before sending him ashore." The girl pouted her sexy lips. The man in the cloak sighed helplessly, but in his heart he was thinking, this girl is too kind. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. The man lying in the cabin heard these words in his daze. He wanted to open his eyes and sit up, but he found that he didn't have the slightest bit of strength, and there was a sharp pain in his head. The man's hair was messy and his clothes were wrinkled. He looked very down and out. He was Ling Xiao, who had just escaped death. Now wasn't the time to think about where he was, but to find a way to find out where his worst injury was and heal it as soon as possible. Ling Xiao wanted to operate his dantian, but he was powerless. He couldn't feel it at all. He thought, oh no, could it be that my dantian is broken? Ling Xiao was secretly anxious, but he immediately forced himself to calm down. He tried to sense the existence of his divine soul, only to find that his divine soul was extremely weak. It was almost destroyed just like his physical body. The divine soul and the dantian depended on each other for survival. If the divine soul was destroyed, the person would die, but if the dantian was destroyed, the person would be crippled. However, the divine soul and the dantian formed a bridge of power, which was called the divine bridge, which could make him a divine king. Ling Xiao knew that only by repairing his divine soul would he be able to circulate his dantian again, so he immediately relaxed. If an ordinary person didn't have a miraculous pill to repair their soul, then it would be a big problem. Not only would their cultivation level drop, they might also become delirious or even die. However, Ling Xiao had the soul-controlling art, so he could use the restoration art to recover his divine soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt his head being lifted up and placed on a soft place. A burst of fragrance assailed his nose, making him feel much more comfortable. Immediately after, Ling Xiao heard a sleep-talking voice, "You're seriously injured. I'll feed you some spring water. I hope you can get better soon." His mouth was gently opened, and a stream of clear spring water fell into his mouth. A vigorous life force began to nourish his body. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao would definitely use this power to immediately repair his body. However, his dantian was unable to circulate, and his divine arts were equivalent to being crippled. He was unable to absorb this energy as much as he wanted, and could only allow it to slowly repair his body's muscles. After a while, Ling Xiao felt much better, but from time to time he would feel a sharp pain in his head. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated a divine art to protect his body and the tree of immortality in his consciousness, he would have died a long time ago. He was also rejoicing that he was lucky. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and discovered that a pair of round and plump holy maiden peaks were blocking his line of sight, and his high nose seemed to be only a line away from the holy maiden peaks. He realized that he was in the arms of a woman, and his head was resting on her jade legs. No wonder there was a burst of intoxicating fragrance. A pure, flawless, and enchanting face appeared in front of him. A pair of big eyes blinked non-stop as she looked at him and said, "You're awake. Do you feel better?" Her voice was like the lingering of the heavens, and also like the low cry of a morning bird. This kind of ethereal feeling made Ling Xiao feel unprecedentedly comfortable and carefree. He grinned and said, I'm much better. Many thanks. Many thanks to Miss for saving my life." It's nothing. You don't look like a bad person, so I saved you," the young girl said with a faint smile. Ling Xiao only felt that this girl's smile was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. It was incomparably beautiful, and he suddenly became dazed. The young girl sensed Ling Xiao's abnormality, and a rosy color appeared on her pure white face. Only then did she remember that Ling Xiao was resting on her legs, and she hurriedly put him down. Just like this, her body was slightly bent, and her full body was slightly pressed against Ling Xiao's face. This kind of warm, fragrant, and soft feeling made Ling Xiao's heart and mind go into a mess. However, he didn't dare to move recklessly. The girl in front of him was his benefactor, so how could he blaspheme her? "May I ask where I am right now?" Ling Xiao avoided the young girl's gaze and asked. "We are now on the boat. Me and grandfather are rushing back to the village. And one day we can go ashore." The young girl explained. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."